Chapter 2767. Oh no, it's going to run. Catch it. Don't let it run away. Exclamations could be heard one after another. These people were extremely excited. At the same time, they were wild with joy. If the immortal divine herb left this giant mountain, then they would be able to show off their skills. After all, in front of these slumbering ancient royal family members, they didn't dare to make too many moves. The Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, and the others all used their strength and divine abilities, but they didn't succeed. They weren't discouraged. This was normal. The immortal divine herb was a spiritual herb exclusive to great emperors. It would be abnormal if it was so easy to be collected by them. On the immortal palace's side, Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others also used their methods, but they also couldn't collect it. However, their thoughts weren't here because they felt that with their strength, it would be difficult to collect this kind of thing. Therefore, they still thought of a way to inform the old palace master. The old palace master, Xia Jiuyo, was here. With his strength, he could definitely collect it. If the old palace master could collect it, then their immortal palace wouldn't have to fear any sacred ground or sect in the future. They wouldn't even have to fear the ancient families. However, what shocked them was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was too strange. Their divine abilities and techniques were actually unable to send out any information. Therefore, for a moment, Li Xuanhuan, the great guardian, and the others all frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to watch the battle. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were red. He said, "Kid, aren't you tempted? Why don't we make a move too?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Stop fooling around. Even the sacred leader and sect master can't catch it. How can the two of us?" Right? Lin Xian looked at the snow-white little monkey on his shoulder. The snow-white little monkey grimaced and scratched his ears and cheeks. He had already tried countless times and used the treasure bowl on his head. However, he couldn't steal the immortal divine herb at all. However, the fragrance of the immortal divine herb made him salivate. Therefore, the little guy jumped around anxiously. Great void technique. A grand elder of the Gu family suddenly made a move and appeared at the foot of the mountain. He grabbed the immortal divine herb with one hand. The immortal divine herb turned into a dragon and quickly flew up, narrowly dodging this attack. Then, it flew upward. Seeing this, the supreme elder of the Gu clan sighed. He executed the great void art and quickly returned to the Gu clan. There was nothing he could do about it. Now that his attack had failed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. That was because as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he felt his blood run cold. It was as if there was a terrifying power that wanted to tear him apart. He had to leave as soon as possible. The figure of the Gu clan's supreme elder flickered, and he retreated into the distance. Everyone cried out in surprise again. The warriors of the Gu clan sighed. They had almost caught the immortal divine herb. What a pity. Not long after, they exclaimed again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. So fast? Who was it this time? Was it the Gu family? No, the Gu family shouldn't have been able to see this speed. It was just too shocking. The other sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. Sacred leader Myriad Thunder. That's right. The one who attacked was Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder. He had a pair of lightning wings on his back, which looked like the wings of a thunder god. There were frightening Tao patterns on them. As he moved, his speed was extremely fast. Thunder god's wings. That was a true sacred artifact. With it, one's speed would reach an unparalleled level. The surrounding sacred leaders and sacred leaders were envious as they explained the origin of that pair of wings. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard it. The thunder god's wings was a sacred artifact. No wonder it was so fast. The other saints and geniuses didn't see it clearly at all. Only Lin Xian, who activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, saw a trace of light. However, he couldn't see the specific figure. With the thunder god's wings, Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the immortal divine herb. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a lightning net appeared, enveloping the immortal divine herb in all directions. "Haha, it's mine!" Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder shouted excitedly. His eyes were red. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could it be that the immortal divine herb was really going to be obtained by Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder? Could it be that the Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder wanted to defy the heavens? In the sky, the lightning net became smaller and smaller. It was about to envelop the immortal divine herb. However, at that moment, the immortal divine herb's body swayed. Like a true dragon, it broke through the lightning net and flew out again. So powerful. The strength of the immortal divine herb was probably not weak. It could actually break through Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's attack. The sacred leaders in the distance exclaimed. They couldn't sit still anymore. They had to hurry up and attack. They couldn't let Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder take it away. The powerhouses of the Gu family prepared to use the Great Void technique again to seize it by force. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder also sneered. You can't escape. My speed is unparalleled. He rushed out and arrived in front of the immortal divine herb in an instant. This time, he took out an even more terrifying treasure. However, before he could do anything, he screamed in the next moment. That was because a terrifying force surged out and tried to tear him apart. Not only him, but everyone behind him also felt a force. It was an extremely terrifying pressure that could devour heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. Not to mention Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others, even the Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They all stiffened in midair. Danger, a peerless danger. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's face turned green. Is this the killing intent of the archaic royal family? It's too terrifying. Is the archaic royal family going to revive? He didn't dare to agree. He flapped his lightning god's wings and turned to flee. However, just as he turned around, a force pierced through him and tore his body apart. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's body was torn apart, and his blood dyed the sky red. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were even more shocked. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder was killed. A sacred lord didn't even have the time to scream before he was killed. What kind of power was this? Was it the power of a sage? They didn't dare to imagine. A sacred lord was such a terrifying existence. But now, in front of this invisible killing intent, he was as weak as an ant. Is the archaic royal family really that terrifying? At this moment, everyone was even more certain of their thoughts. They absolutely couldn't let the archaic royal family revive. Otherwise, the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. A sacred lord. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's martial artists screamed crazily. The elders were also shocked. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, a soul directly fused with the lightning god's wings. The shield quickly cut through the void and flew to an extremely far place. Buzz. Then, the soul rushed out of the lightning god's wings and reformed its body. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder appeared in front of everyone once again. He's not dead? Those from the Myriad Thunder sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. The others were also shocked. Chapter 2768. Indeed, the Sacred Lord of 10,000 Thunder's face was full of fear. If he didn't have the lightning god's wings, he would have died just now. That wisp of killing intent was too terrifying. Perhaps only a sage's treasure artifact could resist it. That was just a wisp of killing intent. If the other party was truly revived, how terrifying would it be? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, the sacred lords and sect masters all looked at the top. They remembered the tall purple powerhouse they saw earlier. It was him. It must be him. That purple powerhouse was at least a sage. Don't provoke him. Everyone trembled. Inside the Black Mountain was a sage of the far ancient royal family. They couldn't resist it at all. They didn't dare to have any thoughts about the immortal divine herb anymore. Because the immortal divine herb had already flown near the cave entrance. Forget it. Don't make any more moves. We can't alarm the sleeping sage. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The other sacred lords also sighed. That was indeed the case. Judging from the aura just now, it was too terrifying. This shouldn't be the end. Let's look around. Everyone looked at the immortal divine herb reluctantly. They swore that they would bring back an even more powerful existence when they returned, to fight for it. The immortal divine herb was even more terrifying and precious than the Yuhua immortal robe. Presumably, these holy lands would definitely not let this matter rest. Perhaps they would ask their own sages to help. However, that was a matter for when they got out. Now, they had to continue searching. The group of people continued to walk forward. They went around the Black Mountain, and Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon followed closely behind. This time, they were even more careful, because no one knew what kind of danger was waiting for them. Fortunately, the danger seemed to have disappeared along the way. They didn't encounter any array formations, which made everyone feel incredulous. The sacred lords and sect masters frowned. There was no road ahead. These people stopped. The front was indeed blocked. What's going on? Is this the end? Some of the elders of the sacred lands were puzzled. The young disciples were even more puzzled. The sacred lords frowned. No, it's not the end. The road is blocked. It seems to be a door that's blocking our way. A door? Heavens, it can't be. This place is so big. These young martial artists were extremely surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. A golden light emerged as he scanned his surroundings. He realized that his surroundings had been cut off. If this was a door, it would probably be millions of miles away. The heavenly tree. This was the heavenly tree. One of the Yi family's grand elders exclaimed. The others were extremely shocked. The heavenly tree, what was that? This was a variant of the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at this heavenly tree, it is estimated to be more than 100,000 years old. The black thing you see is actually not the door, but its trunk. What? How could a tree trunk be so thick? He couldn't see the end of it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Was this the heavenly tree? But why was this heavenly tree growing here? How could they pass? It was very difficult to pass through. This sky-reaching god tree was probably planted here by the experts of the nest of 10,000 dragons to prevent others from entering. The great elder of the Yi clan sighed, and the others started to discuss. Among them, Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Isn't it just a heavenly tree? With so many sacred lords joining forces, I don't believe that we can't break it. That's right, this time. We brought a lot of sacred weapons. Everyone, let's attack together. The sacred lord of the Five Elements Palace also spoke. Many people's eyes were burning. Indeed, they were eager to know what was on the other side of the heavenly tree. Buzz Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder was the first to attack. Lightning surrounded his body, bringing about a powerful storm. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. A pair of thunder wings spread out behind his back, forming two thunderballs that blasted forward. This pair of thunder wings was a terrifying sacred weapon. The attack it released carried a monstrous sacred might as it charged forward. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering sounds rang out as lightning surged in the sky. It was so loud that everyone's ears were muddled. They couldn't hear anything else at all. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see through the sea of lightning and discovered that the heavenly tree wasn't damaged at all. It was just that the reef above was black. Heavens, what kind of tree is this? It's too hard. Even sacred weapons can't break through it. Kid, you don't understand. The heavenly tree is definitely one of the most terrifying sacred trees in the world. Moreover, this tree has been growing for at least 100,000 years. Think about it. The arch has only lived for 10,000 to 20,000 years. How terrifying is a sacred technique after 100,000 years? Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace and the other sacred grounds all swallowed their saliva. Let me help you. The Five Elements Sacred Lord also walked out. He opened his mouth and spat out a Five Elements pearl. This was also a sacred weapon. At this moment, he released all the flames within the Five Elements pearl. The monstrous flames turned into 8 fire dragons that charged forward. Fire countered wood. Everyone was confident that this time, the heavenly tree would definitely be attacked. However, the trunk of the sacred tree didn't seem to be made of wood. Instead, it seemed to be made of metal that blocked the sea of flames. Damn it, as expected of the heavenly tree. Everyone, let's attack together. The 5 elements' sacred lord's face was gloomy. The other sacred lords, sect leaders, and grand elders all had solemn expressions. They felt that they could try to break through it. After all, there wasn't any danger nearby. You young disciples, back off. Back off far away. We need to use many sacred weapons. The Yi family's grand elders stood out and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other sacred sons and prodigies all retreated with their martial artists. Boom, boom. In front of them, the sacred leaders and patriarchs executed their martial arts. Wisps of shocking auras burst out from their bodies and soared into the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The void in front of them quickly shattered. The heavens and earth trembled as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others retreated once again. They had no choice. With so many sacred lords attacking together and the power of the sacred weapons, it was truly terrifying. It could shatter everything. Light flowed around their bodies as they activated their king domains. Armor appeared and quickly blocked the attacks. However, the weaker ones couldn't block it at all. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Retreat. Retreat quickly. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the 9 sons' bodies shone brightly, but they also felt a great pressure. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If they were hit head-on, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. In front of them, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The sky was filled with energy, and the void shattered. However, what was shocking was that the heavenly tree had withstood it. It was such a terrifying attack, but it wasn't damaged. Damn it, what kind of tree is this? This old tree must have become a spirit. This couldn't be a holy tree, right? These people screamed crazily. Chapter 2769. Unknowingly, dozens of figures appeared around Lin Xian and the others. These figures were wrapped in the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and they let out deep roars. Occasionally, everyone could see the scales that flickered with cold light under the aura of the Tao of Dragon, as well as the terrifying claws and teeth. The creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian exclaimed, and the people around him were also terrified. In front, the sacred leaders and sect masters also exclaimed. Damn it, could it be that they were alarmed? Buzz, more than a dozen creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons quickly moved out, charging towards the young disciples like bolts of lightning. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams sounded. Many people were torn in half, and blood dyed the sky red. Damn it, retreat. The sacred leaders roared, and the young disciples, saints, and geniuses all attacked coldly. Clang, the saint of 4 elements, fought against a humanoid creature and was directly blasted back, his entire arm numb. Damn it, it was actually so powerful. The others were also stunned. It was too terrifying. What exactly were these things? Were they beasts or dragons? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it, the sect masters in front shouted coldly. 2 of them brandished their sacred weapons and charged over. Terrifying sacred might overflowed, shattering the sky. Terrifying flames burned fiercely with this attack. It was truly terrifying. Sure enough, many humanoid creatures were sent flying, their bodies exploding and turning into a bloody mist. This scene made these young disciples heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, they screamed. In fact, the sacred leader who attacked also let out a miserable cry, because one of his arms was directly torn apart. In front of him, a few humanoid creatures also appeared. The aura on their bodies was even more terrifying, like an abyss. As soon as they attacked, they injured a sect master. This scene made the sacred leaders cry out in alarm. Damn it! The creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons had really awakened. Everyone, retreat quickly. At this moment, they were really panicking, because they discovered that more and more terrifying creatures were appearing around them. How did they appear? These sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. However, the terror of these creatures was far beyond their imagination. Even these humanoid creatures were holding ancient treasures in their hands to resist their sacred weapons. In an instant, A chaotic battle broke out. On Lin Xian's side, he also received a fierce blow. Foolish humans, you actually dared to trespass into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Go to hell. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Do it quickly. Lin Xian, Leaf Doudinier, Dustless, and the others all roared in rage. The other saints, Heaven's Chosen, and all the martial artists attacked as though they had gone crazy. At the same time, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave this area completely. Buzz on Lin Xian's side. A blue ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and shattered the void, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. That azure figure let out a cold voice that sounded like thunder. It was extremely terrifying as it rolled towards Lin Xian. This sound wave was too terrifying. The martial artists around Lin Xian vomited mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. Just a single sound wave was enough to severely injure them. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he forcefully resisted the terrifying sound wave. Those sound waves hit his body and made a sonorous sound. It was extremely vast and mighty, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were descending. However, Lin Xian was fine. Buzz. Clenching his hand into a fist, he rushed forward. This fist was like a sun that exploded in the void. The resplendent light illuminated the world. A terrifying force burst out from his body. With a bang, the azure figure in front of him was forced back. Damn human, you're courting death. The azure figure was enraged. He let out a long roar and 2 more figures appeared around him. They were also azure in color and incomparably deep, like the sea. The 3 figures were like 3 sharp blades as they charged towards Lin Xian once again. Foolish and lowly humans, today is the day you die. The aura of these 3 figures was too powerful. It was like 3 endless seas, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. So strong, so terrifying. What were these things? The young disciples were stunned. Other than a few top prodigies, the others could only resist with all their might. What do you humans think you are? In front of the ancient royal family, you're just ants. The azure figure let out a sinister laugh. So now, ants, go to hell. 3 streaks of blue sword chi were produced from that light. They descended from the sky, and their sharp aura made people tremble. Ants? Lin Xian sneered. The light of the 9-yang divine body became more and more tyrannical. His fist had completely transformed into a golden crow as he charged forward. Boom! The light cracked, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 3 blue heavenly swords were directly shattered. Not only that, the 3 azure figures were also forced back. 2 of them directly exploded, and blue blood splattered all over the sky. I'm an ant? Then what are you guys, who can't even block a punch from me? You're worse than ants. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked ahead disdainfully. At this moment, he was like a sun war god that people looked up to. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The azure figures were shocked. The surrounding archaic creatures were also stunned. What was going on? How could there be such a strong physique among the humans? Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, many ancient creatures gathered towards Lin Xian. The human race is not something you can insult. At this moment, Yu Wudao also said coldly. Then, his fist turned into an unparalleled radiance, killing 2 humanoid creatures as well. This scene was also shocking. On Dustless's side, 10,000 rays of Buddhist light flashed. He also killed a few ancient creatures with his flower-pinching finger. Not good. There's a peerless genius among the humans. The ancient creatures' expressions changed, and their expressions became solemn. They originally thought that with their powerhouses restraining the sacred leaders and sect masters, they could easily kill the younger generation. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful figure among the younger generation. However, that wasn't all. What shocked them even more was still to come. After Lin Xian and the other 2, Daoi Sage, Gu Santong, No Flower, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, the dark red divine dragon, Seiko Dian. All of the saint prodigies displayed extraordinary strength, which surprised the ancient creatures. In an instant, dozens of ancient creatures were completely suppressed. Many of them even bled. Their blood was blue, green, and black. It was very strange. Ancient creatures? The powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons? They were only SOSO. Seeing the wavering light sage kill two ancient creatures in one strike, the warriors of the wavering light sacred land sneered. Lowly humans, what do you know? Do you really think you can compete with the ancient royal family? Our master hasn't awakened. Otherwise, one of them would be able to kill all of you. The humanoid creatures snorted. What? Master? These creatures actually called the sleeping dragons their master. Could it be that these ancient life forms were just servants? Heavens! Some slaves were so heaven-defying and terrifying to such an extent, they could compete with the top saints. Chapter 2770. Lin Xian and the others also had solemn expressions. If what the other party said was true, then the primordial emperor ancestor was truly terrifying. The dark red divine dragon sneered. A group of slaves dare to be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll eat you. Lowly ants, you're courting death. The ancient creatures roared angrily. They stared at the dark red divine dragon, but soon they cried out in surprise. Their bodies trembled. Dragon, you're actually a dragon. That's right, I'm a dragon. You slaves, why aren't you kneeling on the ground? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. The ancient creatures in front trembled. Their expressions changed drastically. No, you're not the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Kill them. Kill them. They're plotting something. These people roared angrily. Their bodies emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as they charged out again. The battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. However, Lin Xian and the others were very powerful and gradually suppressed these ancient creatures. However, this was the nest of 10,000 dragons after all, and it was full of mysteries. These ancient creatures cooperated with each other and actually triggered the array formation here. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. The entire world was boiling as a terrifying array formation enveloped the surroundings. This caused Lin Xian and the others to fall into danger once again. Boom! In front, the battle between the sacred leaders and sect leaders was also abnormally terrifying. Many ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. These ancient creatures were very terrifying. They weren't weaker than these sacred leaders and sect leaders. In fact, many of the elders of these sacred lands were killed. Pu, an elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground, was surrounded by lightning like a god of thunder. However, a palm stretched out, tore through the lightning that filled the sky, and directly crushed his heart. With a puff, the body of the elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground split into pieces. However, that palm retracted, grabbed a heart, and directly put it into its mouth. Then, he began to eat. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. They looked forward. There was a tall human figure in front of them. It looked like a human, but it had a tail and wings. Its head was like a crocodile, and it was very terrifying. It had already killed 3 sacred ground elders. Each time, it was a one-hit kill. It directly crushed the other party's heart and then swallowed it. Buzz, the Great Derivation's sacred lord, waved his Great Derivation sacred sword. The moment he slashed out, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying creature was sent flying. However, it was useless. More and more archaic creatures appeared in the surroundings, their auras incomparably terrifying. They also activated a terrifying killing array to kill these sacred masters and sect masters. The Queen Mother, Yi family's patriarch, Li Xuanxian, and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They noticed that other than the ancient life forms around them, there were also roars coming from afar. Furthermore, a shocking aura rapidly spread across the place and burst out from it. Not good. I'm afraid that the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons is really going to revive. Everyone, retreat quickly. After he returned, he would make further plans. These sacred leaders and sect masters began to retreat. Behind them, there were also many powerful archaic creatures. Some of them were even wielding broken artifacts as they charged over. Boom! In the distance, the heavens and earth shook once more. Countless auras of the Tao of Dragon erupted, and the mountain with countless black holes rumbled. The experts sealed within the divine crystals floated out. They were floating in the sky. Although their eyes were still closed, their auras were growing more and more intense. Buzz. In fact, a 10-meter-tall divine crystal also appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on these sacred masters and sect masters until they found it difficult to breathe. Not good. It's that primordial king. Everyone was shocked. They had encountered it before. The wisp of aura emitted by the other party had already made them extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would appear again. If such a terrifying expert revived, they would probably be in danger. Whoosh, whoosh. These people retreated crazily. Hurry up and contact our people. Summon our saints. Many people from the sacred lands and great sects shouted angrily. The Yi family, Gu family, Immortal Palace, Jade Pool, and Alcade also took action. However, a peerless formation enveloped heaven and earth, isolating the aura. This prevented the teleportation array from being formed, and they were unable to send out the news. Lowly humans, do you still want to call yourselves humans? Today, you will be completely buried here. A cold and heartless voice sounded, and the murderous aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths swept out. Accompanied by the aura of the Tao of Dragon, it formed a scene of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. In front of them, the sky-reaching divine tree also slowly trembled, and its body gradually rose into the air. Obviously, this primordial divine technique was not dead, but alive. However, it was too huge. With a slight shake, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the sky, countless lightning bolts descended, dancing in the air as they charged towards the elders. Not good. The sky-reaching divine tree was about to attack. These people went crazy. They discovered that those bolts of lightning were not thunder, but the branches of the sky-reaching divine tree. However, each of them was extremely sharp. They were like divine swords that slashed in all directions, and these people could only desperately block them. Boom, boom. The sky-reaching divine tree gradually left the ground, and the paths that it blocked also appeared. However, no one was in the mood to be excited. Originally, they wanted to know what was behind the sky-reaching divine tree, but now they couldn't care less. They fought crazily. However, some people could not help but take a glance, and then they screamed. Dragon! It's a dragon! The Grand Elder screamed. The other sect masters and sacred masters also probed their souls and looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Heavens! Lin Xian was shocked. Those people also screamed. It's really a dragon. That's right. Behind the sky-reaching divine tree, there was an even wider area. On that land, there were many figures lying cross-legged. They were like mountains lying there. The small ones were more than 10 meters tall, while the big ones were hundreds of meters tall. There was even one that was more than 10,000 meters tall. They could not see the end of it. At first glance, they thought that it was a mountain, but those people were too powerful, and their eyes were sharp. They realized that it was not a mountain at all. It was a body. Many bodies were lying on the ground like a mountain range. There were cold scales on them that flickered with a metallic light. They emitted a monstrous aura that caused one's blood to freeze. That was the pressure from one's bloodline and soul. Only an extremely powerful bloodline could cause such a scene. Everyone knew that those were dragons, the same dragons as in the legends. There were really dragons, and those dragons were all sleeping. Some of them were sealed by divine crystals, while others were sealed by dragon veins. In short, all of the dragons were in a deep sleep. However, the aura that they emitted was like an ancient abyss that could crush people. There were more in the distance. The dark red divine dragon pointed into the distance and screamed. He was a dragon, so he was more familiar with those things. Everyone hurriedly fought while using their souls to probe. The sacred masters and sect masters did the same. In the next moment, they were even more shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that there were many god crystals floating around those enormous dragons and even further away. Chapter 2771. The dark red divine dragon said, "Dragons, even more terrifying dragons." Everyone sensed carefully and found that this was indeed the case. These human-shaped dragons were even more terrifying. Some of them even had dragon horns on their heads, some had dragon scales on their bodies, and some had dragon tails and dragon wings. They were extremely terrifying. Among them, the living fossils of the Tuoba family, Nangong family, and Ouyang family also quickly used their spirit-seeking techniques. They probed into the distance. They wanted to see clearly what was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their gazes became incomparably deep. Mysterious runes flickered, carrying a terrifying light that pierced through everything. These three living fossils were elders. They had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. This time, the three great spirit-seeking clans were led by them. Therefore, at this moment, they used their terrifying spirit-seeking technique, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The entire world also underwent a strange change. In front of them, countless auras of dragons surged and gradually spread out. Everyone seemed to be able to see the scene in the distance clearly. However, the good times didn't last long. Not long after, the three living fossil-level spirit-seeking masters screamed in pain. They kept rolling and covering their faces with their hands. Blood flowed down their fingers. Elders, the people of the three great spirit-seeking clans, screamed crazily. What was going on? Why was their elder Zhang injured? The three living fossils elders of the three spirit-seeking clans screamed in pain. My eyes! Damn it, my eyes! They screamed crazily. Their eyes were bleeding, and they were directly blinded. The road ahead was once again covered by the aura. It was thick and heavy, and no one could see clearly again. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly did these living fossils see? Even their eyes were blinded. Could it be that they saw something they shouldn't have seen? Everyone's bodies trembled. What exactly was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Elders, what did you see? The people of the three great spirit-seeking clans also quickly asked. However, the three living fossils elders shook their heads crazily. They didn't dare to say it. They would be blinded with just a glance. If they said it, who knew if the terrifying array formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons would directly kill them? However, if they didn't say it, these people became even more curious. This was especially true for the sacred leader and the sect master. They wanted to know more. The Taishian Saint Master was surrounded by 108 stars, as if he was the master of the starry sky. His eyes were like two universes. The light of the stars pierced through and shattered the aura of the Tao of dragons in the sky, opening up a path. The Yin-Yang sect leader had the Yin-Yang mirror above his head. Black and white auras flowed around his body. It was quite strange and terrifying. At this moment, he also activated the Yin-Yang mirror and shot out a beam of Yin-Yang light that shot forward. The head of the Gu clan appeared and disappeared unpredictably like a ghost. He directly used the void technique, causing the void in front of him to split open and devour the endless aura of the Tao of dragons. The Yi clan's clan head, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sacred leaders and sect masters also attacked together. Li Xuanxian's body emitted a sharp aura. A flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was 2 fingers wide, and it flashed with an endless cold light. Buzz as the saber flew out. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It pierced through the void. The terrifying aura caused the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters to change. Those elders were also trembling. Some of them screamed, "Shao Li's flying dagger." It was actually him. Damn it. He actually joined the Immortal Palace. What? Are you talking about that amazing Shao Li's flying dagger who swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands with a wave of flying daggers? Some of the sacred leaders' faces changed. They didn't recognize him before, and he didn't use the flying dagger. Now that the flying dagger was out, it shocked the heavens and shocked the gods. It made them immediately think of that terrifying person back then. It was him. It was definitely him. They didn't expect him to appear again after being silent for 800 years. Those elders and sacred leaders cried out in surprise. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were also shocked. When the flying dagger appeared, these sacred leaders and prodigies felt their hair stand on end. Many of them directly knelt on the ground. They felt that this blade light would be able to annihilate them completely. Lin Xian's body also trembled. The great dragon's sword soul in his body roared and blocked this shocking saber light. It was too terrifying. This was the most terrifying saber light he had ever seen. This Li Xuanxian was actually so terrifying. He hadn't seen him fight before, but now it seemed that his strength was definitely not weaker than those sacred leaders and sect leaders. Moreover, when he attacked, those sacred leaders and sect leaders looked as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Li Xuanxian had an even more shocking identity? That should be it. Yi Wudao, Dustless, Gu Santong, and the others also had serious expressions. The dark red dragon was even more shocked. This immortal palace was indeed mysterious and strange. Who knew what kind of peerless figure would appear in the future? With so many sacred leaders and sect leaders working together, they broke through the dragon aura in front of them. Everyone could once again see the scene in front of them clearly. In the next moment, they cried out in surprise, their hearts beating wildly. Even the dark red dragon was shocked. He screamed, feeling that the blood in his body was about to freeze. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the young disciples were even more frightened. The sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders also felt their scalps go numb. The reason for that was because they saw an altar in the distance. It was a 5-colored altar. The altar was very ancient and emitted a desolate aura. It had existed for countless years. On the altar, there was an egg, a golden egg. It was as big as a wash basin, and there were countless mysterious Tao patterns on it. They were densely packed and dazzling. The egg was golden. On the mysterious altar in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was actually an egg. What kind of egg was this? Could it be a dragon egg? No one knew. However, this scene infuriated the ancient creatures in the surroundings. They roared and pounced crazily, causing the sacred leaders and sect leaders to no longer have the chance to observe. The young prodigies on Lin Xian's side were also fiercely attacked. In an instant, the endless dragon aura in front of them surged, once again enveloping the mysterious golden dragon egg. Everything could no longer be seen. As for Lin Xian and the other sect masters, they were all in danger. Many young disciples were killed, and even a few saints had their bodies pierced through. The battle in the distance was even more tragic. Many grand elders of the sacred grounds and sects were hacked apart. Their bodies were directly swallowed alive. What made them even more desperate was that in the sky, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal, the purple primordial king, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It surged downward, turning into a thick purple aura that covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, many sacred leaders and sect leaders vomited blood. Not good, quickly block it. These sacred leaders and sect leaders all activated their sacred weapons to block the terrifying purple light. At the same time, countless ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. Chapter 2772. In an instant, Li Xuanxian, the patriarch of the Yi family, the patriarch of the Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West were all under intense attacks. These primordial creatures were too powerful. They could even mobilize the surrounding Tao of Dragon Aura and peerless killing formations at will. The sacred lord of 10,000 thunder used his lightning god's wings and flew quickly in the sky. 2 lightning god's wings turned into lightning heavenly blades that slashed in all directions. Wherever they passed, for primordial creatures were cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. The Yin-Yang sect leader held the Yin-Yang mirror and bombarded the surrounding primordial creatures. A jade lake appeared beside the Queen Mother of the West. A drop of jade lake holy water directly pierced through those terrifying creatures. It turned them into nothingness. The patriarch of the Yi family was like a golden god of war. He opened and closed his palms, creating a bloody path. The patriarch of the Gu family appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he could easily kill primordial creatures. Li Xuanxian was even more terrifying. The flying knives in his hand never missed. Every time, he would kill with a single strike. There was even a time when he directly killed 7 primordial creatures with a single strike. It was truly terrifying. The surrounding sacred lords, royal lords, and Buddhist abbot all attacked one after another. However, the enemies were even more terrifying. Among these primordial creatures, there were a few that were very terrifying. One of them was surrounded by flames. The flame wings on its back spread out and directly burned several elders of the 5 elements palace to ashes. The other one had a long human form. It had a head of incomparably dark green hair and turned into a poisonous python. He held a green sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he killed several elders of the Dayan sacred land and Tai dynasty. Buzz. The sky-reaching tree was even more terrifying. Its branches hung down and directly enveloped the elders of the Yi family, Gu family, Daoyi sacred land, and Jade Lake. In an instant, they were hung up. Their heads were chopped off. In an instant, blood spurted out and miserable screams rang out. These were all peerless experts. Their blood turned into a sea of blood in the air, forming a hell of azura. The monstrous killing intent was astonishing, and it made one's scalp tingle. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. This was an intense battle. Perhaps no one in the outside world would have thought that the sacred lord, who usually dominated a region and was respected by the world, would be injured. He was actually heavily injured and even killed here. On Lin Xian's side, he was facing an unprecedented crisis. Only the top saints could resist it with the treasures in their hands. Those young disciples could not resist at all. Even the weaker saints and prodigies were mercilessly killed. And this was just some servants dealing with them. If it was a true far ancient royal, it would be even more dangerous. As expected, an even more terrifying ancient life form roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The faces of Lin Xian, Leaf Daodinier, and the others instantly flickered. Not good, everyone, join hands. The dark red divine dragon screamed and swung its tail, exuding a mighty dragon aura that intimidated the ancient creature. This primordial creature was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the aura it exuded made the Shengzis feel as if they were facing a formidable foe. Everyone joined forces and attacked. However, it was shattered by a single slap from the primordial creature. The ground cracked open, and an endless aura of the Tao of Dragon filled the air. Those people all retreated. Lin Xian and Leaf Daodinier had strong bodies. Morong Qingqing, Shun Jingqiu, and the others also had bloodline power revolving around them. They only retreated. However, the other prodigies did not have strong bodies or terrifying bloodlines. Some of their bodies directly split open, and their blood dyed the ground red. With just a single strike, they had received such heavy injuries. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Roar. The ancient creature let out another roar and charged over again. After 2 moves, these people were even more heavily injured. Some saints and saintesses were even killed. Several princes of the Ninli dynasty were also killed. The monks of the western desert also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Many of them had their heads smashed. Among them, Wuchen was the strongest. No Flower was also extremely mysterious. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, exuding terrifying bloodline power. There was also a Zhang 6 golden body that shone brightly like a Buddha. He was Wuchen's junior brother and was also a terrifying prodigy. He cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body, which was a supreme body. The prodigies of the southern mountain were the same. For some reason, Yin Nantian did not come to the southern mountains Yin family. However, the prodigies of the Yin family were also extremely powerful. The demon kings of the northern plains Demon King Palace roared angrily. At the same time, they were terrified. It was too terrifying. The ancient creature's bloodline power was causing them great trouble. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. The bloodline power in his body shone brightly. However, he was also injured. The saints and prodigies were all injured. If the ancient creature continued to attack, they would be killed sooner or later. Qingqing, Qiu are you okay? Lin Xian came to Shin Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing and asked in a deep voice. The two of them shook their heads, but their faces were pale. Ruffian Long, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked. If not, he would really have to go all out. He would summon the great dragon sword soul or enter the black earth directly. Wait, I'll try. The dark red divine dragon stepped forward. He did not attack. Instead, he spoke in a strange language. This scene puzzled Lin Xian and the others. They did not understand what it meant. In front, the tyrannical ancient creature was stunned. It stopped and looked at the dark red divine dragon in bewilderment. It also spoke the ancient language. They were communicating. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others also had serious expressions. The great Xia Prince, the Alcade Sage, and the other prodigies were also waiting silently. The dark red dragon spoke the dragon language. The dragon language was a very noble language among the immemorial royal family. Apart from the dragon tribe, the immemorial royal family members should also know it. Therefore, the dark red dragon tried to speak. As expected, the ancient creature in front of them stopped and communicated with him. As the dark red dragon spoke, he emitted dragon blood and dragon might. The dragon blood surged and dragon might spread, causing the ancient creature in front of them to be puzzled. He did not attack, but his cold eyes were still filled with vigilance. He stood in front and stared coldly at the dark red dragon, Lin Xian, and the other prodigies. Ruffian Long, how is it? Lin Xian asked telepathically. Fortunately, these ancient creatures have just awakened, so they don't know much. Therefore, I should be able to fool him for the time being. Hurry up and tell the others not to act rashly. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the saints, heavenly sect, and young martial artists, telling them to stay where they were and not move. After hearing this, they did as they were told. Chapter 2773. The ancient creature in front of them was too powerful. They all stood there with solemn expressions. Although the other party had not attacked yet, they did not dare to be careless. If the other party attacked, they still had to be careful. Lin Xian called over all of Immortal Palace's people to his side. He lightly tapped them, a pained expression on his face. Immortal Palace had also lost more than half of their martial artists. Fortunately, although Peacock and the others were injured, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Looking around, Lin Xian felt that he had really taken advantage of them. He had lost half of his martial artists, which was considered light. The Yi family and Gu family's losses were about the same as his. However, the other sacred grounds and sects were very miserable. The better ones lost 2/3 of their martial artists, leaving only 1/3 of their martial artists. The worse ones probably only had 1/10 of their martial artists left. Even those who survived had injuries on their bodies and looked miserable. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the intense battle in front of him. He frowned. He could not fight or provide support now, so he directly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. He frantically absorbed the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. The aura here was too strong. Lin Xian did not care if the others were in the mood, or if they had the courage. Anyway, he could absorb as much as he could. However, he did not make too much of a commotion and carefully absorbed it. Roar! The ancient creature suddenly roared in a low voice. The aura on his body spread out again. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Obviously, he had noticed Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon's roar sounded. This made the ancient creature even more confused. The dark red divine dragon said a few more words in the dragon language. Only then did the ancient creature stop and not move. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon also absorbed the Tao of dragon aura. The others were shocked. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the front, attracting everyone's attention. Including the ancient creature in front, they all turned their heads to look. Lin Xian raised his head while absorbing. Then, he was shocked. In front of him, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal suddenly cracked open. The ancient royal inside, the purple figure, opened his eyes. His gaze turned into an evasive one, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, many of the elders below were penetrated by the gaze and nailed to the ground. Oh no, he's resurrected. Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, and the others all looked completely flabbergasted. As for the sage lords and pontiffs, their scalps went numb. An archaic king had been resurrected. Damn it, he's too strong. Everyone, be careful. Hurry up and use your saint weapon. The sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders no longer dared to be careless. They gathered one after another and activated their saint weapons, sweeping out in all directions to resist the archaic king. Previously, they had guessed that the primordial king was very likely a sage, although the other party's aura and cultivation were very unclear. They did not know whether the other party was a saint or not. However, it was obvious that the other party was too powerful. This was far beyond their expectations. Even if they used their saint weapons, they would only be able to contend against the other party. Damn it, this definitely surpassed the realm of invincible kings. Was he really a saint or not? He wasn't sure. He hadn't used any saint laws at all. These sacred leaders and sect leaders were all stunned. After the other party appeared, his figure flashed, and he arrived in front of two royal elders of the Divine Wind dynasty. With a slap of his big hand, he directly smashed the two royal elders into pieces. Then, he came in front of the monks of the Myriad Buddhist sect and similarly waved his fist. He blew up 3 monks. It was too terrifying. The other party was simply the king of close combat. He didn't use any laws at all. He directly used his physical strength to kill in all directions. After the purple archaic king appeared, the surrounding divine crystals also shattered. One archaic creature after another opened their eyes and charged over. Damn it! The Yi family patriarch roared and spat out a bronze cauldron that suppressed the surroundings. With a bang, a terrifying aura blasted the surrounding archaic creatures away. However, the purple archaic king was completely unaffected and directly charged over. With a clang, a palm slapped on the green cauldron, causing a shocking vibration. Everyone's scalps went numb as they quickly retreated. Many elders vomited mouthfuls of blood. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others were also affected. Fortunately, they had already retreated to an extremely far place before this. Otherwise, if they were any closer, the sound wave just now would have torn them apart and killed them directly. Kill. The Grand Evolution's sacred leader waved his divine sword, and a peerless sword light descended from the sky. This sword could kill any invincible king. However, the purple archaic king was fearless. He slapped the sacred sword with his bare hands, and his palm collided with the sacred sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred sword trembled in the sky, and the archaic king was sent flying backward, smashing through the void. He roared repeatedly. This scene shocked everyone and made them happy at the same time. Great, the sacred weapon could suppress the other party. Use it quickly. In an instant, the Yin-Yang sect leader, sacred leader of Myriad Thunder, sacred leader of all beginnings, sacred leader of Tao Yi, sacred leader of Alcade, the Gu family, and the Yi family all used their sacred weapons. Terrifying auras surged into the sky and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the archaic king wasn't the only danger in the surroundings. Some of those archaic creatures had also used peerless treasures, but they couldn't contend with these sacred weapons. Moreover, there was also a divine tree that had existed for 100,000 years. His attack was also very terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the experts in the nest of 10,000 dragons all supported the archaic king. The archaic king roared, and the ground cracked open. A purple spear transformed into a purple dragon that instantly appeared in the sky and was grabbed by him. With a thrust of the spear, one of the grand elders of the 5 Elements Palace was killed. Pong! This spear pierced through the heart of the grand elder of the 5 Elements Palace. The light of the 5 elements on his body quickly dissipated. The long spear vibrated and directly blasted the grand elder into pieces. Damn it! The 5 Elements sacred leader roared as he activated the 5 Elements Pearl, releasing the energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It formed a terrifying light that charged forward to resist the archaic king. However, the archaic king was too terrifying. Now that he had taken out a purple spear that was like a dragon, it was even more terrifying. Kill. An elder of the Yi family roared as he held a huge sky-splitting axe in his hand. He charged forward and fought with the archaic king. Both of them were experts in close combat. Their physiques were strong, so their battle was earth-shattering. All the experts were shocked. The Yi family was indeed a clan of the ancients. Their physiques were too strong. Roar. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves. The archaic king suddenly roared as the purple light on his body soared into the sky. His aura erupted once again. The surrounding Tao of dragon aura quickly surged into his body, and the long spear in his hand seemed to have come alive. Chapter 2774. The first spear sent the sky-splitting axe flying. The second spear pierced through the Yi family elder's forehead. The Yi family elder's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. The Yi family experts roared crazily. One of their peerless elders was killed just like that. Even his soul power did not escape. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the purple primordial king. The Yi family's sacred leader snorted coldly as he activated the bronze cauldron and charged over. At the same time, the Gu family and Alcade realm experts made their moves. Li Xuanxian stood in the void, his body surrounded by a biting cold blade light. Another flying dagger appeared in his hand. As soon as the flying knife appeared, the surroundings were filled with wails and cries. There was even a rain of blood. The terrifying scene caused the surrounding primordial creatures to tremble as if they were facing a great enemy. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice. All the primordial creatures that were locked onto by Li Xuanxian felt a fatal sense of danger. Li Xuanxian did not attack these ordinary primordial creatures. His gaze was fixed on the primordial king who was fighting with the Gu family and Yi family. Li Xuanxian raised his hand, and the flying knife at his fingertips flickered with a terrifying light. Even the purple primordial king in the distance raised his head, a terrifying light shooting out of his eyes. The other party's flying knife also threatened him. His body emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as his speed reached the extreme. He dodged in the sky while fighting the Yi family and Gu family sacred leaders at the same time. However, Li Xuanxian did not make a move immediately. He stood in the void, accumulating power and waiting for a sure kill strike. This process was very long. As long as Li Xuanxian did not attack with his flying knife, all the primordial creatures felt their bodies go numb as they felt a potential threat. This made them feel very uneasy. Buzz. Finally, Li Xuanxian found an opportunity to attack. With a wave of his finger, the flying knife between his fingers flew out. In an instant, wails and cries could be heard. The world lost its color as a terrifying sea of blood surged. This was a sure kill attack. Many primordial creatures were scared to the ground. In the distance, the primordial king's hair stood on end. After his uneasiness and anger, a purple light shone from his body. The purple spear in his hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Buzz, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the primordial king roared. Purple blood burst forth, piercing through the void. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. A flying knife had pierced through his body. It hit. How terrifying. He was actually able to injure an archaic king. Cries of alarm rang out, and the ancient creatures roared anxiously. On the human side, the holy sovereigns, sect masters, and elders were all shocked. As expected of Xiao Li's flying dagger, his strength was not in vain. It was too frightening. Probably no one would be able to dodge this flying dagger skill. Even a primordial king with such a powerful physique was hit. Everyone was shocked. The Yi family's patriarch and the others seized this opportunity to attack like crazy. In the distance, Li Xuanxian's eyes flickered as he sighed in his heart. This attack was aimed at the center of his opponent's eyebrows. But in the end, he only managed to hit his opponent's shoulder. It could be said that it was a little different from what he had imagined. One had to admit that this primordial king was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others exclaimed when they saw this scene. This saber strike was too shocking and too fast. They didn't see it at all. They only saw Li Xuanxian waving his palm, and the primordial king was injured. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen the previous scene through the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment, in his mind, he was still slowing down and recalling. It was indeed a peerless saber strike. It was really terrifying. He guessed that even if it were other holy sovereigns or sect masters, they probably wouldn't be able to dodge it. It was even possible that they would be killed in one move. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Roar! The primordial king roared crazily, and the light on his body overflowed into the sky, quickly healing his wounds. His pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Li Xuanxian. Buzz! His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over quickly, wanting to kill the other party. Because a second flying dagger appeared in Li Xuanxian's hand. He had to get rid of this hidden danger. In the blink of an eye, the primordial king arrived near Li Xuanxian and stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. Li Xuanxian was like a floating immortal, floating in the air. He dodged the shot by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the second flying dagger in his hand was sent out. With a bang, another bloody hole appeared on the primordial king's body. This bloody hole was very close to his heart. It had almost pierced through his heart. The crowd was even more astonished upon seeing this. The primordial king's face was also gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the purple long spear in his hand turned into a dragon and rushed out. It charged towards Li Xuanxian. Li Xuanxian dodged again, but this time, the purple dragon followed him closely, giving him no chance to send out a third flying dagger. Without the threat of Xiao Li's flying dagger, the primordial king once again went on a killing spree. Boom! The battle continued to erupt. Finally, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the sacred lord of myriad thunder was torn in half. His soul was caught by the primordial king and directly destroyed. Between heaven and earth, a rain of blood fell. The wings of the thunder god danced in the sky, but it had lost its luster. Sacred Lord! Frantic shouts came one after another. The martial artists of the myriad thunder sacred ground had all gone crazy. The elders screamed crazily. They realized that their sacred leader had been killed. Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. It's over. A sacred lord has fallen. This was an earth-shattering event. Although a sacred lord had been injured before, he hadn't been killed. These sacred lords were very powerful. Even if their bodies were split in half or torn into pieces, they could still recover. However, it was impossible now. The sacred lord of myriad thunder's soul had been directly destroyed. This could be said to be a fatal blow. There was no chance for him to revive. Sure enough, the sacred lord of myriad thunder's body fell from the sky, smashing the void and sinking the ground. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Those who had died before were all elders. But now, the sacred lord of myriad thunder had become the first sacred lord to die. This was absolutely shocking. If news of this spread, the entire true spirit world would probably be shaken. After all, a sacred lord was a true overlord. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world would tremble. But now, he had been mercilessly killed by the primordial king. Roar! The primordial king's body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his blood. It was the blood of the sacred lords and elders. At this moment, he was like a demonic god, looking around with a cold gaze. After killing the sacred lord of myriad thunder, he attacked again. Not good. Hurry up and leave. Many sacred grounds and sects quickly retreated. They opened their doors and prepared to teleport. Chapter 2775. No, they couldn't leave. How could this be? Some elders took out teleportation scrolls and activated the power of space to surround them, wanting to teleport them away. However, in an instant, another peerless array formation shattered the teleportation scrolls. Those who were about to leave fell out of the sky. Everyone's face was pale. Oh no! Damn it! We can't leave. They were really panicking. Previously, they were willing to give it their all because they had trump cards, Dow gates, and teleportation scrolls. They could leave at any time. But now, they realized that their escape route had been sealed. There was no way to escape. This scene caused the faces of these powerhouses to change completely. Lowly humans, you shall all die here. The primordial king's soul released a terrifying divine thought that swept in all directions. A monstrous killing intent was emitted from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hands high, and his aura surged. In the distance, An object flew over quickly. It was a giant dragon flying in the sky, and its body gradually turned into a dragon saber. It was held in the hands of the primordial king. Buzz. A terrifying power erupted, and those sacred leaders and sect masters retreated frantically. Oh no, a sage weapon. He's going to use a sage weapon. Hurry up and stop him. These people shouted frantically. The golden sword, the yin-yang mirror, the great Tao treasure bottle, the bronze cauldron. Everyone attacked crazily, especially the Yi family head, who activated the bronze cauldron with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the terrifying dragon saber roared, and the terrifying sound completely spread out. The entire sky was boiling. Countless cracks appeared, and a saber light could kill any powerhouse. Everyone was horrified by this scene. Lin Xian and the others were facing a great enemy. They realized that their bodies could not move. The sacred leaders and sect masters in front of them also had ugly expressions. Hurry up and attack. Don't hold back. These sacred leaders and sect masters activated the sage weapons in their hands with all their might. The Yi family head gathered the elders of the Yi family. In front of them, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, flickering with a terrifying light. The Yi family head and the elders quickly performed hand seals and poured all their power into the bronze cauldron. Boom! The bronze cauldron erupted with an extremely terrifying power. It was like a demonic mountain that suppressed the surroundings. The entire sky began to tremble. How terrifying! It had the power of the celestial the arch cauldron. An expert exclaimed. The yin-yang mirror erupted with a brilliant light that threatened to engulf the entire world. Golden holy swords, great Tao treasured vases, and sages' weapons soared into the sky. He wanted to suppress the dragon knife together. The primordial king was simply too powerful. Even though they were both sage weapons, the strength of the primordial king was still extremely strong. Thus, when he unleashed his saint's weapon, the power he unleashed was truly incomparably terrifying. It swept through everything. Although he was suppressed, he didn't fall behind. The sky-piercing god tree also launched an attack. Thousands of tree trunks fused with the surrounding Tao of dragon aura, turning into giant dragons that began to attack the sacred leaders and sect masters. Kill Li Xuanxian sent out the third flying knife, knocking away the purple long spear. Thus, at the same time, he met up with the great guardian and the others. Together, they formed a large seal. The four directions' great imprint continuously enlarged, releasing an endless aura. After receiving the support of so many unrivaled kings, the terrifying power became more and more intense, surging in all directions. A great battle broke out. So many sage weapons collided, erupting with unparalleled light. The entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying by a violent force. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they were sent flying. The weaker ones were killed by the energy. The stronger ones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Even the 9-yang divine body on Lin Xian's body was shattered, with many cracks appearing on it. On the other side, Yi Wudao and Dustless were the same. They were all injured. The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shun Jingqiu were also injured. Fortunately, everyone finally stopped. However, before they could catch their breath, another wave of shocking energy erupted in front of them. It was even more terrifying than the previous energy shockwaves. Not good. The expressions of the saints and elites changed. Lin Xian didn't say a word and directly sent out the black earth. All the people around him were stored inside. Yi Wudao also sent out a replica of the celestial emperor cauldron. The Alcade Saint, the Grand Xia Prince, Dustless, and the others all used their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their sacred grounds. In an instant, these people were sent flying again. The battle this time was too tragic. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying for millions of miles. They had no idea how the battle was going. They could only see rays of apocalyptic divine light dancing in the sky, and the terrifying sound of thunder kept ringing. 5 days passed. 10 days passed. 20 days passed. The battle lasted for a month and was still ongoing. This made Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others stunned. Only now did they know how terrifying these sacred leaders and sect masters were. One had to know that such a shocking battle consumed a lot of energy, especially when he was using a saint weapon. His power was like flowing water, flowing away at an extremely fast speed. However, these sacred leaders and sect masters were actually able to fight for a month without weakening. It was truly terrifying. However, they weren't happy. Instead, their expressions became uglier. This was because they felt that more and more powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were reviving. In addition to the purple primordial king, another primordial king was revived on the 20th day. More primordial creatures were revived. A month later, a third primordial king was revived. The three primordial kings joined forces and shook the world. Fortunately, there were many sacred leaders and sect masters who came this time and brought many sage weapons. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, it was only a matter of time before they died. This was because up until now, 5 sacred leaders and sect masters had already died. The number of elders who died was uncountable. There was nothing they could do. 3 primordial kings, a 100,000-year-old heavenly tree, and countless primordial creatures. Together with the peerless formation, these sacred leaders couldn't resist at all. It was already very difficult for them to fight until now. However, these were only 3 primordial kings. Who knew how many powerhouses were buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, there were definitely existences more terrifying than the primordial kings. If such a powerhouse came out, all of their sacred leaders and sect masters would be finished. Even the people of the remote antiquity families were no exception. Sure enough, after another 10 days, an extremely terrifying sage aura suddenly emerged from the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless laws danced in the sky, turning into dragons. It's over. A true sage has revived. The expressions of the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others completely changed. Although the previous 3 primordial kings were extremely terrifying, they didn't use any laws at all. They knew that these primordial kings weren't sages, but extremely terrifying invincible kings. Chapter 2776. Needless to say, a saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to awaken. Then, they were definitely in danger. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The young disciples screamed, and the saints' faces turned pale. Even the sacred leaders and sect masters had died, let alone them. They were only at the periphery of the battle and had not been affected. If the ancient creatures noticed them, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He asked, "Ruffian dragon, is there any other way?" The dark red dragon shook its head. "No, unless we can break into the nest of 10,000 dragons and spread the news so that the saints outside can take action. But we can't do that at all. Not to mention us. Even those sacred leaders and sect masters can't send the news out even with such powerful artifacts. I'm afraid we're really done for this time. But don't worry, kid. I can save your life no matter what." The dark red dragon's eyes lit up as it said this. "No matter what, I'm still a dragon. You have the great dragon sword soul. The two of us can use our dragon blood and dragon might to communicate with them. We can probably survive. As for the others, they're probably going to die here." "What? They're all going to die here?" Lin Xian was shocked. Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others behind him were even more stunned. Murong Qingqing, Shin Jingqiu, and the other great sex people were also pale, without a trace of blood. No way. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. Although not all of the sacred leaders and sect masters had come this time, at least half of them had come. If these people were to fall here, it would truly be a shocking event. Other than during the ancient times of war, there had never been a time like this where half of the sacred leaders and sect masters had died. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons is so terrifying? It hasn't even appeared, but it can already kill so many powerhouses? If it really came to the outside world, what kind of storm would it cause? I was too careless this time. The dark red dragon's expression was also ugly. They originally thought that this was the burial ground of dragons. Even if it was dangerous, they were already dead. So what if he was strong? However, to their surprise, those dragons were not dead at all. Instead, they were merely sleeping. Now, they were resurrected one by one. How were they supposed to fight? Even if a saint were to come, it would not be enough. No, I can't do this. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Xian shook his head. He had to think of a way to spread the news. It was too dangerous. Although the dark red divine dragon said that they might survive, it was only a possibility. The two of them weren't from the nest of 10,000 dragons at all, especially him. He was just a human, and he had endless secrets. How could these powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons let him off? Moreover, there was also the safety of Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way. What could he do? The dark red dragon shook its head. There's nothing we can do about it. None of our trump cards will work. Even our holy weapons won't work, let alone anything else. That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Don't forget what I have. Are you saying that you want to use that thing? Impossible. Although that thing is powerful, your current strength is too weak. Moreover, this thing needs strength to revive. If you were a saint, it might be possible. But now, it's impossible. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. He naturally knew what Lin Xian was talking about. What Lin Xian was talking about was naturally the great dragon sword soul in his body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique with terrifying attack power. However, it had already lost too much power. Although Lin Xian had revived so much, it was still not enough. It was impossible to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. What if it's not my own power? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. There were so many Tao of dragon auras here, and so many powerhouses working together to stimulate the great dragon sword soul. They could definitely break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. As long as the nest of 10,000 dragons was broken, the people outside would definitely sense the information here. At that time, we would be saved. Otherwise, we would all die here. Kid, think about it carefully. If you do this, you will undoubtedly expose your secret. The dark red divine dragon stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's nothing, not for anything else, but for ourselves, for Qingcheng, for Qiu'er. So be it. All right, I can only give it a try." Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left the black earth. They appeared outside again. Seeing Lin Xian come out, Yi Wudao, Wuchen, the Alcade Saint, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? What was Lin Xian going to do? Just as they were about to ask, they saw Lin Xian walking forward. The nine-yang divine body bloomed with light, resisting the terrifying air waves. At the same time, he gathered his strength and let out a loud voice. "Everyone, help me. I have a way to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons." His voice was like thunder, spreading clearly in all directions. What? Nearby, Yi Wudao, Wuchen, the Alcade Saint, the Prince of Great Xia, and the other saints were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe what Lin Xian said. The Alcade Saint's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. What kind of joke was this? So many saint lords and sect masters couldn't do anything. How could you? However, Lin Xian ignored him and transmitted his voice again. In front, the saint lords and sect masters who were fighting with the archaic king also heard this voice. They also frowned, and their faces were solemn. What was this Lin Xian doing? Although the other party was the master of a mortal palace, at this juncture, the other party was too weak. Did he want to show off? He was too inexperienced. Li Xuanxian, the great protector, and the other powerhouses of a mortal palace changed their expressions. Could it be that the palace master had a way? I don't know. The great protector shook his head, but with my understanding of the palace master, he wouldn't say anything. The palace master wouldn't speak out of thin air. Although everything he did was unimaginable, it was all successful in the end. Hearing this, Li Xuanxian was surprised. He nodded. All right, then I'll believe in the palace master. All powerhouses of a mortal palace, follow me back and assist the palace master. With an order, all of Immortal Palace's powerhouses flew back and began to leave the battle. They gathered towards Lin Xian. Damn it! Were the people of Immortal Palace trying to escape? When the other Holy Land sects saw this scene, they were all furious. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Emperor of Great Xia, and the others looked at each other, their eyes flickering. What should they do? Palace Masterling was a mysterious person. Perhaps he really had a way. The Queen Mother said in a deep voice. Indeed, young geniuses have endless secrets on them. Even I can't see through them. Perhaps he really has a way. These Saint Lords quickly transmitted their voices. At the same time, they also retreated frantically. Chapter 2777. What? Seeing this scene, the other sacred leaders and sect masters were all stunned. The supreme elders were also at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that the Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others really had to believe that Lin Xian? He was just a brat. Even if he was conferred the title of Middle Emperor, he was only of the younger generation. In such a war, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single energy shockwave. What was there to talk about? Not to mention breaking into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, these sacred leaders and sect masters didn't believe it at all. Behind them, the saints and geniuses were also discussing. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that Li Xuanxian had arrived with the people from the Immortal Palace. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others also gathered here. As long as the sacred leaders believed in him, it would be fine. He believed that these people would definitely do their best to help him in the end. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the other powerhouses descended and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, Li Xuanxian asked, Hall Master, what can we do? Elderly, chief guardian, I'm going to take out my trump card. You must protect me well. Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Hearing this, the eyes of Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others lit up. As expected, their hall master still had a trump card. Li Xuanxian said, Don't worry, hall master. With us here, we definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Hopefully. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that he might be fine now, but what about in the future? After he went out, he would probably be in danger. After all, he was using the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was doing it in front of so many sacred leaders and living fossils. As long as one person discovered the great dragon sword soul, he would probably be targeted by countless powerhouses in the future. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. Putting aside whether he wanted the lives of those sacred leaders and sect masters, he was doing this to save himself. Therefore, he had to give it his all. He would talk about the future in the future. Moreover, he guessed that after the revival of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time, the continent wouldn't be too peaceful in the future. Winds and clouds would surge, and perhaps a world-shaking battle would break out. At that time, it was hard to say if the sacred leaders and sect masters would care about him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of his hands, the great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body. Buzz, the great dragon sword soul transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him, exuding a mysterious aura. What is this? Li Xuanxian, Great Protector, and Immortal Palace's unmatched experts were all shocked. They fixed their eyes on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Leaf Daudenier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, the Alcade Sage Sun, and the others all felt their eyelids twitch. Their faces were also filled with shock as they watched. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on the great dragon sword spirit. What was that? This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had used this sword shadow. They discussed animatedly. They had seen the dragon-shaped sword shadow before, but it was their first time seeing it at such a close distance. The green dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the void. The dragon head and sword body were lifelike, and it carried a terrifying pressure. It was like a giant dragon. Especially Li Xuanxian and the others, they were extremely shocked. They felt as if this was a sleeping giant dragon that possessed endless energy. Once it fully erupted, it would kill them all. This sense of crisis was even more terrifying than when they faced the purple archaic king. What was that? They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he urged the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, and the great dragon sword soul erupted, turning into a giant dragon shadow that rushed into the sky. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul crazily absorbed the surrounding dragon aura, and a terrifying power erupted, sweeping in all directions. What a terrifying aura! These people were terrified. This aura was too sharp, and it surprised Yi Wudao, the Alcade Sage, and the others. Even Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others frowned. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a peerless almighty, but he could actually threaten them. It was too shocking. How many levels did he have to jump to be able to do that? He was definitely a peerless genius, and he really had the bearing of a young great emperor. This scene also attracted the attention of the sacred leaders and sect masters. However, those sacred leaders and sect masters frowned. Lin Xian was indeed impressive, but with his current strength, how could he possibly break through the nest of 10,000 dragons? What a fool's dream! They sneered disdainfully because this power couldn't compare to the sacred weapons in their hands. But even they couldn't break through the nest of 10,000 dragons with their sacred weapons. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others naturally knew this. So these invincible kings all looked at Lin Xian with doubt. Lin Xian said to them, "Everyone, attack and inject your power into the dragon sword soul." So that's how it works. Everyone was shocked, but Li Xuanxian and the others were extremely puzzled. They had used this method before, and that was to activate the sacred weapons in their hands together. For example, the clear sky seal in their hands was activated by a group of invincible kings. Could it be that the potential of the dragon sword soul was even more terrifying than a sacred weapon? They didn't know, but they still did as they were told. These invincible kings all unleashed their power and infused it into the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. "Ruffian dragon, you should attack as well." At the same time, the dark red dragon, Shun Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, Peacock, and the Immortal Palace's Jade Lake Zixia all attacked. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. "Brother Yi, the princes of the Grand Xia, attack together. If you want to live, attack with all your strength. Otherwise, everyone will die here." Hearing this, the Holy Sons and Chosen's expressions turned ugly. However, they still decided to give it a try. Because Yi Wudao and the others had already attacked, the remaining people also attacked. All of a sudden, these young disciples released their own power and poured it into the great dragon sword soul. With so many people's power, the dragon sword soul became even more powerful. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The primordial creatures and the 3 primordial kings all frowned. They didn't attack again, but looked behind them in shock. "What is that? Dragon?" The primordial creatures cried out in alarm. They were all speaking in the primordial language. Although the sacred leaders and sect leaders couldn't understand it, they could still deduce it based on the fluctuations of their souls. The eyes of the 3 Archean kings flickered as they stared at the sword shadow in the distance, with piercing cold light bursting from their eyes. They roared and wanted to charge over. "Stop them!" The Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others roared. They quickly attacked and stopped the 3 primordial kings. Chapter 2778. What exactly is that kid's weapon? The other sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders were also extremely shocked. To be able to make a primordial king so irritable and uneasy, the weapon in the other party's hand must be very terrifying. Could it be even more terrifying than a sage's weapon? These people did not know. However, they still sent out waves of energy and poured it into the sword. The dragon sword soul's power also suddenly erupted when it received the energy. After all, it was originally an offensive saint technique, but it required a huge amount of energy. Now that it had so much energy to provide, its power also increased exponentially. Soon, it reached the level of a sacred weapon. Waves of sharp sword chi made everyone tremble. The power of this sword shadow was actually not weaker than a sacred weapon. What exactly is it? Could it be a sacred weapon too? These people were extremely shocked. No, why do I feel that it has surpassed a sacred weapon? Heavens, what exactly is this? As more and more sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders poured their energy into the dragon sword soul, the dragon sword soul became even more dazzling. The great dragon's sword soul emitted an even brighter light. At this moment, it was truly like a peerless divine sword. It could destroy everything. The bodies of those primordial creatures trembled, and they could not help but want to kneel down. This was because the peerless sword shadow in front of them, in addition to its terrifying aura, also emitted an extremely heavy dragon's might. This dragon's might made the three primordial kings' expressions change. Their bodies bloomed with light as they tried their best to resist. Buzz Lin Xian controlled the dragon's sword soul and slashed out. Between heaven and earth, a sword light slashed forward. With a bang, a primordial king was sent flying. Bang! The primordial king was split in half, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. Heavens! This scene made everyone exclaim. The sacred leaders and sect masters also felt their scalps go numb in shock. They had fought for so long, but they had not seriously injured a primordial king. The other party only swung a sword shadow and directly split a primordial king's body in half. This method was heaven-defying. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Is this kid still human? Why do I feel that his trump card is more powerful than ours? Damn it, is he really just a young man? These people are crazy. Which one of these patriarchs had not lived for countless years and experienced countless battles? What kind of genius had they not seen before? However, at that moment, they looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. Could it be that this kid really had the disposition of a great emperor? Perhaps even a young great emperor was only at this level. What exactly was this dragon shadow? These people discussed animatedly. Of course, they didn't forget to continue pouring in energy. That was because they could tell that the great dragon sword soul required an enormous amount of energy. A roar. These sacred leaders and sect masters had underestimated the great dragon sword soul. The archaic creature in front of him roared crazily. Its body fell down without healing. The other two Archean kings also roared, shaking the clouds in the sky. One of their companions, an archaic king, was killed by a single sword strike. Even his soul had been shattered. There was no way he could be revived. The astonishment caused by this scene was no less than the uproar caused by the death of sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning. These ancient life forms had all gone mad. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Not to mention these archaic kings and ancient life forms. Even the sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders on the human side were stunned. Their minds were a little blank. At their level, especially the archaic kings, even if their bodies were shattered, even if there was only a drop of blood, they could probably be reborn. Unless their souls were directly destroyed, they couldn't be revived. Just like sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning from before, his soul was directly destroyed by the archaic Wang family. It was the same for the other sacred rulers. Now, could it be that the soul of this archaic king in front of them was also killed by a single sword strike? Heavens, what kind of sword chi was this? So terrifying? Everyone was terrified. Now they knew why Lin Xian said that there was a way to break the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they went crazy and desperately poured in their energy to push this dragon shadow with all their might, they might really be able to break the nest of 10,000 dragons. Thinking of this, these sacred leaders and sect masters were extremely excited. The elders of the sacred grounds were even more excited, as if they had been injected with stimulants. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were even more surprised. This young man had too many secrets on him, especially the patriarchs of the Yi and Gu families, as well as the supreme elders. Their eyes flickered. Why did it feel like this thing was the same as the legendary thing? No way. Are you talking about that thing? How many tens of thousands of years has it not appeared? How could he have it? That might not be the case. The nest of 10,000 dragons had not appeared for many years, but didn't it revive now? It wasn't impossible for this kid to have that thing. These sacred leaders and supreme elders discussed animatedly with a strange light in their eyes. Even Li Xuanxian and the Great Guardian had a thought in their hearts. They thought of a legendary thing, but they weren't too sure. And now, they didn't have time to think too much because the archaic creatures in front of them had erupted again. The two archaic kings activated their sacred weapons crazily and charged over, wanting to intercept Lin Xian and the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his body shone brightly. He was like a peerless martial god as he waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The two swords slashed out, sending the two archaic kings flying. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the ancient creatures in the surroundings would explode and turn into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Nothing could stop his sword. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? How terrifying! Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He knew that as long as he continued to cultivate, his strength would increase, and one day, he wouldn't need the power of these sacred leaders and sect masters. He would be able to erupt with such power alone. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited and eager to increase his cultivation strength. In the next moment, a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he raised his head to look at the endless void. In the sky, countless dragon-shaped auras rolled, turning into rolling thunderclouds that covered the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and slashed upwards. With a slash of the sword, the heavens and the earth split. It collided with the peerless formation in the sky, forming a world-destroying light. Rumble. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The earth shook, and the endless dragon veins in the surroundings collapsed. This attack could be said to be terrifying. However, Lin Xian frowned. It blocked. The peerless formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons actually blocked the attack of the great dragon sword soul. Heavens, this was too unbelievable. Damn it! What kind of formation did the nest of 10,000 dragons set up? It was actually so terrifying. The sacred leaders and elders all screamed because they discovered that the power of the great dragon sword soul had actually surpassed that of a sacred weapon and could easily kill an archaic king. But even so, they couldn't break the formation here. This really shocked them. No wonder they couldn't open it with the sacred weapons in their hands. Chapter 2779. Not enough. The power is still not enough. I have to quickly input more. Don't hold anything back. Lin Xian shouted once more. He knew that these sacred leaders and sect masters weren't pouring in 100% of their power. That was indeed the case. These sacred masters and sect masters were all holding back. Lin Xian floated in the air. Even though he was young, he was like an unparalleled king that circled the area. Everyone, could it be that you really want to die here? If he opened the nest of 10,000 dragons, everyone would have a way out. Otherwise, they would all be buried together. This time, he didn't hold back. Even when facing these sacred leaders and sect masters, his voice was still cold. Hearing those words, the expressions of the sacred leaders and sect masters turned gloomy. When had they ever been lectured by a member of the younger generation in such a manner? However, what he said was indeed the truth. The Yi clan's clan master took a deep breath. Shi Wangwu nodded. The others did the same. Then, let's go all out. Boom, boom. Light blossomed from the bodies of these sacred leaders and sect masters as they erupted with power once again. However, at this moment, a hole appeared in the distant sky, and dozens of divine lights flew over, directly killing some of the elders. Not good, they're attacking. Damn it, quickly input energy. The faces of the sacred lords changed. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They madly poured their energy into the dragon shadow. This was because they realized that the saint's aura in the distance was getting stronger and stronger. Clearly, the far ancient royal saint was about to awaken. If he really did awaken, even if they had the dragon-shaped sword shadow, it would be difficult for them to resist. After all, a true saint was an existence that transcended the heavens and earth. Boom, boom. The sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were pouring energy into Yang Qi like crazy. The great dragon sword spirit erupted once again. This time, its power rose rapidly. Lin Xian found it difficult to swing it, but he still roared and swung it with all his might. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the great dragon sword. With a swing of his sword, all the god sequence chains in the sky were sent flying. At the same time, he slashed at the peerless political law in the sky again. Today's shocking collision was accompanied by world-destroying divine light. This time, Even the exceptional formation began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on it. Streaks of light burst forth one after another. This was great. The exceptional formation was broken. One more strike, and he would be able to break through. The sacred leaders and sect masters cried out crazily. The young disciples also cried out in alarm. This is great. As long as they could break it open, the experts outside would be able to come in. Then, they would be able to leave alive. Many people were moved to tears. In the distance, an even more terrifying creature appeared, erupting like a volcano. The entire sky trembled as it was enveloped by a fiery red light. Not good. That saint has probably already walked out of the frozen divine crystal. One of the Yaoguang's sacred land's supreme elders' expression changed. The expressions of these holy lords and grand elders changed drastically. This was because a figure had appeared in the void above. It was an indifferent person. This person had dragon scales on his body, and divine chains of laws surrounded him. He was like an immortal king, looking down on the common people. That aura caused everyone to tremble. The young disciples immediately knelt on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Even the elders were trembling in fear. Not good. Those sacred lords activated their sacred weapons with all their might to resist this pressure. A sage. He was a sage. A saint was looking down at them. Was he really going to die here today? Damn it. He was so close. He was so close to being able to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people's faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale without a trace of blood. A saint. This was a true saint. Even if he was staring at them, these people felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Their entire bodies tensed up, and they couldn't move at all. So what if he was a saint? Kill! Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his sword and quickly charged over. The great dragon sword soul roared. It drew a terrifying dragon in the sky and slashed forward. When the saint in the sky saw this scene, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm that blotted out the sky grabbed forward as if it wanted to capture the great dragon sword soul. With a swoosh, it grabbed the great dragon sword soul. Like an immortal rope, it directly enveloped the great dragon sword soul. Great! He caught it. The primordial creatures cheered wildly. The primordial kings also sneered. They actually dared to fight against their saint. They really didn't know what was good for them. It's over. Have they been subdued? On the side of the human race, the faces of the saint lords and elders turned pale. Their faces were filled with despair. Some even wanted to risk their lives and use their saint weapons again. But at this moment, there was a change in front. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The terrifying palm suddenly collapsed. A dragon's roar sounded, and a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. It was slashed open. The great dragon sword soul was incomparably powerful. It slashed open the saint's palm. The huge palm in the sky turned into dragon energy and dissipated into thin air. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The Taigu kings were stunned. The human saint lords and sect masters were also in disbelief. This sword soul was too terrifying. Although it had gathered the power of all of them, it was still able to contend against the saints' nomological laws. It was really surprising. I'll definitely be able to break through the 10,000 dragon suppression. Lin Xian roared. The saint lords and sect masters crazily poured their power into the sword soul. The sword soul continued to erupt, turning into countless dragon shadows that soared into the sky. With a boom, this time, he directly smashed into the peerless array formation and broke it. Endless mountains rose and rolled in the Qinling Mountains. Many people in the surroundings gathered here. They knew that this was the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people continued to rush over. Of course, there were also cultivators from the great sects guarding this place to prevent anyone from destroying it. Suddenly, the entire Qinling Mountains trembled violently. The dragon veins within 1,000,000 miles rumbled. The endless mountains split open, the trees collapsed, and a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. The clouds in the sky were scattered. What was going on? What happened? Stop! The expressions of the cultivators from the great sects changed. Damn it! Could it be that some shocking change had happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They soared into the sky. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed over were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They retreated one after another. Just as they left, there was a loud roar. The ground split open, and a dragon vein was severed. A sword light shot out from the ground, turning into a huge dragon that roared in all directions. At this moment, everyone within a radius of millions of miles was sensed. After this dragon shadow, roars sounded one after another, turning into rolling thunderclouds that rushed into the sky and spread in all directions. Immediately after, everyone saw countless lights flickering in the huge crack, turning into doors and spaces. They spread out in all directions. This was the aura of the great sections. Damn it! What exactly happened to the 10,000 dragons' annihilation? It actually made these great sects start to call for help? That's right. This dragon shadow was the great dragon sword soul. This time, Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword soul and finally pierced through the sky. He poked a hole in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Those great sects immediately sent out distress signals. However, their faces were incomparably pale, because the saint in the nest of 10,000 dragons had made his move again. Another palm stretched out, covering the sky and the earth. There were terrifying divine chains of order between the palm that pierced through the void. These were the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the void around them was frozen. They couldn't move, and their faces were filled with fear. Only Lin Xian and the great sects with holy weapons could still resist. The others were all trembling. Chapter 2780. However, at this moment, the void split open and a fist blasted over. It also carried the laws and the divine chains of order as it collided with the saint's palm. Boom, boom, boom. The divine chains of order danced in the sky as a terrifying saint's might surged. Everyone was sent flying. It was a saint. A saint had made a move. Great, our saint has arrived. On the side of the human race, these sacred leaders and sect masters were ecstatic. Sure enough, an old figure appeared in the sky again. This was the supreme saint of the great Xia dynasty. After he appeared, he immediately blocked the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, his other palm waved, enveloping Lin Xian and all the surrounding human warriors and sending them out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It's too dangerous here. You guys go out first. The old voice sounded. Indeed, in a battle between saints, any random law would be able to kill them. It was indeed not suitable for them to watch the battle here. The world spun. Lin Xian and the others were wrapped by the palm and instantly arrived high in the sky. They came out. They finally came out. Looking at the nest of 10,000 dragons below, they felt as if a lifetime had passed. They didn't expect that the exploration of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time would be so dangerous. These sacred leaders and sect masters almost all died inside. Thinking about it, they were really scared. Many people screamed crazily, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Retreat. Retreat quickly. These people retreated crazily. This was because another aura came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. A power that belonged to a saint swept through the surroundings. Needless to say, the two saints inside were fighting. Human saints, do you really think that you can contend against our nest of 10,000 dragons? An angry roar sounded. Then, the three saints' might in the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons had awakened again. The expressions of the powerhouses of the great Xia dynasty changed. Those elders were even more shocked. 2 against 1, their elders were in danger. Don't worry, our saints are coming soon. The people of the Yi and Gu families said one after another. Sure enough, the void split open and figures appeared one after another, quickly entering the nest of 10,000 dragons below. At this moment, heaven and earth were in an uproar. Everyone sensed a dense saint's might coming from underground. Oh heavens, the birth of a saint. Is there going to be a big change? Something must have happened to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many saints. The empires and sacred grounds in Zhongzhou were all talking about it. Their sect master and sacred master had brought people to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Something must have really happened. Not only the middle ground state, but the sacred grounds and sects of the other 4 continents also activated supreme spell formations. Either they were teleported over, or they were watching from afar using their immense magic power. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the quintessential world were focused on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ancestor, there's still an immortal divine herb in there. Many sacred leaders and sect masters quickly transmitted messages to the sages of their sacred grounds. If they could bring back the immortal god medicine, then they would really be rich. Several figures descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons. There was also an even more terrifying aura awakening inside, making it so that no one could stay within a radius of 10 million miles. These warriors quickly rose into the air and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the others used the teleportation platform to teleport away. Did the old palace master not come? Li Xuanxian and the others retreated to a safe distance and frowned. What was going on? They had sent out several messages, so the old palace master should have known. But why hadn't he appeared yet? Forget it, we don't have to care about such things. Thinking about the Yuhua immortal robe last time. Indeed, many people fought over the Yuhua immortal robe last time. In the end, Xia Jiyo made a move at the critical moment and directly snatched it away. Perhaps the other party planned to do the same this time. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others all settled down and waited carefully. In front of them, sage might filled the air, and laws danced in the air. It was a scene of destruction. One could imagine that a shocking battle had definitely happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Half a day later, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Countless voids shattered. Even thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the others felt their blood boil. Many of them directly vomited blood. Damn it, what kind of roar was this? An even more terrifying existence had revived. They retreated in horror. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the sages of the human race turned into streams of light and flashed out. They tore through the void and quickly left. There was even sage blood floating in the sky. A drop of sage blood crushed the heavens, turning into a monstrous sea of blood that enveloped a radius of millions of miles. Let's go. The sage of the Great Xia dynasty instantly appeared near the disciples of the Great Xia dynasty. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the people of the Great Xia dynasty. Apart from him, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, and the other sages who came all took their disciples away. When the others saw this scene, they were even more terrified. What happened? Why did these sages retreat? Why was there still sage blood floating in the sky? What kind of existence had revived? They didn't dare to imagine. However, they weren't stupid. They quickly tore through the void and opened a Dao gate to teleport. Let's go too. Li Xuanxian opened the scroll. The power of space wrapped Lin Xian and the others, and they disappeared into the void. Soon, they returned to the immortal palace. All the holy lands and sects had retreated. After returning, they all inquired about the news. Elder, what exactly is going on? The Yi family patriarch, Yi Wudao, and the others stood there and asked. An old man stood in front of them. He was naturally the sage of the Yi family. His expression was incomparably solemn. Something big had happened. Recently, he warned the disciples of the family not to go out recklessly. Gather all the resources we have outside and bring them all to the family. The family will enter a state of alert and ensure that there are enough resources to activate the extreme Dao weapon, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, at any time. What? Hearing this, the Yi family patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Wudao and the other elders and disciples of the Yi family were all stunned. Activate the Celestial Emperor Cauldron at any time? That was an extreme Dao weapon. What exactly happened? It actually made a sage say such serious words. It wasn't just the Yi family. The Gu family, the Grand Xia dynasty, the myriad Buddha temple, and the other sages all warned their disciples and descendants without exception. At the same time, they asked their Holy Land families to be on high alert and activate the Peerless Formation. Gather resources and prepare to activate the extreme Dao weapon at any time. The Yi family, the Gu family patriarch, the emperor of the Granxia dynasty, and the other sect masters frantically asked what had happened. Those sages shook their heads and sighed. Chaos was coming. The ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons might fully revive. Especially the dragons, they would definitely be the first to revive. At that time, it might be a scene of ancient times fighting for supremacy. The dragons and the ancient royal family would all revive. The sect masters were shocked. The disciples of the various Holy Land sects also went crazy. These were all legendary existences. Could it be that at this moment, they were really going to rule the world again? They had only read about the 10,000 feet race in ancient books. But after experiencing what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they knew that these ancient races were definitely terrifying. They couldn't be underestimated. If they came out together, the world would be in chaos. Could it be that we really poked a hole in the sky? The Yi family patriarch's expression was ugly. The Queen Mother's expression was solemn. At this moment, all the sect masters and sect masters were filled with regret. Chapter 2781. When Lin Xian heard this news, he was also stunned. The 10,000 ancient races were about to fully revive. Perhaps the entire world would enter the ancient era's struggle for supremacy. This scene left him dazed. Immortal Palace, Li Xuanhuan, the chief protector, and the other elders and experts were also silent. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a cold breath. Damn, how could this be? Could it be that those things in the nest of 10,000 dragons were really going to fully revive? He was a dragon himself, so he naturally knew how shocking and threatening the revival of those other dragons would be. Moreover, this time, it seemed that not only the dragons, but the other ancient royal races were also going to revive. This was going to pierce through the heavens. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he was overjoyed because he received the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Before entering the nest of 10,000 dragons, he believed that this would be a heaven-defying journey. He would obtain heaven-defying treasures. But who would have thought that such a change would happen? This time, it was probably not just his own matter, but the entire world. Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others hurriedly looked for the old palace master, Xia Jiuyo. However, Xia Jiuyo didn't seem to be around. However, he did leave behind a scroll, which contained some instructions. Li Xuanxian and the others were shocked after reading it. Lin Xian took the scroll with a solemn expression. Soon, he gathered the experts of Immortal Palace and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, Immortal Palace will enter a state of war alert. Gather all the resources we can use and ensure that all the formations are unimpeded and can be activated at any time. At the same time, summon our disciples outside." Lin Xian did the same as the other great sects of the Holy Lands. They knew that the true danger was about to arrive. Those factions and families that did not enter the nest of 10,000 dragons were extremely surprised. They all asked what exactly happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They inquired from many sides. When they learned that countless disciples had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and even the elders and holy lords had fallen one after another, these people were stunned. What? Even the holy lords had fallen? Heavens, what exactly happened? These people were extremely shocked. The leader of the Sacred Master sect was such a terrifying existence, but he had actually fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. More than one of them. According to the statistics, a total of 9 sacred leaders and sect leaders had died, and more than 50 elders had died. It could be said that all the sacred grounds and sects had suffered heavy losses. This news shocked the entire world. So many terrifying powerhouses had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was truly shocking. However, what shocked and frightened them even more was yet to come. At least 6 sages had descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons and fought with the supreme existences within. In the end, they had fled in panic. Furthermore, many sacred grounds and sects had already begun to seal their mountains. This scene terrified all the martial artists in the world. Saints were godlike existences. They had transcended the heavens and earth and could use the power of the laws of nature. Such terrifying existences, a total of 6 of them, were actually scared away by the things in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What exactly was in the nest of 10,000 dragons? It was even rumored that a saint had been injured, and his saint blood had dyed the sky red. In the end, news spread from the clan of the ancients. The world was shocked. The 10,000 archaic clans were reviving. These words were like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making them unable to breathe. These powerful families in the world were extremely shocked. They knew what these words meant. For a moment, these people's faces were filled with despair. Although the other martial artists didn't quite understand, they knew after asking around a little. The existences in the nest of 10,000 dragons had all existed for countless years. In fact, they might even be from an era even older than the ancient times. These were all powerful races that were extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were about to revive in their world and compete with the human race. This was definitely a disaster. No wonder those sacred grounds and sects wanted to seal their mountains. Following this, the people would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. The world wailed, and everyone was in despair. Just as everyone in the true spirit world was in a state of panic, the atmosphere in the nest of 10,000 dragons was incomparably solemn. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged as fiend godlike figures stood there. Ever since the 6 great sage people had left, the powerhouses inside had all broken out of the ground from the divine crystals. These were all primordial creatures of all shapes and sizes. Some were in human form, while others were in the form of demonic beasts. They all emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the few primordial kings from before stood very respectfully. In front of them, there were a few figures surrounded by laws. They were the saints of their primordial royal families. In front of these saints, there was a piece of divine crystal that was about 2 meters tall. Sealed within the divine crystal was an old man. He was extremely old. The pair of dragon horns on his head were about to fall off. This old man wasn't completely sealed within the divine crystal. Half of his right arm stretched out from the divine crystal. The aura he emitted was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Even the few saints in front of him were extremely respectful towards the old man. The terrifying old man had his back to everyone. His gaze was fixed on the golden egg on the 5-colored altar in front of him. This golden egg was even more resplendent at this moment. The Tao patterns on it were like swimming dragons that began to swim. Suddenly, it absorbed all the surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragon. The aura of the Tao of Dragon turned into giant dragons that all entered the golden dragon egg. This process lasted for 49 days. Finally, the golden dragon egg cracked open from the middle with a crack. Throughout the entire process, all the primordial creatures, primordial kings, saints, and terrifying old men in the nest of 10,000 dragons waited with rapt attention. For 49 days, no one moved, no one said a word. When they saw the golden dragon egg in front of them crack open, their eyes erupted with excitement. One by one, they stretched their heads out and looked forward. They were both expectant and nervous. The golden dragon egg cracked open, and a golden claw stretched out from inside. Following that, a golden figure appeared. It was a dragon, a golden dragon. Although it wasn't big, its body emitted a monstrous dragon's might. It roared towards the sky, and its tender voice rolled out, "Buzz." The terrifying old man and a few saints took the lead and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Dragon Prince. Greetings, Dragon Prince." The primordial kings and primordial creatures behind them all knelt on the ground. At this moment, countless people were extremely respectful. Even those saints had faces full of piety because this was the Dragon Prince, the descendant left behind by their Lord Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was the supreme existence among dragons. He had reached the peak and ruled over all races. That ancient era was truly incomparably terrifying. His status was equivalent to that of a great emperor on the human side. And this Dragon Prince was the son of the Dragon Emperor, which was equivalent to the son of a great emperor. One could imagine how precious his identity was. No wonder these saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons had to kneel down. Chapter 2782. Roar. The little golden dragon looked at the people kneeling on the ground and let out a series of roars. Then, he began to devour the golden eggshell and crazily absorb the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. His body was rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz in front of him. The terrifying old man with half of his body sealed waved his palm and shot out streams of laws. They danced in the sky, forming a super array formation. The surrounding Tao of dragon aura quickly gathered and completely enveloped the little golden dragon. Then, he stood up, and the few saints beside him also stood up. As for the remaining primordial kings and primordial creatures, they were still kneeling on the ground. The old man with half of his body sealed was surrounded by light, illuminating a corner of the sky. If someone was here, they would definitely scream, because in the surrounding caves and walls, there were still nerves floating. Some of them were extremely huge, and the sealed old man was extremely old. Those old men's eyes were tightly shut, and they were still in a deep sleep. Obviously, these were all extremely terrifying supreme existences. Not all of them had awakened. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too big. Countless powerhouses were sleeping, and it was impossible for them all to awaken. Perhaps they would awaken bit by bit, or perhaps these super powerhouses would be preserved as a foundation. Only when the nest of 10,000 dragons or the dragon prince were in danger would these super powerhouses be revived. After all, these terrifying powerhouses were already very old and had reached the verge of their lifespans drying up. Once they were revived, it would be very difficult for them to be sealed by the divine crystals again. Therefore, their revival was especially important. They had to grasp the opportunity well. The old man with half of his body sealed looked around disdainfully. He said in a low voice, "From today onwards, the 10,000 dragons' court will revive. We will appear on the ground again and rule the world. We will rule the world." Those humans were completely ants. They had been taken advantage of for so many years. It was time for them to scram to the side. A cold voice sounded. The primordial creatures roared crazily. They raised their arms and shouted loudly. Waves of killing intent spread out. Then, the old man with half of his body sealed changed the topic. We were revived in this era. There are other reasons. We have deduced that this might be the golden age that Lord Dragon Emperor mentioned. The crisis has passed. This time, the immortal gate might open. This is the only hope of becoming an immortal and entering the immortal world. We will use the power of the entire clan to make the Dragon Prince the new Dragon Emperor and help him successfully enter the immortal sect. He would become the one and only immortal in the world. The words of the dragons echoed in the surroundings like thunder. Immortal ascension. The goal of the ancestral patriarch was to help the Dragon Prince become an immortal. If the other martial artists of the human race knew about this, they would definitely be stunned. This idea was simply too heaven-defying. After all, everyone's goal in the true spirit world was to become a great Lo. The great emperor, on the other hand, had only just begun to consider the problem of becoming an immortal. Now that the patriarch had such thoughts, he had to admit that the dragons were truly terrifying. Don't worry, patriarch. We will do our best to help the crown prince ascend the immortal gate. Behind him, the saints, Archean kings, and countless ancient creatures called out respectfully. Primordium ancient mine. This was also a forbidden area of the human race. All of the human race's crystals had been transported here from the primeval ancient mine and its surroundings. From there, all kinds of seeker spirit masters cut out heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There were even ancient medicines, but no one dared to go deep. This was because more than one sect master had gone in, but in the end, they didn't even cause a ripple and never came out again. This was a place that even saints would take a detour when they saw it. At this moment, in the depths of the primeval ancient mine, there were actually huge divine realms floating. Inside those deity crystals, there were also figures sealed in ice. It was actually the nest of an archaic dynasty. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons have already awakened. It's time for us to appear. Good. Let our descendants. Let us reign supreme again. Those old figures let out cold voices. Around them, there were even more ancient creatures. At this moment, They were also awakening one by one. Death Demon Abyss, one of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. This was an invincible abyss. It was incomparably dark, and no one knew where it connected to. A peerless expert had once deduced that this place seemed to be connected to the real hell. Therefore, this was also a forbidden area. Ordinary humans didn't dare to come here. Even saints didn't dare to rashly enter. At this moment, a few ancient creatures actually crawled out of the Death Demon Abyss. They had blue skin, long fangs, and terrifying scales. Roar. As soon as they crawled out, they roared at the sky, their voices shattering the 9 heavens. Behind them, more and more ancient beasts ran out. Some of them were covered in blood, as if they had really crawled out of hell. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of millions of miles, because no one dared to be here. Otherwise, they would definitely faint from fright. Void Sea. Located in the extreme north of the northern plains, no one could fight their way here. Moreover, no one dared to come here, because this was also one of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Oblivion, countless chi of oblivion rumbled as one after another ancient beasts charged out from it. The first few were extremely terrifying. Apart from these forbidden areas, there were also ancient creatures in other places. Clearly, the 10,000 ancient races that had been hibernating in the true spirit world had awakened one after another. No one knew if it was because of the awakening of the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, or if it was because of some other reason. But without exception, these ancient creatures had really come to life. They would definitely rule the world. Sure enough, although some places were forbidden areas, and ordinary humans didn't dare to enter, but more and more ancient creatures were awakening, and the commotion and impact were too great. Finally, someone saw ancient creatures jumping in the mountains with their own eyes. This news spread throughout the 5 continents of the true spirit world. For a moment, the world was in an uproar again. The great sects of the sacred lands and the ancient families were also shocked. What was going on? Why were there ancient creatures in other places apart from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, they were all revived. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races. It's the 10,000 ancient races. A living fossil screamed miserably. Was the era of the ancient era of hegemony really going to reappear? That was an era that only existed in legends, an era that had experienced countless years, and no one had any impression of it. However, the records in those ancient books shocked them greatly. The 10,000 ancient races, each race was extremely powerful and terrifying. Back then, the human race was considered a relatively weak race among the 10,000 ancient races. Later, a few great emperors appeared one after another, turning the tide and allowing the human race to reach the peak. But now, the great emperor of the human race had already vanished into thin air, and a new great emperor had not been born. In fact, it had been tens of thousands of years. There was no new great emperor. Chapter 2783. Lin Xian also received the news. Everyone in the Immortal Palace was dumbfounded. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. It's over. Kid, the era of the ancient era's hegemony is really coming. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Although he had never seen the true 10,000 ancient races and the ancient era's hegemony, he could guess from the situation in the nest of 10,000 dragons that the situation was definitely serious. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others also had ugly expressions. They had been trying to contact the old palace master, but the old palace master hadn't returned yet. This made them even more anxious. What was going on? The old palace master had left? Could it be that he had gone to the nest of 10,000 dragons to snatch the immortal divine herb? They didn't know, and it seemed that there was no news of another battle in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What worried them even more was that if the old palace master went down and entered the nest of 10,000 dragons, he would be in danger, because there was more than one sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons. For a moment, they were worried for Xiaojuyo. Lin Xian asked, "Ruffian dragon, how much do you know about the 10,000 ancient races?" To be honest, He only knew about the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the war race, and the celestial race. It was said that back then, they were also terrifying existences among the 10,000 ancient races. They were even conferred the title of royal race. The 10,000 ancient races was just a general term that referred to all races and living beings. The human race was one of them. Among them, the powerful races were conferred the title of royal race. It was said that back then, the top 100 races of the 10,000 ancient races were all conferred the title of royal race. These royal races were powerful, and what was even more terrifying was that their bloodline talent was astonishing. Among the 100 immemorial royal families, there were 10 top immemorial royal families. They were above all the other races and were extremely terrifying. Of course, those races that had produced great emperors were conferred the title of royal race. Compared to the other royal races, they had even more terrifying bloodlines and inheritances. Moreover, these royal races also had a large number of followers. Some had even subdued many races. Even the royal races had to rely on them. It could be said that their strength was extremely terrifying. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons were one of the royal families. Back then, the dragon monarch was a figure who startled the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. But don't worry, no matter how terrifying it will disappear in the passage of time. Therefore, I speculate that there are no great emperors or sovereigns among these ancient royal and sovereign clans. Lin Xian nodded. He now had a general understanding of the ancient royal family. However, Li Xuanxian and the head protector had ugly expressions on their faces. Even if there aren't any emperors or sovereigns among the primeval royal clans and sovereigns, so what? The human race doesn't have them either. Furthermore, these ancient royal families had been passed down from ancient times. Their foundations and bloodlines were simply too powerful, far surpassing the current era. If they really fought, it would be difficult for the human race to resist. Then I don't know. The dark red dragon shrugged. However, he said, don't be too pessimistic. The human race isn't as weak as you think. After all, after so many years of development, the human race controlled more than 70% of the true spirit world's territory. Moreover, there were many great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans among the human race. There were even a few extreme weapons left in the world. The foundations of those remote antiquity clans are definitely beyond your imagination. It's just that they don't usually show it. Once they encounter a life and death crisis, they will definitely be heaven-defying and shocking. Just wait and see. When the time comes, perhaps those extreme weapons will also be used. However, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. It's just that I don't know how far the human race can go. What will happen? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Do they have enmity with the human race? Not really, but think about it. When they were still awake, the human race was still a weak race, and they were the rulers of the world. When they woke up, the ants in their eyes directly controlled the entire world. How could these ancient royal families be willing to accept this? They would definitely fight for the control of the world. After all, although they were royal clans and sovereigns, they had a strong foundation. However, they still needed to develop. To develop, they needed large amounts of spirit veins, dragon veins, divine crystals, cultivation methods, and spiritual herbs. These all needed endless territory to nurture. Therefore, when the time came, there would definitely be a lot of battles. The human race's remote antiquity clans and great sects had experienced so many tens of thousands of years of inheritance. How could they give up their territory? Therefore, battles were unavoidable. It's just that I don't know how many of the 10,000 ancient races have awakened this time. How many royal clans are there? Are there other sovereigns? It's better to send our people to investigate, Lin Xian ordered, preparing to let Immortal Palace's cultivators go out to investigate the situation. At the very least, they had to understand the movements of the 10,000 ancient races. However, before they could send anyone out, an elder of Immortal Palace hurriedly flew over. Palace Master, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Li Xuanxian and the Great Guardian were even more nervous. Was there news of the old Palace Master? They were very worried about the old Palace Master's safety. The elder of Immortal Palace shook his head. It wasn't the old Palace Master, but an ancient creature. Ancient creature? What's going on? Have they launched an attack? The dark red dragon at the side also asked. Could it be that they moved so quickly and started a war as soon as they woke up? That's not it. The elder shook his head and hurriedly said, an ancient creature came to our immortal palace and said that he wants to see the palace master. Why? An ancient creature came to our immortal palace. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The dark red dragon was also stunned. Li Xuanxian, the great custodian, and the rest of the custodians were stunned. What was going on? Why did an ancient creature come to their door? Moreover, the other party actually knew the exact location of their immortal palace. This was really unbelievable. One had to know that there were many array formations outside their immortal palace. The other holy lands and great sects might not be able to find their exact location. However, an ancient creature actually came to find them. It was really unbelievable. Was this the strength of the 10,000 ancient races? It was really too terrifying. What was he doing here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very puzzled. Why would an ancient creature come to them for no reason? Could it be that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons came to take revenge? However, if they were really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they should have directly attacked. He was very puzzled. The elder quickly said, I don't know. He said that he has something to see the palace master. He wants to see me? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. He didn't know what ancient creature it was. However, he still said, all right, let him in. However, he had to be careful and see if it was just him. Were there other ancient creatures hiding behind him? If there were other ambushes, he would directly use the array formations to kill him. Lin Xian suspected that this might be the enemy's trap. Therefore, he gave a few instructions. Chapter 2784. The Immortal Palace Elder led a group of martial artists to the entrance of Immortal Palace. They used all kinds of secret techniques to investigate and found that there was only one figure in front of them. There were no other ambushes, which made them secretly heave a sigh of relief. The Immortal Palace Elder waved the small flag in his hand. The array formation on both sides rumbled and opened up a path. Buzz. He looked at the figure in front of him. Follow me. The figure stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head to the sky and looked very arrogant. Seeing this scene, he nodded coldly. His figure swayed and directly entered the array formation. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others came to the starry hall. Lin Xian sat high on the hall master's seat. His expression was solemn as he waited silently. Not long after, the Immortal Palace Elder came in. Hall master, someone is here. Before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared in the hall. This scene made everyone frown. How arrogant and rude. How dare he come to their immortal palace? Lin Xian also frowned. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him was a silver figure. This person had a tall appearance. He was more than twice the size of an ordinary human martial artist. Silver lightning flickered on his body. Not only that, his skin was silver as if it was made of silver. What kind of race was this? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon at the side said, Kid, he's from the silver lightning race. Although the silver lightning race was not an ancient royal race, they were still a very powerful race. Especially the silver lightning on their bodies. It was said that they were born with it. It was very terrifying. It carried a powerful destructive aura. Silver lightning race. Su Chun nodded silently. As expected, the person was like his name. The other party's body was covered in fine silver lightning that kept swimming. It carried a terrifying power. Even he was surprised by this power. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The ancient creature of the silver lightning race opened his mouth and said a string of words. However, Lin Xian frowned. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others at the side also had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they were simply unable to understand what the other party was saying. Damn it, what did this guy say? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that these ancient life forms didn't know how to speak? If you don't understand, use your soul to communicate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although their languages were different, Whether it was the human race, the silver lightning race, or other ancient creatures, their souls were always connected. Therefore, soul communication could be said to be the simplest and most direct method. Even if there was a language barrier, it shouldn't be too big of an obstacle. Up ahead, the silver lightning race cultivator sneered. How could he not understand this? Your human race has really declined. You don't even know the primordial immortal language? His voice was filled with disdain. Courting death. How dare you? The surrounding elders were furious. The other party came to their immortal palace alone, yet dared to act so insolently, not placing them in his eyes at all? The expressions of the protector and the others also darkened as a terrifying aura surged from their bodies. However, that Silver Lightning Clan's expert was not afraid at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky with a look of supremacy. Facing the terrifying pressure around him, he sneered. Silver lightning circled around his body, forming 3 silver lightning halos that enveloped his body. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop these elders. Just now, the dark red divine dragon had already explained to him that the other party was speaking the primordial immortal language, which was the common language of the 10,000 immemorial races. This language was regarded as the immortal language by the 10,000 immemorial races at that time. Rumor had it that an immortal had descended to the mortal world to teach them this language. It could be said to be incomparably sacred. However, later on, as the 10,000 immemorial races fell into a deep slumber, the human race developed their own language. Gradually, no one spoke the primordial immortal language anymore. Therefore, these people now didn't know the primordial immortal language at all. Of course, the dark red divine dragon was an exception. He knew the dragon language. The dragon language was also one of the primordial immortal languages, and it was the most noble one. Therefore, he naturally understood what the other party was saying. After learning this, Lin Xian said coldly, it was no longer the primordial immortal era, nor was it the time when the 10,000 immemorial races ruled the world. Now, the human race was prosperous and ruled the world. What we are speaking is naturally the human race's language. If you have something to say to me, just speak the human race's language. Lin Xian wouldn't speak the primordial immortal language in front of the other party. This was a matter of standpoint. Even if he understood, he wouldn't say it. The human race had really declined. Moreover, they had actually abandoned the immortals. All of you will be punished by destruction. The Silver Electric Race Powerhouse said coldly. This time, his words were all understood by the surrounding people. This was because the other party was speaking the same language as Lin Xian and the others, the human race's language. However, Lin Xian, Li Xuanxian, and the others' expressions were very ugly. The other party was still so arrogant. He didn't put them or even the entire human race in his eyes at all. If there was anything, just say it directly. Lin Xian wasn't willing to fight this kind of war of words with the other party. He was very curious now. What exactly was the other party here for? In front, the Silver Electric Race Powerhouse looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, you are the master of the Immortal Palace. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded coldly. The other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. However, he still waited patiently and prepared to listen to the end. The master of the Immortal Palace was actually a young brat? The Silver Electric Race Powerhouse sneered again. Listen carefully. The Silver Electric Race has already recovered and is about to rule the world. Now, with the place where the Silver Electric Race has recovered as the center, no human is allowed to take a single step within a radius of 5 million miles. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded in all directions and reverberated in the main hall. The pupils of Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others shrank. The other elders were also in an uproar. Lin Xian's face completely darkened. The other party was actually here to threaten and warn them. This really surprised them. These people's expressions were very ugly. When had the Immortal Palace been threatened and warned like this? Moreover, it was a race that had just awakened. So what if the other party was from the 10,000 ancient races? The Immortal Palace was not to be trifled with. Therefore, Lin Xian snorted coldly. No human is allowed to take a single step within a radius of 5 million miles? Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. What an arrogant attitude. If my guess is right, the place where you have recovered should be under the control of the Immortal Palace. You actually dare to say such words in the territory of the Immortal Palace. You really don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are? An immortal who has descended to the mortal world? How dare you threaten me? At the end of his words, an incomparably terrifying aura rose from Lin Xian's body. He guessed right. The place where the silver electric race had recovered was indeed under the control of the Immortal Palace. Although the distance from the headquarters of the Immortal Palace was very far, the Immortal Palace was in existence at the level of a holy land and controlled countless territories. Chapter 2785. The Silver Lightning Race Powerhouse's expression darkened when he heard this. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke coldly. Kid, you'd better think carefully. Do you want to go against the Silver Lightning Race? What are the consequences of going against us? Don't think that you're a sacred land or the master of a mortal palace. In front of the Silver Lightning Race, you're nothing. The 10,000 ancient races are about to revive and rule the world. The good days of the human race are about to come to an end. When the time comes, you'll all become prisoners. So today, I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm here to give you an order. If you dare to take a step within a radius of 500 miles, I'll destroy Immortal Palace. Arrogant, too arrogant. An ancient creature dared to challenge the entire Immortal Palace? Who gave him the courage? Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others had gloomy expressions. They wanted nothing more than to slap the other party to death. But to be honest, they really didn't dare. The 10,000 ancient races were connected. Some of them had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, attacking one race was equivalent to attacking many other races. There were even some who were inextricably linked to the ancient royal clan. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they really didn't want to start a war with the 10,000 ancient races. However, the other party was too arrogant. These people were filled with killing intent. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very solemn. Countless cracks even appeared in the void. Damn, how dare you threaten us? Do you want to die? The dark red divine dragon jumped up and flew into the sky. He looked ahead coldly. Do you believe that I won't roast you and eat you? Who do you think you are? How dare a snake be so arrogant in front of me? The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse sneered. But in the next moment, he screamed and fear appeared in his eyes. That was because he felt an extremely powerful pressure and monstrous blood surging out from the other party's body. Dragons? You're a dragon. He was too shocked. There was nothing he could do. The dragons were the royal races of the 10,000 ancient races. Their status and identity were much higher than the Silver Lightning races. In front of the Dragon Pearl, the Silver Lightning race powerhouse didn't dare to be impudent at all. But soon, he frowned. No, the dragons were all in the nest of 10,000 dragons and hadn't appeared yet. And even if they appeared, why would they be with humans? Damn it, who the hell are you? He was truly astonished. He didn't believe that the dignified, far ancient imperial dragons would walk together with humans. This was simply impossible. Is this Emperor's Matters something an ant like you can inquire about? The dark red divine dragon floated above and looked down at the other party, its voice filled with disdain. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, this Emperor will slap you to death. The Silver Electric Race's expert had an ugly expression on his face. However, the dragon might and dragon blood on Lin Fan's body were truly oppressing his soul. Therefore, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. He had to hurry back and find out what was going on. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had made a new move? In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, I've already delivered the message. I hope you will abide by it, and we can still live in peace. Otherwise..." He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Anyone who dared to provoke them would be declaring war on the Silver Lightning race. This was not something a sacred ground or a major sect could bear. Even if Immortal Palace was powerful, it still couldn't endure it. At this point, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Looking at the other party's arrogant figure, the surrounding Immortal Palace cultivators gritted their teeth. but there was nothing they could do. Many people were so angry that they were trembling. Damn it, they really wanted to attack and kill him with a slap. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining with a terrifying light. Wait, did I say you could leave? In front of him, the silver electric races expert stiffened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head. Brat, you dare to stop me? So what if you have a dragon by your side? He might not even be from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The silver electric races expert was also furious. Their silver electric race was an extremely powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. They were born with divine lightning, and the other 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to be presumptuous towards them, not to mention a mere human. Moreover, he was a young human brat. Lin Xian sat high on the throne, and his cold voice sounded. I am the master of a mortal palace, and I am on equal footing with your silver electric race's patriarch. How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? You really have no manners. Quickly kneel down and apologize. His voice was like thunder, carrying a biting, cold, murderous aura that surrounded the 9 heavens. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. The warriors of a mortal palace couldn't believe that their palace master was actually so powerful. The silver electric race's expert was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. The next moment, he screamed, Brat, what did you say? You want me to kneel down and apologize? You're courting death. Believe it or not, I'll take your head off right now. He took a step forward, and lightning surged on his body, turning into lightning beasts that surrounded him, filling the void. You want my head? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian also stood up, and his 9 young divine body bloomed with light. Not only that, but sword energy rushed out from his body, turning into a true dragon that circled around him, making him look like a god of war. Palace Master, you can't. The head protector and the others cried out in alarm. Although they were furious, they really couldn't start a war with the 10,000 ancient races now. The 10,000 ancient races were too terrifying. If they didn't handle it well, it would really trigger a great war. That result was something that no one could bear. Seeing the surrounding elders persuade him, the silver electric races expert threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, brat, do you see that? These experts of a mortal palace are all afraid of me and don't dare to fight with me at all. You still don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I can consider sparing your life. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. They didn't dare to, but that didn't mean that he didn't dare to. At this point, the sword energy on his body swept through the sky, charging towards the silver electric races expert. A shocking sword strike that made heaven and earth pale. In an instant, everyone felt as if their bodies were pierced through. This sword light was too piercingly cold. Although Lin Xian didn't obtain many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons, his great dragon sword soul had absorbed an endless amount of Dragon Dao aura, so it was revived again. His strength had increased exponentially. At this moment, when he displayed it, it was truly shocking to the heavens and earth. Courting death, the silver electric races expert was also furious. He urged the lightning beasts around him to quickly pounce forward. They collided with the sword light. Lightning burst out in the sky, wanting to destroy the sword light. However, under this sword, all things were destroyed. All of the lightning beasts were split apart by the sword. The cuts were flat, and they couldn't be revived at all. The lightning also quickly dimmed and then disappeared into the void. Only waves of white smoke rose. Buzz. Chapter 2786. Not good. The silver lightning race powerhouse's expression changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. He roared angrily, and his fist surged, turning into a mountain as he faced the attack. Clang! Above him, the two collided. Pooh! Silver blood splattered, piercing through the void. The silver lightning race powerhouse retracted his palm and kept retreating, screaming. His fist was split in half. His strange face was also incomparably distorted. His eyes were blood red. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? He was extremely angry, but at the same time, he was also filled with fear. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was actually able to easily injure him with a single sword strike. It was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that he was from the 10,000 ancient races. He was powerful, and his physique was even more powerful. Even a heaven-grade weapon might not be able to break through his defense. Damn it! You! He still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he screamed. The sword chi in front of him once again covered the sky and the earth, enveloping him. Damn it! Get lost! With an angry roar, silver lightning quickly rushed out from his body, turning into lightning balls. The terrifying lightning balls exploded, forming a sea of lightning that filled the sky, blasting away all the sword chi. Pimph brat, I was careless just now. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. The silver lightning race powerhouse sneered again, but in the next moment, he trembled, because he saw a dragon-shaped sword shadow slash across his neck. Instantly, half of his neck was cut open, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing his body red. He did not know when the other party had already appeared behind him, and a cold voice sounded in his ear. Do you think it's difficult for me to kill you? He trembled extremely. The silver lightning race powerhouse's body trembled. The other party could have killed him directly with that sword strike just now. However, the other party did not. He only cut open half of his neck. This meant that the other party was warning him. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Brat, you're courting death. Kill me if you can. The silver lightning race powerhouse shouted angrily. He guessed that the other party did not dare to make a move at all. He must have some scruples. Pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head and body were separated. With a plop, his body fell to the ground. Lin Xian grabbed the man's head. Do you think I don't dare? Ah, damned brat. You dare to kill me. You're dead meat. The Silver Lightning tribe will never let you off. The head roared furiously. At that time, when my Silver Lightning clan's great army presses down, your immortal palace will be dead for sure. Su Chen sneered. How dare he still be so stubborn? Acting recklessly. Do you believe that I can destroy your soul with a single move? He waved his dragon-shaped sword, and a terrifying sword chi locked onto the head. The Silver Lightning race expert's head was shocked, and his eyes were filled with fear. Indeed, he felt a destructive aura that could easily destroy his soul. Damn it! Who the hell is this kid? How could it be so terrifying? What was that dragon-shaped sword in his hand? Why was it able to cut his body apart so easily? He was an expert of the Silver Lightning race, but in the eyes of the other party, he was like an ant. He could not believe it. Su Chun snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw away the other party's head. The head flew out and merged with the corpse on the ground, forming a complete body. The Silver Lightning race expert recovered. His face was pale, and he looked at the other party with an unusually cold gaze. Kid, I'll fight you. He opened his mouth and spat out a sickle that emitted a simple and heavy aura. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. He wanted to fight with his life on the line. However, golden runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Buzz. His heavenly secret divine eyes were activated, and a terrifying soul attack rushed out. The other party's body trembled as he screamed crazily. He did not expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, he was careless and his soul power was severely injured. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes spun rapidly, forming mysterious patterns one after another. He directly controlled the other party. Kneel down. A cold voice sounded. The Silver Lightning race expert's eyes were lifeless. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the elders of Immortal Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the others had solemn expressions. Although they had subdued the silversmith race expert, the situation was not optimistic. After all, the other party was backed by the Silver Lightning race. They were an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian looked at the chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the other elders and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. Also, do you think that we can exchange for safety if we keep on giving in?" Hearing this, Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer's bodies stiffened, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. Lin Xian continued. Chaos is coming, and the 10,000 ancient races are recovering. Only a powerful force can suppress everything. Otherwise, no matter how respectful and courteous you are, the other party will probably raise the butcher's knife in their hand and mercilessly chop you down. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid when facing the 10,000 ancient races. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, even if we have to risk our lives, we will bite off a piece of their flesh and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Before anyone dares to touch us, they should think about the consequences of doing so. This way, our immortal palace will be able to survive in this chaotic world. Otherwise, everyone will think that we are cowards and easy to bully. This way, there will be endless 10,000 ancient races coming to bully us. Are you willing to live such a life? Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, the elders felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, they were too shocked by the information of the 10,000 ancient races and forgot about these things. Even if they gave in today, the Silver Lightning race would not be nice to them. In the future, they would definitely be even more greedy and bully them. Therefore, whether they submitted or resisted, the result would be the same. The other party would have to fight sooner or later. If that was the case, why not resist? Perhaps they could even make them afraid and hurt them in advance. In the next moment, everyone looked at the Silver Lightning race's experts kneeling in the hall. Lin Xian also looked at them and said coldly, "Get lost? Tell your people that I will only give you a range of 100,000 miles. You can be safe and sound in that range, but if you dare to run around outside, I will kill you without mercy. Get lost." With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the Silver Lightning race's expert flying. At the same time, he removed the soul control. The Silver Lightning race's expert vomited blood and flew out of the hall. His body also recovered. Thinking of what happened before, he was so angry that he vomited blood and went crazy. Ah! He roared at the sky. Lightning surged on his body, turning into a lightning dragon that roared in all directions. That damn brat. He was so angry that he went crazy. He was a dignified expert of the Silver Lightning race. When had he ever knelt and kowtowed to a human? This was intolerable. Chapter 2787. He discovered that the elders and experts who had been afraid of him before were now emitting an incomparably cold killing intent, firmly locking onto him. He had no doubt that as long as he made a move, these elders would mercilessly attack and kill him. Damn brat, just you wait. All of you, just you wait. My Silver Lightning race will definitely not let this matter rest. Just wait for the fury of my 10,000 ancient races. After speaking, the Silver Lightning race expert turned around and left. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The eyes of the immortal palace cultivators all flickered. Previously, the other party had been acting arrogant, but when they hardened their hearts and prepared to fight to the death, the other party was afraid. Didn't this confirm what Lin Xian had said before? Facing the 10,000 ancient races, they must not cower. They must fight to the death. Send people to investigate the Silver Lightning race's movements. At the same time, call back our people and fully activate the array, ready for battle. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. He guessed that the Silver Lightning race would definitely make some moves, but Immortal Palace would not be afraid. Following this, the elders and disciples all began to move. In fact, it wasn't just Immortal Palace. At the same time, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Alcade, and many other great sects and dynasties all received these ancient creatures. This was because the 10,000 ancient races of true spirit world had recovered. Wherever they recovered, the 10,000 ancient races would send their own experts to communicate with the local great sections. Of course, the content of the communication was similar. Most of them wanted a stable territory so that other human cultivators couldn't casually step in. Although 5 million miles was a large distance, it was still a drop in the ocean for the great sections. Moreover, the reputation of the 10,000 ancient races was too strong. Therefore, ordinary great sects didn't dare to contend with them at all. They all tacitly agreed to give up 5 million miles of territory in exchange for temporary peace. The ancient race powerhouses who had gone there all returned satisfied. They held their heads high and left the great sects with pride. Many great sects even sent a group of elders to see them off. When the other warriors saw this scene, they were all stunned. Huge waves even surged in their hearts. What's going on? So many ancient creatures had appeared, and the elders of the great sects of the human Holy Land treated them so respectfully. What's going on? There must have been a secret negotiation. However, it seemed like the great sects of the human race had given in. Damn it! It can't be. Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races can regain control of the entire true spirit world without even a war? Everyone's face was filled with despair. Of course, not all the great sects in the Holy Land were so humble. There were some who were more forceful. Although there hadn't been any major battles, their territory had shrunk from 5 million miles to 4 million miles, or 3 million miles. The ancient creatures negotiated with him, and eventually, they all agreed to his request. After all, the strength and foundation of these great sects were extremely terrifying. However, on Immortal Palace and Lin Xian's side, they directly declared war, making the other side kowtow and apologize, moreover throwing them out. This was probably the only one in the world. Even the remote antiquity families wouldn't dare to do that. At this moment, the Yi clan also welcomed a figure. A figure bathed in flames descended upon the Yi family like a god of fire. At this moment, the elders of the Yi clan all had unsightly expressions. Yi Wudao sat there with a gloomy expression. The Yi clan head's eyes flickered. This was because the other side had made the same request. They wanted to draw a 5 million mile forbidden zone near the Yi clan, and no one was allowed to enter. Even the Yi clan couldn't approach. This was hard for the Yi clan experts to accept. Their Yi clan was a remote antiquity family, a descendant of the Emperor clan. In the true spirit world, especially the Eastern Wasteland, they were a true overlord. When the other great sects of the Holy Land saw them, they would have to lower their heads. Perhaps, apart from the other remote antiquity families and the great sects of the Holy Land that possessed extreme weapons, no one was their match. But now, these ancient creatures had come out and demanded to divide the Yi clan's territory. They were truly reckless. However, the Yi clan head's expression was grave. This wasn't an ordinary ancient creature, but a powerhouse of the ancient royal race. The ancient royal race was an extremely terrifying existence. The vermilion bird race was an extremely terrifying existence among the ancient royal race. The vermilion bird was a divine beast of the world, and the vermilion bird race had the bloodline of a divine beast flowing through their veins. They were extremely terrifying. But so what if they were terrifying? The Yi clan wasn't to be trifled with. The Yi clan was the descendant of a great emperor, an emperor race. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they were equivalent to royalty. How could they be afraid of the vermilion bird race? Therefore, the smell of gunpowder between the two sides was very strong, and they were in a deadlock. They were on the verge of starting a war. Humph! The vermilion bird powerhouse was bathed in divine flames as he said coldly. So what if you're the descendant of a great emperor? Your great emperor is no longer here. But the ancestor of the vermilion bird race is still alive. If you really anger us, the ancestor of the vermilion bird race will descend and destroy your Yi clan. Let's see if the great emperor you believe in can save you then. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Yi clan elders changed. The disciples of the Yi clan also cried out in alarm. What? The ancestor of the vermilion bird race was still alive? Heavens, how many tens of thousands of years had it lived? Although it was sealed with divine crystals, it was still too terrifying. To think that there was such a terrifying powerhouse hidden in the Yi clan's territory. It really made them feel a lingering fear. How dare you threaten the Yi clan? Is the ancestor of the vermilion bird race very powerful? A grand elder of the Yi clan stood up. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was indeed a grand elder who had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was very terrifying, and his temper was very fiery. When he heard the other party's arrogant words, the grand elder was furious. Do you really think that the Yi clan is easy to bully? Do you really think that your vermilion bird race's ancestor can sweep through everything? Today, I'll let you see the foundation of the Yi clan." After saying this, he snorted coldly, and a burst of golden blood rushed out of his body, turning into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Buzz. In the depths of the Yi clan, a primitive aura surged out, bringing with it a destructive power. Although it was only a trace, it made everyone tremble. The powerful being from the vermilion bird tribe, in particular, was sprawled on the ground in utter terror. Damn it, what was that? This aura was too powerful, surpassing the might of a saint. An extreme weapon. Damn it, it was an extreme weapon. He was too shocked. He didn't expect that the Yi clan had left behind an extreme weapon. Now that it was activated, the Emperor's might of the extreme weapon was not something that he could withstand. Chapter 2788. Seeing the vermilion bird lying on the ground and trembling, the experts in the Yi family's main hall all laughed. What vermilion bird race? In front of the Yi family's extreme weapon, wouldn't they kneel and crawl? The vermilion bird race's expert had an ugly expression. His eyes were burning with anger. Damn it, how dare you treat me like this? I'll have the family destroy you. He was furious. When had he ever been so afraid in front of so many humans? Humph. The Grand Elder snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, the extreme weapon's pressure disappeared without a trace. The vermilion bird race's expert also stood up from the ground. His body trembled, and killing intent surged out of his body. Yi Wudao also took a step forward. His golden aura surged as he faced the Grand Elder without fear. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the Yi family's patriarch spoke. "We can draw the 5 million-mile area you mentioned." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The vermilion bird race's expert smiled, but soon, his smile froze. The Yi family's patriarch continued, "However, you can't stay in the Yi family's territory. You can move out of the Yi family's territory and divide it in another ungoverned territory." The vermilion bird race's expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted them to retreat? Wasn't this admitting that the vermilion bird race was afraid of the other party? If news of this spread, the vermilion bird race would lose face. How would they survive in the future? They would probably be laughed at by countless people. Impossible. The vermilion bird race's expert refused. The Yi family's patriarch didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, "You felt the Emperor's pressure just now, right? Our Yi family has a complete extreme weapon, and we have enough resources and ability to fully activate it. How much do you know about the extreme weapon's power? I can tell you about it. 30,000 years ago, a demonic sect appeared in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying. Its strength was equivalent to that of a top holy land, but its methods were extremely cruel and it killed countless people. In order to return peace to the world, the Yi family's Saint Physique carried an extreme weapon and destroyed the demonic palace with a single attack. All the experts inside were killed. Not a single one of them came out alive. 50,000 years ago, the demon race prospered. A peerless genius appeared and became a demon saint. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they slaughtered the human race. At the critical moment, the saint of the Yi family once again brought out an extreme weapon. With one strike, he sank half of the eastern barren territory and killed the talented saint of the demon race. At this point, the Yi family's martial artist, Old Zhang, was very excited. They all clenched their fists. The faces of the vermilion bird tribe elites became paler and paler. In fact, even without the other party's explanation, he already knew how terrifying and powerful these extreme weapons were. That was a weapon forged and used by a great emperor. It contained an extremely powerful emperor's might, surpassing that of a saint. As long as he was revived, it would be equivalent to a great emperor temporarily descending into the mortal world. His power would definitely be unimaginable, and he would be able to sweep through everything. Seeing the other party's expression, the Yi clan's patriarch smiled. "Very good. It seems like you know the power of an extreme weapon. Then, how far is the vermilion bird tribe from my Yi clan's headquarters? Would he be able to dodge the attack of an extreme weapon?" At this point, the vermilion bird race's expert's expression changed greatly and cold sweat appeared on his back. His clothes were wet, and the flames on his body dimmed. "That's right, They were incomparably powerful and wanted to suppress the Yi clan, but they forgot that they were too close to the Yi clan. If the Yi clan was angered and directly used an extreme weapon, the Vermilion Bird tribe would not be able to escape. After all, this distance was completely within the attack range of an extreme weapon. Even if their patriarch was resurrected, it would probably be useless. Just the aftermath of that energy would be able to destroy any existence below a saint. Thinking of this, his attitude changed. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it with the elders of the Vermilion Bird tribe. No problem, there's no hurry. The Yi clan's patriarch smiled. I'll give you a month to discuss it. Men, send the guests out. The Yi clan's patriarch waved his hand, and the elders of the Yi clan sent the Vermilion Bird tribe elite out of the Yi clan's residence. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left the Yi clan's residence, he turned into a fiery red light and instantly left. This was a big matter, a big crisis. He had to report it quickly. Ha ha ha. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left, the elders of the Yi clan also laughed loudly. What Vermilion Bird tribe? No matter how strong they are nothing in front of the Yi clan. That's right. Once an extreme weapon is used, it will sweep away everything. However, the Yi clan's patriarch and the grand elders had grave expressions. The Yi clan's patriarch sighed. He was not so optimistic. Although the Vermilion Bird tribe was strong, they were only a royal clan. Above the royal clan was the immemorial royal clan. Those were also clans with great emperors. In their hands, it was very likely that they also had extreme weapons. When the time came to encounter them, they would have no advantage. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy once again. Indeed, the other party also had the bloodline of a great emperor and even had extreme weapons left in the world, so they had to be careful. However, they didn't know how many extreme weapons the other party had. Not only the Yi clan, but the Gu clan, Jade Pool, Alcade, Dowie Holy Ground, and other sacred grounds with extreme weapons all displayed the emperor's might of their extreme weapons to scare away the immemorial royal clan. Figures left in a sorry state one after another, which made the cultivators outside breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these powerful families and sacred grounds could still intimidate these immemorial royal clan. There was still a glimmer of hope for the human race. In addition to the eastern wilderness, the western desert, Nanling Mountains, and northern plains were the same. Some sacred grounds and sects directly surrendered and ceded 5 million miles of land. Some negotiated with each other to reduce the land. Some directly drove the immemorial royal clan away. In short, the atmosphere around the world was very tense. However, Zhongzhou was not so lucky. The divine dynasties and sacred grounds in Zhongzhou were very depressed, especially those divine dynasties near Qinling Mountains. Their expressions were even more ugly. They had no choice because the nest of 10,000 dragons was here. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the nest of dragons. The dragons were the immemorial royal clan and were very terrifying. Moreover, among the dragons, there had been a great emperor. The dragon emperor was very famous. Even now, there were still people who remembered his records. One could imagine how terrifying the dragon emperor was back then. The dragon emperor must have left behind an extreme weapon to suppress in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, this was definitely a very dangerous place. Ever since the dragons revived, the surrounding Ninli dynasty and Great Xia dynasty directly abandoned that area. Chapter 2789. What made them heave a sigh of relief was that the dragons in the 10,000 dragons suppression never appeared and did not cause trouble for them. This made all the emperors and sect masters think that the nest of 10,000 dragons was already safe and sound. How could they know that all the powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were protecting the newly born dragon prince? They were plotting an even more terrifying plan. In addition to the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, there were also a few terrifying royal families in the true spirit world. These were all races that had produced great emperors and emperors. Divine Phoenix Ridge. A great emperor had appeared in the Phoenix clan. The name of the immortal Phoenix was also very terrifying. Of course, among the 10,000 ancient races, not only the two royal families of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge. There were also a few other royal families that were still sleeping, but thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before they all woke up one by one. Every once in a while, a new race would revive and appear on the earth. These human warriors were all in a state of panic. They were extremely uneasy. On the human side, Immortal Palace, Yi family, Gu family, Alcade Jade Pool, and the other Holy Land sects were all nervously preparing for war to deal with the counterattack of the 10,000 ancient races. However, there was one more thing that shocked everyone. They didn't even dare to believe it. The news came from the central continent. Of course, it wasn't news from the nest of 10,000 dragons, but news from the Silver Lightning race. When the warriors of the true spirit world learned that the Silver Lightning race's emissary had entered Immortal Palace and made the same request, they were forcefully kicked out by Immortal Palace. Although no one knew the specific details, this result caused an uproar in the world. Heavens, is this for real? I don't dare believe it. That's right. Is Immortal Palace already so strong? They actually dared to directly attack the 10,000 ancient races. That was the Silver Lightning race. Although it wasn't an ancient royal race, it was still a very terrifying race. However, they were actually kicked out by Immortal Palace's people. It was really unbelievable. Perhaps even those remote antiquity families didn't dare to do so. It was said that the one who attacked was none other than Immortal Palace's Hall Master, Lin Xian. The other party was really strong. It's over. This brat definitely caused a huge disaster. He dared to do this because he was young and had Immortal Palace behind him. But he didn't know that he had provoked endless disaster for Immortal Palace. Just wait and see. The Silver Lightning race will definitely not take this lying down. At that time, when the great army arrived, Immortal Palace would be finished. Sounds of discussion sounded one after another. Everyone was first shocked by Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's power. After that, many people shook their heads and sighed. After all, they had completely offended the Silver Lightning clan. Offending a 10,000 ancient race was an extremely terrifying outcome. The Yi clan, Gu clan, Yao Guang, Jade Lake, and Dao Great Holy Lands were all dumbfounded when they heard this. This was especially true for the remote antiquity families and the sacred ground sects that possessed extreme weapons. This Lin Xian was truly arrogant. Even though we possess extreme weapons, it's only enough to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. We don't dare to actually attack them. Who would have thought that the other party would actually make a move? Where did he get that backing from? Could it be that their Immortal Palace also had extreme Dao weapons? That shouldn't be possible, right? He had never heard of any great emperor from Immortal Palace. While these people were discussing fervently, some other clans, such as the Tuoba clan, the Five Elements Palace, and the Yin-Yang sect, were sneering. Great. This guy is really courting death. Just wait. He will definitely be killed by the Silver Lightning clan. The Silver Lightning clan was indeed extremely furious. Ever since the experts they sent out returned, the Silver Lightning clan had been furious. Immortal Palace actually dared to beat back the emissary they sent out, and even made them kneel and kowtow. This was truly unforgivable. Damn it. This brat was too arrogant. What Immortal Palace master? In front of our Silver Lightning clan. He is just an ant. Capture him, and let him taste all the torture in the world. Let him kneel before our Silver Lightning clan for eternity. What Immortal Palace? How dare they be so arrogant, daring to use the name Immortal? Isn't it just an ordinary sacred ground? Directly destroy it. Let everyone know that the might of our Silver Lightning clan is not to be trifled with. These Silver Lightning clan experts all shouted angrily. Some of the elders among them also had gloomy expressions. However, soon, the Silver Lightning clan's patriarch transmitted a message, telling them not to act rashly. Lin Xian had to be killed, and Immortal Palace also had to be destroyed. However, they still had to wait. This time, when the 10,000 ancient races revived, many races were on the same side, so they were all secretly plotting. Moreover, it was said that several royal families were going to make a big move. At this critical moment, they must not send out troops en masse and attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, the secret would be exposed. Damn it, let that brat live for a while longer. When the Silver Lightning clan experts heard the news from their patriarch, they all gritted their teeth. However, There were also some people who sneered. The patriarch said that they could not send out troops en masse. However, he did not say that they could not go out alone. What do you mean? We have just come into being, so we can take a look at the prodigies of this world and see how strong they are. If they are weak and are killed by us on the spot, then they can't blame us. Several young prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan revealed sinister smiles. However, that brat seems to be very strong. He even injured the emissary we sent out. In fact, his soul was even controlled. Someone said with a frown. However, there were also some prodigies who sneered. It was fine. He probably attacked with all his strength and caught us off guard, which was why he injured our emissary. Moreover, we only sent out an emissary. How can he be compared to us? As long as we can defend our souls and be careful of his sword energy, there is nothing to be afraid of. That's right. I heard that the master of Immortal Palace, Lin Xian, has obtained the title of Central Emperor. He is one of the strongest prodigies of the human race in this world. Killing him is the fastest way to prove our strength. The three young prodigies left the Silver Lightning clan in a flash. Just as the prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan were preparing to attack Lin Xian, on the other side of the world, something unknown happened. In the western desert, there was a forbidden area called the Reincarnation Mountain. This place was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether you were an ordinary person or an extremely terrifying saint, as long as you walked in, you would never be able to come out again. Therefore, as time passed, no one dared to appear around the Reincarnation Mountain. There were no trees or plants. In fact, no one dared to set foot in a radius of tens of millions of miles. It could be said that this was a true forbidden area. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Reincarnation Mountain. It was an old figure. This figure had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if an immortal had descended. He looked at the Reincarnation Mountain in front of him, his eyes flickering like the vast stars. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely scream because this old man was their Immortal Palace's old palace master, Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo did not go to the nest of 10,000 dragons, nor did he go to snatch the immortal divine medicine. Instead, he came to the western desert, near the desolate Reincarnation Mountain. Chapter 2790. As expected, Xia Jiuyo walked towards the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall and looked similar to the other mountains. However, when one got closer, one would realize that there was a terrifying force that seemed to want to suck one in. Xia Jiuyo also felt this force. He frowned. Is this the power of reincarnation? He snorted coldly as a sacred aura rushed out of his body. Divine chains of order circled around him, blocking the power of reincarnation outside. In the next moment, he strode forward. In an instant, he entered the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall. It was very tall in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these experts, it was very small. However, that wasn't the case. There was another world in the Reincarnation Mountain. It could even be said to be a world of its own. After entering, one would realize that it was extremely vast, as if it was really a new world. Boom! As soon as Xia Jiuyo entered, he realized that he was in a vast plain. It was tens of millions of miles wide, and he couldn't see the end of it. On his left and right, there were countless figures. On his left, there were terrifying savage beasts. The savage beasts had monstrous auras and terrifying killing intent. They were all peerless monster kings. There were even a few beasts in the sky that were emitting sacred auras. Saint-level demonic beasts had actually appeared here. It was too terrifying. On his right, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. There were also some demonic beasts, but they were all subdued by humans and used as mounts. One of the palms stretched out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars. It shrouded the sky as if it was going to replace it. A great battle broke out. Divine chains of order surged and terrifying roars shook the sky. There were even many long-lost mystic arts and secret techniques. The world exploded. Xia Jiuyo's body was shrouded in endless light. Buzz! In an instant, a biting cold aura rushed out of Xia Jiuyo's body. With a snort, all the images were wiped out. It was just an illusion. That's right. An illusion. The reincarnation mountain was a place of reincarnation. It could evolve the past, present, and future scenes. It was enough to pass off as real. Even saints could get lost in it. Xiaojuyo was too powerful. He walked out of the reincarnation world in an instant. The surroundings turned dark again. Xiaojuyo's body swayed and flew forward. After flying for an unknown period of time, an ocean finally appeared in front of him. It was also vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Furthermore, the seawater was black, incomparably black, as if it was the water of hell. In the middle of this black sea, a white bridge appeared. It was incomparably white and carried with it a strange aura. On the bridge, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. They were very simple and were written in the primordial language. However, Xiaojuyo could see it clearly. Bridge of Helplessness. River Styx, Bridge of Helplessness. Legend had it that they were 2 godly items from hell. But now, they had actually appeared in the Reincarnation Mountain. It had to be said that the Reincarnation Mountain was indeed a peerless forbidden area. Once these 2 terrifying items appeared, they would be able to block the path of a saint. In fact, if a saint were to fall inside, he would probably not be able to come out. However, all of this terrifying scene seemed to be insignificant to Xiaojuyo. He was like an immortal as he stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. His body erupted with terrifying divine light, blocking all of the aura of darkness. Finally, he crossed the Bridge of Helplessness. The scenery before them changed once more. It was as if they had arrived at a new world, surrounded by vast mountains. Boom, boom. Cracks appeared on the brown ground, and there was even blood. In the distance, there were birds and beasts roaring. There were even human figures flickering. This scene was no different from the true spirit world outside. It even made people suspect that Xiaojuyo had already left the Reincarnation Mountain and arrived outside. Ahead, there were roars of demonic beasts and humans. There were even shocking vibrations. Clearly, something strange was happening. However, no one knew what it was. Xiaojuyo did not walk over. He stood on the brown ground and looked ahead like a divine lamp. Come out, everyone. Something big is happening outside. Xiaojuyo's voice rang out. Then, the world changed. Endless black chi rolled as if a peerless demon king had appeared. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded as a black dragon appeared in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring loudly. The black dragon emitted a terrifying saint aura. It was actually a saint-level black dragon. There was actually a dragon here. What was even more shocking was that there was a human figure standing on the black dragon. It was a pitch-black figure with red eyes like a peerless demon king. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. It was as if he wanted to tear the entire world apart. There was another pure white light, and a beautiful woman appeared in the starry sky. She was surrounded by armor, and divine chains of order danced in the air. Because of her appearance, the surrounding plants and trees grew crazily. In an instant, they reached a height of 1,000 feet. Old fart, why are you looking for us? A loud voice rang out. The sky was instantly split in half, and the pitch-black crack would never heal. A blue-robed man walked over. He carried a long saber on his back, and his body emitted an unparalleled light. That sharp aura even made the divine chains of order tremble. One could imagine how terrifying this swordsman was. Old Xia, what's the matter? Is there a new change outside? An ethereal voice drifted over. A black hole appeared in the sky. A green-robed man appeared from the black hole. He was half lying in the void, holding a wine gourd in his hand. His eyes were blurry as if he was drunk. You old drunkard. Xiaojuyo looked at him and shook his head. However, he quickly stopped smiling. His expression was extremely solemn. Something had really happened outside. The awakening of the nest of 10,000 dragons had triggered the awakening of the 10,000 ancient races. Now, more than half of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened. Among them, there was no lack of ancient royal races, and even 2 or 3 ancient royal races had awakened. And from the looks of it, the remaining few would also awaken in the near future. What? The 10,000 ancient races had awakened. Even those ancient royal races had awakened? The green-robed woman and the blue-robed swordsman had solemn expressions. In the sky, the middle-aged man drinking wine was also extremely surprised. Humph, how could this be? It's 300 years ahead of our deduction. Standing on the black dragon, the figure covered in demonic chi said coldly. As he spoke, the demonic chi on his body churned rapidly, and one could vaguely see his white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was very young, and he looked to be in his 20s. This white-haired youth was very young, but no one dared to underestimate him. The aura on his body was too cold. Chapter 2791. The nest of 10,000 dragons was discovered in advance, and a group of sacred leaders and sect masters went in to explore. In the end, it triggered the awakening of the experts inside. Xia Juyo briefly explained the situation outside. In the sky, a few stalwart figures listened with solemn expressions. Among them, the white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. This group of people really didn't know what was good for them. The green-clothed fairy goddess also sighed. Reincarnation was more damaged than we imagined. We haven't repaired it yet. Who would have thought that chaos was about to erupt outside again? What a coincidence. No, this matter must be stopped. With the descent of the 10,000 races, the human race will suffer a devastating blow. We must not let the events of the primordial era happen again. Our human race's great emperor has worked so hard for so many years. We must not waste it. The blue-clothed saber saint's voice was sonorous. It was really a crisis. The drinking uncle in the sky also sighed. We can't leave this place for the time being. At most, we can only send a few clones over. What they were most worried about now was the number of extreme weapons and the number of saints in the primordial theocrats. How many were there? Xia Juyo took a deep breath. There were at least 3 extreme weapons, and the number of saints would definitely not be small. Moreover, the remote antiquity families and the few peerless great sage families wouldn't use their trump cards unless they had no other choice. Therefore, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. More importantly, the emperor's son and daughter were also resurrected this time. Their ability to rally people was too strong. The primordial theocrats would probably reach an unprecedented level of unity. This was the most fatal thing to the human race. As soon as these words were spoken, the stalwart figures in the sky fell silent. After a long time, the white-haired demon lord said in a deep voice, "What do you need us to do?" Next, Xia Juyo began to transmit his voice to the stalwart figures. After hearing this, they frowned and transmitted their voice as well. In the end, both sides reached an agreement and set up a plan. There was no time to lose. Everyone acted together. They must intimidate the primordial theocrats. There must not be chaos. Xia Juyo said in a deep voice. The others nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the drinking uncle in the sky smiled. Old Xia, how is that kid? Not bad, right? He's beyond imagination. In the future, he will definitely be one of the strongest geniuses in the great emperor competition. Xia Juyo said. Of course. How could the person that I chose be wrong? In the sky, the middle-aged man who was drinking laughed. However, Xia Juyo sighed. However, the incident in the nest of 10,000 dragons this time was also caused by this brat. It was Shao Chun who discovered the location of the nest of 10,000 dragons. That was why all the holy sovereigns and church masters chased after him. It was fate. However, that was also good. Those saints and saintesses were no longer enough to train him. It was a good opportunity for these prides of the far ancient royal family to compete with him. Let's leave the things that we couldn't do back then to him. Once those words were spoken, the surrounding figures were also astonished. Who was this young man that the other party was talking about? How could he receive such an evaluation? After all, regardless of whether it was Xia Juyo or the figure within the black vortex in the sky, both of them were extremely terrifying existences. That god shocked them to the core. However, who was the young man that both of them were praising? How heaven-defying would it be? This made them very curious. At this moment, the figure in the black vortex in the sky put away the wine pot and said with a smile, "Old Xia, let me introduce you to another person, our new partner." "Oh, new partner?" Xia Jiuyo was stunned. To be able to become their partner, that person's strength was definitely earth-shattering. Because their strength wasn't as simple as just being a saint. As the voice fell, a ray of light flew over from afar and turned into a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps and a calm gaze, carrying an unparalleled domineering aura. Feeling the aura from this person, Xia Jiuyo also narrowed his eyes. In front, the imposing figure looked at Xia Jiuyo and said in a deep voice, "I'm Lin Zhan. Greetings, old Xia." Lin Zhan, Xia Jiuyo muttered. At this moment, the white-haired demon lord said in a deep voice, "He's qualified to stand side by side with me." The exceptional sword saint and fairy goddess nodded as well. Obviously, they also tacitly approved of Lin Zhan's strength. In the sky, the figure in the black vortex also stood up. "Old Xia, don't worry. His origin isn't simple either. If there's a chance, I'll tell you. Now, let's hurry up and make arrangements to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races." All right, the few earth-shattering figures disappeared in the reincarnation mountain. In the vast land of the Middle State, 3 silver silhouettes streaked across the sky like flashes of lightning. The imperial capital of the Divine Wind Empire is in front. Let's go there. All right. One of the figures let out a cold laugh. 3 streaks of lightning quickly flew towards the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Empire. The Divine Wind Empire was one of the most terrifying empires in the Middle State. Its imperial capital was, of course, incomparably prosperous. A huge city stood on the boundless land like a primordial beast. The dragon chi here was abnormally dense. Spiritual chi was everywhere. Especially in the depths of the palace, there were low dragon roars that weren't any weaker than the ones in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At this moment, 3 silver figures forcefully descended in the imperial capital. These 3 figures were very arrogant. They directly descended from the sky and even activated the Divine Wind Empire's array formation. Who dared to barge into the imperial capital? Cold snorts sounded one after another. Those experts wearing battle armor rushed out. Their cold gazes looked towards the sky. To enter the imperial capital, one had to pay spiritual stones from the south gate to enter. Who dared to directly descend from the sky? This was an act of courting death. In the sky, the 3 figures sneered. "We are the experts of the Silver Lightning Clan. If you dare to leave with us, we will kill you without mercy." The 3 of them were very arrogant. They descended amidst the light of the array formation that filled the sky. What? The experts of the Silver Lightning Clan. The cultivators in the imperial capital cried out in alarm. Countless gazes looked forward. They were indeed ancient creatures. They discovered that the 3 figures were very young, but their bodies were covered in silver scales and surrounded by terrifying silver lightning. Why were the experts of the Silver Lightning Clan here? Could it be that something big was about to happen again? These cultivators were discussing fervently. The guards also had ugly expressions on their faces. One had to know that ordinary people, even people from other sacred lands, wouldn't dare to trespass into their imperial capital like this. But the other party dared to. Moreover, they really didn't dare to make a move. Because the other party was an ancient creature, an expert of the 10,000 ancient races, they could only report this scene. Soon, the elders above sent down a message. They told the guards to retreat and ignore the 3 experts of the Silver Lightning Clan. This scene caused the cultivators in the imperial capital to cry out in alarm. The Divine Wind Empire was silently admitting defeat. Chapter 2792. Yes, 3 young people could break the rules of the imperial court as they wished. Keep your voice down. They are godlike existences now. Don't provoke these ancient creatures. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An older generation figure warned. Sure enough, wherever the 3 Silver Lightning race experts passed, the human cultivators all retreated. They didn't even dare to get close to them. This scene made the 3 Silver Lightning race geniuses very satisfied. What they wanted was this kind of respect. I wonder what the 3 of you are here for? An elder of the imperial family walked over and wanted to invite the 3 Silver Lightning race experts into the imperial palace. There's nothing else. We're just here to challenge a person. To be more precise, we want to teach a person a lesson. Teach a person a lesson? Who dared to provoke the experts of the Silver Lightning Clan? Who was so reckless? Could it be that kid? They remembered the previous rumor that the Silver Lightning Race's envoy was beaten out by Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. That's right, their guess was right. A Silver Lightning Race heavenly genius spoke, precisely Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. Spread the news to the world. Say that we're waiting for him in the imperial capital. Tell him to wash his neck clean and come here to die. Since he dares to provoke us, he's dead meat. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. They're actually going to attack Lin Xian. Heavens, this is truly a shocking piece of news. Lin Xian is not only the master of Immortal Palace, but also the Central Emperor. He's one of the 5 great titled geniuses of the human race. There aren't many geniuses in the human race who dare to challenge him. They didn't expect that the creatures of the 10,000 ancient races would actually attack him. Do you think that Lin Xian can withstand it? I don't know. It's rumored that the 10,000 ancient races are very terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xian is one of the top 5 geniuses. How can he lose? Discussions sounded one after another. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They knew about Lin Xian's strength. In the younger generation, there weren't many people who were his match. However, they hadn't seen these geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races in action, but they knew about it from the legends. How terrifying were these 10,000 ancient races? Therefore, if the two sides really fought, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, there were also people who were unconvinced. Sure enough, someone stepped forward. Although the 10,000 ancient races are strong, in terms of individual strength, you're no match for God Lin Xian. That's right. Lin Xian is the Central Emperor. How can you compare to one of the top geniuses of the human race? You are just relying on the fact that you have survived since ancient times and have ancestors in your family. Many people muttered softly. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the attitude of the 3 Silver Lightning Race's Sky Prides. Rely on our family? Are we inferior to that human brat? What a joke. The 3 Silver Lightning Clan experts were enraged. How can ants like you understand our strength and power? Whoever wants to die can come and try. Let's see if we are strong or not. The 3 of them stood there like fiend gods. Lightning constantly surged from their bodies, turning into lightning beasts that roared in all directions. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to experience just how powerful the legendary 10,000 ancient races are. A young man walked out from the crowd. It was him, Imo Tianyi. He was also a Sky Pride. Yes, he was a genius of the Imo family, and he was very powerful. It was said that he had the combat strength of a saint, and it was said that he admired Lin Xian very much. He especially admired Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. It seemed that this time, he was going to make a move. Everyone retreated, but at the same time, they were nervous and expectant. If a saint-level Sky Pride were to fight against the ancient creatures, they would definitely be able to detect the strength of these ancient creatures. After all, the saint level was still the top level among the younger generation. In front, the 3 Silver Lightning Race's Sky Prides looked at the young man who walked out with disdain in their eyes. You're the one who wants to challenge us? That's right, it's me. Imo Tianyi snorted coldly, and a golden light rushed out of his body, turning into golden giants that roared beside him. You're courting death. Great, I'll play with you. In front, one of the Silver Lightning Race's Sky Prides walked out and looked at the other party. Use your strongest attack, or you won't have a chance. You'll see. Imo Tianyi snorted coldly. Divine Radiance Palm. He made a move. He struck out with his palm, and the golden palm was like a Buddha, covering the sky and earth. The void instantly collapsed. You're overestimating yourself. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? In front, the Silver Lightning Race's Sky Pride sneered and threw out a punch. Silver Lightning jumped on his body, wrapped around his fist, and rushed forward. This silver fist was even more ferocious and domineering, and it carried a supreme aura. Boom, boom. The two collided, and a bright light burst out. Waves of energy swept in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the divine radiant's palm, and then it shattered. What a terrifying power of lightning! Even the divine radiant's palm couldn't resist it. It was too terrifying. The divine radiant's palm was an extremely terrifying power of the light element, and it was said to be able to shatter everything. However, at this moment, it couldn't contend with the other party at all. Damn it! Emotiani's expression also changed. He felt a violent power surging toward him. It was as if it was going to devour him and tear his body apart. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. He was already a saint prodigy. However, the other party's casual punch had caused him a fatal crisis. Scram! He roared, and his body was like a golden stream of light as he quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden giants on both sides blocked in front of him and attacked. Roar! The two light giants were indomitable like immortal kings. However, the silver lightning race's sky pride sneered. With a furious roar, the lightning fist exploded. It instantly blasted the two light giants away. This energy also blasted Emotiani, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was charred black, and the lightning had pierced through his body. Not only that, but his entire body was numb, and he couldn't use any power. This lightning was too frightening. Emotiani didn't attack again. His body was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. Trash, you're trash. You can't even block one of my punches. The silver lightning race's sky pride sneered, and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was that true? A saint prodigy couldn't block the other party's punch? The Silver Lightning clan was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the Silver Lightning race wasn't even a primordial royal race. Then, how terrifying were the sky prides of the primordial royal race? Above the primordial royal race was the primordial royal race. Could it be that the primordial races were so much more powerful than humans? At this moment, many people's faces were filled with despair. You're just a bunch of ants. You were already our slaves. However, we were in a deep sleep, which gave you humans a chance. Chapter 2793. After defeating Emotiani, the voice of the Silver Lightning race's prodigy sounded again, full of mockery and arrogance. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators trembled and clenched their fists. Many of the older generation experts were also gnashing their teeth. However, without exception, none of them dared to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The other party's identity was too terrifying, and there were countless powerful races behind him. If they made a move, it would be declaring war on the 10,000 ancient races. Therefore, they could only gnash their teeth and stare at the other party. You ants, hurry up and inform Lin Xian to come over and die. With that, the three Silver Lightning race's prodigies walked toward the palace. The news spread like a hurricane. When everyone learned that the Silver Lightning race's prodigies were so terrifying, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were all looking forward to Lin Xian making a move. They really hoped that God Lin Xian would make a move. It would be best if he could kill these ancient creatures in one move. Yes, the other prodigies didn't dare to make a move at all. Perhaps only God Lin Xian would dare to make a move. Yes, the Yi family and the Gu family were all silent. Only the Central Emperor Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid of these 10,000 ancient races. Cries of surprise resounded in the true spirit world. Lin Xian naturally received the news as well. He frowned. Three Silver Lightning race's prodigies were waiting for him in the Divine Wind Imperial capital. They wanted to fight him? Where did this group of people get their confidence from? They even dared to fight him? He asked in a deep voice. It couldn't be an ambush, right? He wanted to see if there were any Silver Lightning race's prodigies lying in ambush there. Lin Xian suspected that this was a trap for him. But very soon, the news spread. Reporting to the palace master, there was no ambush. Only the three Silver Lightning race's prodigies had arrived. At that time, it caused quite a commotion in the imperial capital. The Immortal Palace's cultivator quickly told Lin Xian what had happened in the imperial capital that day. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. So powerful? They didn't even put the Divine Wind Imperial capital in their eyes? These silver lightning races people were really courting death. However, when he heard that the Divine Wind dynasty did not do anything to the people from the Silver Lightning clan, he started to frown. And when he learned that the other easily defeated a prodigy at the saint level, Lin Xian's prodigies, he narrowed his eyes. Currently, the strength of an ordinary saint was equivalent to a late-stage 8-star. A little more, they were at the peak of prodigies. As for the top saints, they were equivalent to ordinary invincible kings. For example, Lin Xian was able to kill early 9-star invincible kings. Now, after being nourished by the dragon energy in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's 9 young divine body and great dragon sword soul have improved once again. Therefore, he was now equivalent to a mid-9-star invincible king tier. In Lin S. No matter what stage he reached, Lin Xian was very confident in his trump cards. He didn't think that these silver lightning races people could defeat him. Since they're courting death, I'll fulfill their wish. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to head to the Divine Wind imperial capital. The dark red divine dragon followed him. Of course, there was also a guardian in the dark, Xiao Wu. Ruffian Dragon activated the teleportation platform and directly teleported. Lin Xian didn't want to waste time. The dark red divine dragon set up a teleportation platform and tore through the void. The two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in a mountain range. The dark red divine dragon looked around, then pointed ahead and said, "In another 20 to 30,000 miles, they should be able to reach the Divine Wind imperial capital. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two of them quickly flew forward. In the Divine Wind imperial capital, more and more cultivators gathered here. The reason for that was because they knew that a world-shaking battle was about to erupt here. Many powerhouses and geniuses of the Holy Land's great sects also rushed over, ready to watch the battle. The crowd even found that there were a few Archean creatures among them. Damn it! Archean creatures of other races are here. This scene caused them to be extremely shocked. Of course, these Archean creatures were also invited away by the elders of the Divine Wind imperial capital. Which race are these Archean creatures from? They're so powerful. They're not weaker than the Silver Lightning race. Let's not talk about them. Why hasn't Lin Xian arrived yet? Perhaps he hasn't received the news yet. Or perhaps he's on his way here. Of course, among them, the people of the Tuoba family, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Five Elements Palace sneered. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Don't judge Lin Xian with the thoughts of trash like you. Lin Xian's supporters sneered and retorted. That's right, Lin Xian is the Central Emperor, and he just defeated the Silver Lightning race's powerhouse. Why wouldn't he dare? You're the ones who don't dare to say anything. The saint's genius doesn't even dare to fart in front of these Archean creatures. Sneers and mockeries sounded one after another. The geniuses of the Holy Land's great sects gritted their teeth and were about to vomit blood. Buzz. The arrogant voice of the Silver Lightning race came from the palace again. Is Lin Xian here yet? If he is, tell him to get over here. I can kill him with one slap. The voice was like thunder, turning into an endless sea of thunder in the sky, forming thunderclouds that floated in the sky. These people were so suppressed that they couldn't breathe. It was too terrifying. They were in the palace, but they caused such a terrifying impact in the outside world. These three Silver Lightning race's geniuses were really terrifying. Seeing this scene, the people of the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, and the Tuoba family laughed. That was because they felt that these three Silver Lightning race's powerhouses might really be able to kill Lin Xian. Half a day later, there was a sudden commotion at the gates of the imperial capital. Screams and exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian is here. What? The Central Emperor Lin Xian is here? The cultivators in the city also received the news and moved out one after another. In an instant, the streets, the sky, and all kinds of restaurants and shops were filled with people. Human figures. These people were not ordinary people. They were either the older generation's powerhouses or peerless geniuses. Every single one of his identities was shocking to the public. But now, they were all waiting for one person. They were all waiting for Lin Xian. Lin Xian strolled leisurely with the dark red divine dragon beside him. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd parted like a tide. No one dared to stop them. So powerful. Why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? That's right. Could it be that his strength has increased again? What a monster! Everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed, "Is this the dragon beside Lin Xian? Is it really a dragon?" It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 2794. The dark red divine dragon bared his teeth and glared at the people around him, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to speak. Coming to the front, the dark red divine dragon shouted at the top of his voice, "Where are the 3 silver electric race guys? Tell them to get over here. I'll roast them and eat them." He was too angry. Someone actually dared to shout at him. He really didn't know what was good for him. "Snake, you're courting death." An angry voice came from the palace. In the sky, the huge thunderclouds trembled and erupted with endless lightning. They surged down, wanting to kill the dark red divine dragon. "You want to hurt me with this little bit of lightning? I'll spit on your face." He opened his dragon mouth and endless seawater surged out, surging in the sky and colliding with the thunder that filled the sky. The seawater completely annihilated the thunder and even scattered the thunderclouds in the sky. So powerful. Seeing the dark red divine dragon break the attack of the silver electric race powerhouses with a casual attack, the surrounding cultivators also screamed, "Humph!" In the distance, 3 figures instantly arrived nearby like lightning. Their faces were gloomy as they stared at the dark red divine dragon. It was indeed a dragon. The intelligence was right. Damn it, this kid actually had a dragon by his side. He shouldn't be from the nest of 10,000 dragons, so we don't have to worry about him. The 3 of them quickly communicated. If he was really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they would probably have knelt down by now. Unfortunately, the dark red divine dragon wasn't a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The 3 silver electric race powerhouses snorted coldly and ignored the dark red divine dragon. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, you're finally here." The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a biting cold killing intent, forming a unique domain that enveloped heaven and earth. "The 3 of you want to challenge me? And you even said that you want to kill me with a slap?" Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. "That's right, it's us. Kid, you actually dare to injure the emissary of the silver electric race and challenge the authority of the silver electric race. You really want to die. Don't you know that you used to be our slave?" Lin Xian smiled. "You said it yourself, that was in the past. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? The strength of the human race is far beyond your imagination. I'll give you a chance. Apologize obediently and scram. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate will be." This voice was laced with a biting cold threat. Upon hearing this, the 3 Silver Lightning Clan experts were immediately enraged. Dazzling thunder exploded from their bodies, piercing through all directions. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. The elders of the royal family even activated the array formation. Flickering runes appeared on the streets and on the buildings. Seeing the royal capital activate the formation, the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Once again, he watched with peace of mind. "There's no point in talking anymore. Let me see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me with a single slap." Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them and said, "You 3 can come at me together. There's no need for the 3 of us to deal with you. I alone am enough." One of them stepped forward. It was him who had defeated Emotiani with a single punch. "Kid, remember me. I mean Feng." The Silver Lightning Clan expert stepped forward, his expression filled with boundless arrogance. "Killing you with a single slap is enough. Offending us is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Your aura is not bad, and your eyes are cold. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. "Why are there always people who don't know what's good for them and want to challenge me? You're courting death." Yin Feng's expression was solemn, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. He raised his palm, and an endless sea of lightning spread out from his hand, forming a large silver palm that shone brightly in the sky. Feeling this palm, the peerless powerhouses all trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. So powerful. This Feng definitely had the strength of an invincible king. No wonder he could defeat Emotiani with a single punch. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Boom! In the sky, the large silver palm carried incomparably mysterious runes as it descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian, wanting to smash him into pieces. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, a confident smile on his face. He didn't move at all. He waited until the palm was right above his head before he raised his hand. His hand clenched into a fist as he charged forward. Boom! The two collided. With a deafening sound, 100,000 thunder fell from the sky. The entire imperial capital's array shone, and runes flickered, forming a super defense. The terrifying energy bombarded, and the sound of stormy waves could be heard. Endless energy waves rushed into the clouds, tearing the sky apart. Too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. The commotion caused by the two's attack was too terrifying. If there weren't any arrays, this attack could probably destroy half of the imperial capital. And these people wouldn't be able to escape either. What terrifying thunder! Even invincible kings didn't dare to touch it lightly. The silver runes on the palm were the bloodline power of the Silver Lightning clan. It was too terrifying. These immemorial creatures had a unique advantage. Exclamations could be heard. Beside him, the other two experts from the Silver Lightning clan were also sneering. How dare he fight with Feng? He was really courting death. This time, his arm would probably be crippled. Not only that, but half of his body would also be smashed. The two of them were very confident. The sea of lightning that filled the sky slowly disappeared. When the crowd saw the situation in the sea of lightning, they were all stunned. Their minds were blank, and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. Especially the other two geniuses from the Silver Palace clan, who screamed, "Impossible! Crazy!" They were all crazy, because they saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back, his body radiating a golden light. As for their companion, Feng, he was in a very sorry state. The lightning on his body dimmed, and his entire arm was deformed. His palm was cracked. Fresh blood dyed his body red. Injured. Feng was actually injured. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Feng's physique was so strong, and he even used his bloodline power. This attack should have at least seriously injured him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him. But now, Feng was actually injured, and his opponent was unharmed. The two experts from the Silver Lightning clan went crazy. They could not accept this fact. The surrounding warriors also sucked in a breath of cold air. The silver palm just now made even the invincible kings tremble, but he could easily block it and even seriously injure his opponent. Ha 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 ha. The 9-young divine body is indeed powerful. That's right, Lin Xian is mighty. What Silver Lightning clan? How dare you fight with me, Lin Xian, in close combat? You're courting death. Do you know what the 9-young divine body is? Lin Xian's supporters began to mock and ridicule. The dark red divine dragon also sneered. Among the 10,000 ancient races, there were probably not many people who dared to compete with Lin Xian in terms of physique, except for those with extremely strong physiques. After being nourished by the dragon's aura in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's 9-young divine body had reached the 5th stage of the 2nd level. Chapter 2795. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. Is this what you meant when you said you wanted to kill me with a single slap? Unfortunately, you haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. Your strength is pitifully weak. Why don't I teach you what it means to kill someone with a single slap? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. His 9-young divine body released endless light, and balls of 9-young divine fire surged out, illuminating the world. As his voice fell, he also raised his palm and slapped forward. His palm transformed into a huge golden millstone that could destroy everything. Not good. Feng's pupils shrank, and the surrounding people exclaimed. The expressions of the other two silver lightning race prodigies changed drastically. This palm was too terrifying. The two of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. They came in front of Yin Feng and fought against him. There was an earth-shattering bang. The three silver lightning race prodigies were forced back, and their blood was boiling. Yin Feng was even more affected by the impact of the energy. He cried out and spat out blood again. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. Why? Can't bear it anymore? Finally, the three of you want to attack together? Come on, don't waste my time. Lin Xian waved his hand, looking impatient. This scene made the three silver lightning race prodigies gnash their teeth in anger. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The surrounding Lin Xian supporters also went crazy with mockery. Hey, what 10,000 ancient races? 3 against 1? Do you have any shame? That's right. You were so arrogant before, saying that you could kill our god Lin Xian with a single slap. Why don't you try it now? Give them a chance. Even if the three of them fight against one, they won't be a match for Lin Xian. These people sneered again and again. The three silver lightning race prodigies were about to vomit blood. Among them, Yin Feng gritted his teeth. The two of you, don't make a move. Let me deal with him personally. I must kill him. Yin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The power of lightning appeared on his body, and his broken arm recovered. All right, be careful. This kid seems to have learned an ancient body tempering technique, the 9-yang divine body. Don't fight him head-on. They had heard of the power of the 9-yang divine body. After all, it was a technique that had been passed down for a long time. Don't worry, I know. Yin Feng nodded. He was indeed careless. He didn't expect the other party to have cultivated the unparalleled 9-yang divine physique. But so what? Apart from close combat, he had plenty of other methods and divine abilities. Hum lightning bolts of the 9 yangs. The moment the silver knife appeared, it emitted a biting cold blade light that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's bodies to tremble as if they would be cut in half at any moment. What a terrifying blade. That was a treasure, 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 treasure. Those older generation figures also exclaimed. There was no need to even think about it. These ancient life forms were definitely taking out ancient treasures. To of s was a whirrs off. It wasn't over yet. Then, a ray of light shot out from Yin Feng's forehead, turning into a silver mountain that floated above his head. The silver mountain was incomparably majestic, emitting a terrifying aura. Thousands of rays of light shrouded Yin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. This silver mountain was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space quickly collapsed, and countless large cracks spread in all directions. The surrounding prodigies were also suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. How terrifying! Yin Feng actually took out 2 ancient treasures in an instant. Lin Xian was probably in danger. Kid, go to hell. Yin Feng snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the silver knife flew out. Although it was small, it was extremely sharp. It pierced through the void in an instant. How terrifying! It can already threaten a mid-stage 9-star king. I wonder if Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body can withstand it? Sensing the silver flying dagger, Lin Xian frowned as well. It was indeed terrifying. It reminded him of Li Xuanxian's little Li flying dagger. However, it was still slightly inferior to the little Li flying dagger. In the next moment, he would use his fist. Heaven battling divine fist. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fist shook heaven and earth, and a sonorous sound echoed in the sky. The silver knife was sent flying, dancing wildly in the sky. However, it soon circled again under the control of Yin Feng. Kid, you're dead. You won't be able to block my knife. The silver knife in the sky suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant knife that slashed down. Its sharpness also became stronger and stronger. Not good. I didn't use my full strength before. This silver knife is probably more powerful than we imagined. The expressions on the faces of the older generation changed. Even Lin Xian's supporters gasped in shock. Great God, Lin Xian, be careful. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, its power was much stronger than before. Humph. With a cold snort, endless sword chi rushed out of his body. It was densely packed like a rain of swords. In the next moment, it collided with the terrifying silver knife. A sonorous sound rang out, and the silver knife was sent flying once again. What? Impossible. It was sent flying. The two silver lightning experts were stunned. Yin Feng's expression froze. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, he wanted to roar, but soon, he began to tremble. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the sword qi between heaven and earth flew toward him. They collided with the silver mountain, making a sonorous sound. Damn it, block it. Don't worry, he can't break through Yin Feng's defense. Behind him, the two silver lightning experts sneered. However, their smiles soon became firm, because in their eyes, the silver mountain that they were so confident in was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and large holes appeared one after another. It's just a Dharma treasure. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Xian burst out with a biting cold light. He had already arrived in front of Yin Feng. Holding a sword qi in his hand, he slashed down from the sky. With a slash of his sword, he split the silver mountain in half. What? How is this possible? Not only did the humans scream, but the other immemorial creatures also came out of the palace. They just happened to see this scene, and their scalps went numb from fear. They knew that the silver lightning race was powerful, especially Yin Feng, who was even more terrifying. However, his Dharma treasure was actually split in half by a single slash of his sword. Who exactly was this human youth? Their gazes were all fixed on Lin Xian. Yin Feng vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he was at a loss. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it. The sword light slashed down, and his arm was directly sent flying, blood flowing wildly. The pain brought him back to reality. Damn it! He realized that there were more than a dozen piercing sword lights coming down from above. He was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. However, how could he dodge? Soon, his body was cut into pieces. Yin Feng screamed, and his body reassembled in the distance. His face was pale, and his face was filled with malevolence. I want you dead. Chapter 2796. The silver saber also flew into his hand. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword qi on his body became more and more piercing. He struck out with the ancient dragon abyss sword, which was surrounded by countless dragon-shaped auras. With a slash of the sword, the silver saber was once again sent flying. Yin Feng was even split into two halves. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied, especially those archaic creatures. Their faces were filled with shock. This person was too powerful. Who exactly was he? A terrifying physique and terrifying sword technique. Damn it! How could he have such a powerful attack? These people exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Yin Feng screamed in the sky. His two halves turned into streams of light and kept fleeing. Damn it! You dare to kill me? He realized that Lin Xian didn't stop at all. The piercing cold sword light once again enveloped him. So what if I kill you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. I'm a genius of the silver lightning race. If you kill me, the silver lightning race won't let you off. Yin Feng screamed. He couldn't believe that a human dared to kill him. The other two geniuses of the silver lightning race also shouted angrily. Damn brat, stop it now. You're dead meat. If you dare to kill him, the silver lightning race will tear you into pieces. The two of them rushed forward, wanting to save Yin Feng. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand, which turned into a golden mountain that descended from the sky, directly blocking the path of the two geniuses of the silver lightning race. At the same time, the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand quickly slashed out. The sword pierced through the other party's head. The power of the great dragon sword soul destroyed the other party's soul. With a scream, the two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, no longer breathing. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The entire scene was silent. Those archaic creatures were also shocked and couldn't believe it. No. The two silver lightning race powerhouses roared crazily. Dead. Their comrade was actually dead, killed by a human. This was something they didn't dare to imagine. One had to know that they were geniuses of the Silver Lightning race from the 10,000 archaic races. When they first came, even the Divine Wind dynasty didn't dare to provoke them and respectfully invited them in. In their eyes, no one in the world dared to kill them. But now, this kid in front of them had no scruples and directly killed their companion. How dare they? Was he not afraid of the Silver Lightning clan's revenge? Madman, this kid is a madman. The two geniuses of the Silver Lightning race roared madly. Kill him together and avenge Feng. The two of them roared angrily, releasing terrifying attacks that shook the golden palm. The golden palm released a rumbling sound as it was pushed aside. The two of them charged over. But soon, they were scared out of their wits. The swords slashed out, like the roar of a peerless giant dragon, enveloping them. Damn it! It was only now that they realized how powerful his sword chi was. No wonder Feng was killed. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that a young man could unleash such a shocking sword aura. Damn it! What kind of swordsmanship is he practicing? The two of them didn't know. However, they didn't have much time to think. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a silver shield in front of him. The other person turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. Clang puff. The silver shield was split in half by the sword. A huge crack appeared on the body of the Silver Lightning clan's prodigy, and his internal organs were exposed. The other figure also screamed in pain. His legs were cut off by the sword light, and blood flowed wildly. All the martial artists in the royal capital who were watching the battle were stunned. He injured two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan with a single sword strike? Powerful. He was too powerful. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't use his full strength when he killed Feng? Yes, that must be it. Lin Xian was too mighty. As expected of the Central Emperor, the top prodigy of the human race. The faces of the older generation were also filled with astonishment. Damn it! Who is this kid? They had to find out his identity. The Archean creatures' faces were gloomy. The other party was too powerful and posed a great threat to them. They had to find out who the other party was, what kind of swordsmanship he used, and what his background was. Should they save the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan? One of the Archean creatures asked in a deep voice. This Archean creature had strange patterns that crawled all over his body, especially the two sides of his cheeks. They were furry. It was very strange, and it made people who saw it feel their hair stand on end. The young man in front of him was the same, but his aura was stronger than his. The young man shook his head. Don't panic. Let's wait and see. The two prodigies should be able to hold on for a while. If we save them at the most critical moment, the Silver Lightning clan will do us a favor. Yes. The Archean creature behind nodded. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, and he was ready to save them at any time. They thought that the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan could hold on for a while, but they realized that they were wrong. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan were defeated. They had no choice. Firstly, Lin Xian was too powerful. Secondly, they were too shocked, and their minds were still blank. Therefore, they were soon seriously injured. Their bodies had even recombined 5 times. This made their faces pale, and the power in their bodies was quickly draining away. Oh no, let's go. The two of them screamed. They were too careless. They had to go back and report to the prodigies of the clan, so that they could kill the detestable kid in front of them. You want to leave? Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly blocked the path of the two prodigies. Damn it, let's split up and run. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan roared and ran in the opposite direction. No matter how fast the other party was, they didn't believe that he could stop the two of them. However, they were still thinking too much. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain flew out, turning into a sword dragon. It surged in the sky and directly enveloped one of the prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan. He, on the other hand, was blocking the path of another genius. What last words do you have? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, Damn kid, how dare you kill me? The Silver Lightning clan. Before he could finish, blood spurted out from between his eyebrows, and his body split in half. His soul was destroyed by the sword. This scene shocked everyone. The expressions of the Archean creatures also changed drastically. It was too fast and too decisive. The other party killed them with a single sword strike, leaving them no chance to attack at all. Hurry up and save the last one. The young Archean creature spoke. Immediately, the two figures behind him rushed out, wanting to save the last prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan. This was originally their plan. If they could do the Silver Lightning clan a favor, why not? However, they didn't expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so fierce. Chapter 2797. Save Me. The last Silver Lightning clan genius was shrouded by the Dragon Sword domain. He was also retreating in defeat as countless sword chi pierced through his body. There was no other way. These sword chi contained the power of the Dragon Sword soul. How could he resist it? But fortunately, he saw the other two ancient creatures coming to save him. He was very clear about these two ancient creatures. They were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their strength was very terrifying, not weaker than the Silver Lightning clan. In fact, they were a little stronger. Therefore, with the help of the other party, he would definitely be saved. Sure enough, the two ancient creatures opened their mouths and spat out white spider webs, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the Dragon Sword domain, trying to bind it. Oh no, it's the ancient demon spider clan. On the human side, some of the older generation figures also screamed. The ancient demon spider clan was very terrifying. It was rumored that they had the bloodline of the heavenly demon spider. It was rumored that their spider webs were very hard, and even the top magic treasures and heaven-grade weapons could not cut them open. If bound by this magic treasure, even an invincible king would not be able to escape. What? So terrifying. Damn it. Is the ancient demon spider clan also going to make a move? Won't Lin Xian be in danger? Many people began to worry about Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the Dragon Sword domain in the distance suddenly erupted. It shattered the white spider king spat out by the ancient demon spider above. Then, he burst out an unparalleled sword chi and pierced the body of the last Silver Lightning clan genius. His body was torn to pieces, and his soul was mercilessly destroyed. No. The Silver Lightning race's prodigy let out a blood-curdling scream and vanished into thin air. The two experts of the Archean demon spider clan who had rushed over were also stunned. Their faces were gloomy and terrifying. Dead. The last Silver Lightning clan member was also dead. This made their rescue plan completely fail. Damn kid. How dare you kill him? Their eyes were like lightning, staring at Lin Xian. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered, and two rays of light pierced toward him like divine arrows. They wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian's long sword swept horizontally, directly sending the two gazes flying. In the next moment, the Dragon Sword's spiritual domain enlarged in the sky, floating above the heads of the two ancient demon spiders. What do you want to die to? Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not have a good impression of these ancient creatures. The other party was too arrogant and insolent. How could Lin Xian be willing to accept the fact that they were all treated as slaves? It was no longer the primordial era. These primordial life forms did not have the right to be arrogant in front of him. You dare to attack us? You're courting death. The two ancient demon spiders were enraged. The one on the left stretched out a palm with a terrifying pattern on it and grabbed down from the sky. On his right, he pointed his finger at Lin Xian's glabella. It was as if his entire body was a sword. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand emitted a blinding light as he slashed forward. Boom, boom. The ancient sword waved, and the dragon-shaped sword chi danced. The entire void was completely torn apart. In the next moment, the three people's attacks collided in the sky. An extremely resplendent light burst forth as waves of energy surged in all directions. Boom. The terrifying energy was vast and mighty. A strange rune appeared on Lin Xian's body, and there was no need to dodge at all. The energy only made a thunderous sound on his body and could not hurt him. However, the other two experts of the ancient demon spider clan kept retreating. They retreated more than 10 steps in a row before they stopped. Damn it. Their faces were full of shock. Their fists and fingers were directly cut off, and blood dripped down, piercing through the void. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they exclaimed, "So powerful!" Lin Xian was too terrifying. The two ancient demon spiders attacked, but they were helpless and were injured instead. Even the other Archean life forms were shocked by this scene. Was this the strength of the Central Emperor? Damn it! When did the human race become so powerful? What had they experienced in the past 10,000 years? They gritted their teeth, and the leading young man also frowned. He may be one of the top geniuses of the human race. It was not surprising that he could injure them. Then do we still have to attack? Many people asked in a low voice. The young man shook his head. No, let him live a little longer. We have other things to do. With that, he waved his hand, and the two ancient demon spiders in front flew back. The young man who led the ancient demon spiders glanced at Lin Xian, and then rushed into the sky with his people. The group quickly rushed into the sky, ignoring the array, and directly toward the void and left. The ancient creatures had left. Everyone looked at this scene, shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian's supporters burst into cheers. Lin Xian was too powerful. That's right. It had always been the ancient creatures that scared others away. Now, our Lin Xian could scare away the ancient creatures. These people were pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. The ancient demon spiders, he felt that the young man who did not attack was very powerful. He should be a genius of that race. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head and prepared to go back. But at this time, the elder of the Divine Wind Dynasty appeared again. He said with a smile, "Temple Master Lin, take care." "Oh, what's the matter?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. "Our Holy Lord invited Temple Master Lin to the palace for tea." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Since he was already in the imperial capital, it was not a big deal to take a stroll. Lin Xian took the dark red divine dragon, and the two followed the imperial family elder and flew toward the palace. The others were envious. Sure enough, the strong were respected in this world. Whether it was the ancient creatures or Lin Xian, they were all respected by the imperial family elders. It should be known that these elders would not even care about an invincible king, but their attitude toward Lin Xian was so respectful. On the other side, the ancient demon spiders flew into the sky and left the ancient capital of the Divine Wind Dynasty. That spirit herb is about to mature. We have to hurry. We can't let others take it, the young man in the lead said in a deep voice. The ancient creatures beside him were also excited. This was an extremely precious spirit herb that was 8,000 years old. It had a magical effect on the ancient demon spiders, so they were determined to get it. There was someone in front. After a while, they suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation in front of them. Who was it? Could it be an expert from the human clan? The ancient creatures were shocked. However, the young man in the lead said, "No, it's similar to our aura. It's an ancient creature. It's an expert of the silver lightning race." An expert of the silver lightning race? The ancient creatures were also very surprised. The young man in the lead sneered. There was a good show to watch. These silver lightning race experts who spread the news in the imperial capital. Chapter 2798. That's great. Who told this brat to be so arrogant? How dare he fight against our ancient demon spider clan? The archaic creatures were also very excited. Let's go. They quickly moved out. Soon, they arrived in front. A sea of lightning spread out in front of them, forming a thundercloud. There were a few figures on the thundercloud. One of the graceful figures was half lying on the thundercloud. Around her, there were many ancient creatures serving her. Don't look at how young this girl was. Her identity was frighteningly great. Even these immemorial demon spiders were extremely respectful towards her. The young man who took the lead shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Sister Inhua." "Oh, it's you, little guy." The graceful figure on the thundercloud glanced sideways at the young man from the primordial ancient demon spider clan and then nodded. "Why did you bring your men here?" "I just woke up, so I brought people out to play. After all, it was too boring to sleep for so many years. However, Big Sister Inhua, I have a piece of bad news here." "Bad news?" What bad news? The graceful figure frowned. In this world, who dares to go against the 10,000 ancient races? The mysterious woman was very confident. In her opinion, no one dared to provoke them. However, the young man from the ancient demonic spider shook his head, and his face became serious. Sister Hua, I have to tell you. Sister In Hua, I just found out from the imperial capital that 3 geniuses from the Silver Electric clan were killed in the Divine Wind imperial capital. What? Hearing this, the mysterious woman was stunned. Ancient creatures were killed, and they were the geniuses of the Silver Electric clan. How could this be? Is the news confirmed? The mysterious woman asked in a deep voice. The young man from the ancient demon spider clan nodded. It's true. We saw it with our own eyes, and we even helped them. But the enemy is too decisive. She directly killed the 3 geniuses of the Silver Electric clan and even injured our people. Sister, please look. As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 ancient creatures behind him. These 2 were the ones who fought with Lin Xian before. Their palms were cut off by Lin Xian, and they had not healed yet because the remnant aura of the great dragon sword soul was difficult to erase. Damn it! The mysterious woman was finally angry. It seemed that the news was true. Who was it? Tell me, who did it? How dare you kill a prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan? Was it one of those Saint Lords? Or the Emperor of the Divine Wind dynasty? In his opinion, only these people would dare to make a move against them. No, it wasn't those sacred leaders and sect masters. It was a young man. Young people? Who was it? Among the younger generation, was there anyone who could stop the 3 prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan? The mysterious woman couldn't believe it. The young man from the ancient demon spider clan said, Elder sister, do you remember that some time ago, the emissary of the Silver Electric clan was beaten up? Hearing this, the expressions of the ancient life forms on the thunderclouds turned ugly. The mysterious woman called In Hua furrowed her brows. I naturally knew that it was done by Immortal Palace's palace master. Humph, my Silver Lightning tribe will naturally not let him off. It was good that his elder sister knew about him. This time, it was precisely that Immortal Palace's hall master who took the initiative. It was he who had come to the imperial capital and personally killed his 3 brothers from the Silver Lightning clan. What? It was that Immortal Palace's palace master again. Silverflower was thoroughly enraged, and the ancient life forms serving her were also brimming with killing intent. Master, let me go and kill him. These ancient life forms were not from the Silver Lightning clan, but the mysterious woman in front of them. She used her powerful strength to subdue other races to serve her. This kind of subjugation was very common among the 10,000 ancient races. Because these 10,000 ancient races worshipped power, it was very common for them to be subdued. At this moment, these ancient life form servants were very angry. In Hua's face was gloomy. No need. This time I will personally kill him. He was thoroughly enraged. So what if the other party was Immortal Palace's palace master? No matter how powerful he was just a human. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he could only kneel. He actually dared to resist? Where was he? He should still be in the imperial capital. Even if he left, he couldn't have gone too far. Let's go. With a roar, the thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thunder dragon. With a roar, it drilled into the clouds and disappeared. Only balls of lightning were left, still rolling in all directions. Looking at the disappearing figure, the young man from the ancient demon spider clan curled his lips into a smile. The next moment, he also waved his hand. Let's go. These people also left. In Hua's speed was very fast. Not long after, she saw a majestic city below. Immediately, she frowned. It seemed that this should be the imperial capital of the Divine Wind dynasty. Master, do you want us to directly go down and capture that kid and kill him? There's no need. In Hua shook her head. That kid dared to attack us, which means he has something to rely on. Let's see how many invincible kings he has with him first before we make a move. First, seal the surroundings. Behind him, 7 or 8 ancient life forms swayed and came to the 4 corners of the world. In Hua went to the 9 heavens and looked down with her cold eyes. She would not enter the imperial capital. She had to wait until she met him outside. As soon as he came out, she would kill him mercilessly. In this way, she could guarantee that no one and no formation would stop her. In the Divine Wind Dynasty's imperial capital, Lin Xian and the Divine Wind Dynasty's sacred master drank tea and chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian came out. After leaving the palace, he and the dark red dragon's figures swayed and also disappeared from the street. Soon, they left the imperial capital and soared into the sky. Master, that kid is out. In the south, an ancient life form quickly transmitted his voice. Immediately, Yinhua opened her eyes in the 9 heavens. Buzz. A jade-like hand reached out and grabbed downwards. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth descended, each of them as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed and covered the entire space. This scene was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Damn, someone is plotting against us. Below, the dark red dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? They had just come out, and they had already suffered such terrifying lightning. This must be a plot. Who was it? Damn it, it was those people from the silver lightning race. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. These lightning bolts were from the silver lightning race. He was very sensitive to these lightning bolts. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Kill. With a furious roar, an unparalleled light erupted from his body as he rushed up to the lightning bolts. The dark red dragon followed behind him and also waved its dragon claws. Lin Xian's body was abnormally strong. Even if he was hit by these lightning bolts, it only made clanging sounds. He went against the heavens like a peerless god of war and arrived at the 9 heavens. Who dares to sneak up on me here? Get out here. His voice was like thunder as it rolled out. The people in the imperial capital were shocked. What was going on? Was Lin Xian going to attack again? Were the powerhouses of the silver lightning race going to attack again? These people rushed out one after another. Chapter 2799. You're the one who killed the powerhouses of the silver lightning race? A pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky, carrying with them the power of lightning. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. The great dragon's sword soul in his body roared and instantly relieved the pressure. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he faced the attack. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Are you from the silver lightning race? If you want revenge, come here and die. Good boy, you have guts. But you're too reckless. As he spoke, heaven and earth rumbled, and endless lightning descended and enveloped Lin Xian. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. No, Lin Xian has been teleported out. Many powerhouses cried out in surprise and quickly chased after him. They all rose into the air. However, the scene of Lin Xian and the mysterious man had already disappeared. Where did they go? They're probably millions of miles away. Should I go and take a look? Let's go and look for them. In the imperial city, many people began to search in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. Who was the other party? What a terrifying technique. It doesn't seem to be the younger generation. After all, the younger generation did not have such terrifying strength, and he would not have felt so much pressure. Be careful, boy. That's a treasure. The dark red dragon said from the side. The two of them had strong physiques, so they could withstand the endless lightning attacks. It seems that she has teleported us out. No, I can't let them succeed. What if it's a trap? Lin Xian said. Ruffian dragon, think of a way to destroy it. Don't worry, the dark red dragon said. He waved his dragon claws and began to break the array. Although the other party was using a treasure, it was still a kind of array formation. He was very proficient in it. With Lin Xian's help, it did not take long for the two of them to break through the sea of lightning and rush out. Damn it, you're finally out. How dare you plot against me? I want to see who it is. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared in all directions. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by endless sword light. You're quite capable to come out. No wonder you were able to kill the prodigies of my silver lightning clan. In the sky, the cold voice sounded again. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon looked up at the sky. They could see a mysterious woman standing above the 9 heavens with an icy expression, as if she were a queen staring down at them. Around them, there were 7 archaic life forms firmly surrounding them. The 7 archaic life forms all had different expressions on their faces. Clearly, he was not a member of the Silver Lightning clan. Could it be that these ancient creatures had joined forces? If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. No. The dark red dragon shook its head. They should be slaves. The dark red divine dragon had a better understanding of these primordial creatures. Therefore, he explained. When Lin Xian heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the 10,000 ancient races didn't join forces, there wouldn't be a problem. He could tell that the mysterious woman in the sky was very powerful. His strength had reached the late stage of the 9-star king realm. Even among the invincible kings, he was an extremely terrifying existence. Kid, let's work together. This guy is too strong. He's probably an old monster. The dark red divine dragon transmitted his voice. He naturally felt how powerful the other party was. Lin Xian nodded, and the sword chi on his body became even colder. The dark red divine dragon let out a roar, displaying endless dragon might. Above, Silver Flower frowned. You're that dragon? Dragons are actually in cahoots with ant-like humans. You're really embarrassing the divine beasts. However, since you're not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons, then don't blame me for being impolite. I heard that drinking dragon blood can allow the 10,000 ancient races to evolve. Today, I'm going to verify if this legend is true. She looked at the dark red divine dragon, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Bah, you want to compete with your Grandpa Long's blood? Do you want to die? In a while, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. You don't know death. Above, Silver Flower made her move. A silver light flickered in the sky, tearing the void apart. A terrifying silver lightning blade slashed towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, everything was cut in half. No power could resist it. Boom, boom. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon resisted head-on. The two of them also attacked. An intense collision sound rang out. Then, the two of them retreated, shattering the void. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's chi and blood roiled, but he quickly suppressed it. As expected of a late-stage 9-star king, she was indeed terrifying. This power was so terrifying. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also grinning. Clearly, that attack just now also gave him a lot of pressure. Kid, you're quite capable. You were actually able to block my attack without being injured. But unfortunately, I only used 10,000 units of the ancient era's power just now. That's not my full strength at all. In fact, I didn't even use half of my strength. In the sky, Silver Flower's voice was cold, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Her casual attack made the two of them retreat. If she attacked with her full strength, she could guarantee that she could easily kill these two people. 10,000 units of the ancient era's power? What was that? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand at all. The dark red divine dragon at the side explained. This was a calculation method of the 10,000 ancient races. Reaching 9-star king, the weakest would have 9,000 units of the ancient era's power. It wouldn't be weaker than this. And these invincible kings, because of their different bloodlines and talents, there would be differences in strength. The 10,000 ancient races had developed a method that could describe the strength of this kind of strength. They called it the ancient era's power. It was said that the weakest 9-star king, Thailand, had 9,000 units of the ancient era's power, and the strongest had 100,000 units of the ancient era's power. However, reaching 100,000 units of the ancient era's power was already the limit of a king. It seemed that no one could break this rule. Further up was the power of a saint. I didn't expect you to know so clearly, as expected of the dragons. But it's a pity. So what if you know clearly? The cultivation of the two of you should only be peerless powerhouses, right? Two mere 8-star kings being able to compete with the invincible kings of Class 1 is already very heaven-defying. They can indeed become geniuses. But it's a pity that you met me. I won't give you a chance. To tell you the truth, my full strength is 30,000 units of the ancient era's power. Do you think the two of you can compete with me? What? 30,000 units of the ancient era's power? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. This kid seems to be an incredible fellow. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he had just learned about the rules of the 10,000 ancient races from the description of the dark red divine dragon, an ordinary 9-star invincible king would have 9,000 units of the ancient era's power. But the other party had 30,000 units of the ancient era's power. The gap between them was simply too great. Ruffian Dragon, how much archaic power do you have? What about me? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 2800. If I go all out, I have about 20,000 units of Archean power, and so do you. The dark red dragon said. Of course, if your great dragon sword soul goes all out, it will definitely increase. Both of us have more than 20,000 units, so we have more than 40,000 units in total. We can definitely kill him. Lin Xian was puzzled. Why was the other party so confident? The dark red dragon shook its head. It wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. Otherwise, a group of 8-star kings would be heaven-defying. One had to know that 10,000 units of Archean power was equivalent to a difference of 1 realm. It was very difficult to make up for it. Of course, this is only my estimate. Who knows how terrifying your great dragon sword soul will be when it goes all out? The dark red dragon transmitted its voice to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. He understood that the Archean power should be a guess of 1 strength. However, it was only a guess. It wasn't 100% certain. For example, if his great dragon sword soul was injected with unlimited power, it could kill a sage. Thinking of this, his eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. You believe in this Archean power too much. Today, I'll let you see that the current world no longer belongs to you. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. Ants, you're courting death. In the surroundings, the 7 Archean creatures were also furious. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this. He was courting death. They quickly charged over. In an instant, the 3 of them arrived around Lin Xian. These 3 Archean creatures each had about 10,000 units of Archean power. Their attacks were truly terrifying. One of them turned into a black mountain and pressed down from the sky. Another person spat out terrifying flames that turned into fire crows that danced in the sky, emitting terrifying heat. The last person pulled out a jet-black ancient saber and slashed down, cutting the void in half. Boom! Lin Xian made his move. First, he sent the Archean demonic mountain flying with a punch. Then, he slapped the jet-black saber in half with a palm. His entire body was bathed in a sea of fire, and he was fearless. He easily sent the 3 Archean creatures flying with 3 punches. The 3 Archean creatures kept retreating, smashing through the void and turning into a bloody mist. What? He was actually this strong. The remaining 4 archaic creatures were stunned. Those were 3 early-stage 9-star powerhouses. Each of them possessed roughly 10,000 units of ancient power. Yet, even with the 3 of them working together, they were still killed so easily. This kid was too terrifying. And he was just a young man? Had the human race become so terrifying? They were dumbfounded. In the air, Silverflower's voice was ice-cold. The 4 of you, retreat and don't attack. This brat should have about 20,000 units of ancient strength. Unless the 2 of you work together and kill him in 1 blow. Otherwise, they wouldn't be his match at all. That's right. A difference of 1,000 units of Archean energy was already a terrifying gap, let alone 10,000 units of Archean energy. This was absolutely a merciless crushing. Therefore, even if the remaining 4 ancient creatures attacked, it would be useless. However, Inhua was not worried. After all, she had 10,000 more Archean powers than him. Similarly, she could easily crush him. Boom! Sure enough, in the next instant, Silver Flower attacked. The thunderclouds in the sky pressed down and condensed above Lin Xian's head. That terrifying power of thunder filled the entire space. Countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Boom! Lin Xian also brandished the Dragon Abyss ancient sword. An incomparably shocking light burst out from the long sword, cutting apart the thunder that filled the sky. However, There were simply too many lightning bolts this time around. They were densely packed together and seemed to be endless. Even if it was cut open, there was still more pouring in from all directions. In an instant, it completely enveloped Lin Xian. Brat, be careful. The dark red dragon roared and spat out balls of flames to fight against the remaining lightning bolts. The two of them attacked together, attacking this mysterious woman. It's useless. Even if the two of you work together, you're still not my match. Yinhua controlled the thunderclouds in the sky to contend with it. But soon, her expression changed, because she discovered that in the sea of lightning below, a roar came. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, causing her expression to stiffen. Immediately after, the sea of lightning was cut open, and a figure holding a killing sword quickly rushed over. What? He actually rushed out. Yinhua was extremely surprised. The other four ancient creatures screamed repeatedly. They knew how terrifying their master was. No matter how powerful this kid was, he could not contend with their master. But now, the other party actually charged out. It was truly beyond their expectations. You want to trap me with a mere sea of lightning? Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly brandished his long sword, charging towards Yinhua. The sword light in the sky flickered, shattering the space around Yinhua. Yinhua's face was gloomy, and her figure dodged lightly. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also rushed out, transforming into 1,000 feet long divine dragon, roaring non-stop. At this moment, endless lightning also rushed out of his body, contending with the sea of lightning around him. As dragons, moving clouds, and summoning rain, breathing fire and releasing lightning were the most basic. So how could the dark red divine dragon be afraid of this lightning? Is this all you've got? Take out your true ability and let me see. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. At this moment, the 9-yang divine body on his body bloomed with light, and endless sword chi surrounded it, making him look like a peerless war god. You reckless thing, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yinhua snorted coldly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, terrifying thunder descended. This time, the lightning was even more terrifying. It transformed into lightning with 5 different colors, the 5-colored divine lightning. The terrifying power was enough to kill a late-stage 9-star invincible king. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body and rushed forward. The dark red divine dragon also roared and used the dragon's great divine ability to contend with it. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 3 of them attacked, and there was not a single place within a radius of millions of miles that was intact. Humph! On Lin Xian's body, mysterious runes flickered, and terrifying light pulsed. Balls of 9-yang divine fire erupted, and like a golden war god, he resisted the 5-colored lightning. One had to admit that the 5-colored lightning was very terrifying. When it hit Lin Xian's body, it was charred black. However, the 9-yang divine body was still able to forcibly resist it. 5-colored wild lightning slash. Yinhua shouted and waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, 5-colored lightning gathered in her hand, forming a 5-colored lightning blade that slashed down. The dark red divine dragon was shocked when the blade slashed out, and Lin Xian's pupil shrank. The 9-yang divine body also split open. Terrifying cracks appeared on it, revealing deep white bones. Blood dripped down from it. It dyed the void red. Haha, that kid is injured. Chapter 2801. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Kid, are you all right? He opened his mouth and spat out the Jiao dragon scissors. He quickly activated them and turned them into 2 dragons. They rushed forward and blasted the remaining 5-colored lightning away. This guy was too terrifying. After all, he was an archaic expert. Hurry up and use the half-step saint artifact. Lin Xian nodded. He also took out the 9-story pagoda. In an instant, their strength increased to 25,000 archaic power. A half-step saint artifact? I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands. Silverflower looked at the half-step saint artifacts in their hands. Her eyes flickered, and a hint of passion appeared in her eyes. Half-step saint artifacts weren't cabbages. Even she didn't have many of them. If she could have one more, it would be a huge fortune. It seemed that the two of you had a lot of treasures on you. I'll kill you, and everything you have will be mine. She stretched out two big hands and grabbed forward. Although the two of them had used half-step saint artifacts, their archaic power was still inferior to hers. She wasn't afraid at all. Boom, boom. The three of them exchanged more than 100 moves. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Damn, this woman was too terrifying. She could actually resist a half-step saint artifact with her bare hands. Was this a late-stage 9-star invincible king? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could now easily kill early-stage 9-star invincible kings. He could even kill mid-stage 9-star invincible kings. However, he didn't expect a late-stage 9-star invincible king to be so terrifying. He took out a half-step saint artifact to fight against her. He even joined hands with the dark red divine dragon, but he still couldn't injure her. This scene was truly unbelievable to him. Buzz golden runes flashed in his eyes, and a soul attack instantly surged out. Buzz. Silverflower's body stiffened, and the lightning on her body also stopped. A trace of emptiness appeared in her eyes. Great, attack quickly. The two of them waved their attacks and charged forward. Bam! Silverflower was blasted away, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her body didn't split open. The 5-colored lightning around her formed a 5-colored armor that enveloped her body. After retreating for tens of thousands of miles, Silverflower stopped. She screamed, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." She was truly too furious. She was a grand archaic expert. He was actually sent flying by 2 human ants. If news of this were to spread, how would she be able to maintain her standing among the 10,000 ancient races? He would probably lose all his face. Soul attack. Damn it, you actually have a soul attack. Brat, I won't forgive you. Silverflower roared, and the power of her bloodline burst forth, forming a lotus between her eyebrows. It defended her soul, preventing her opponent from using another soul attack. Kill with a shout, she suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, giving them a fright. What incredible speed! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His opponent's speed was too fast. It was hard for them to react. In an instant, the opponent's 5-colored divine lightning enveloped the two of them. There were many cracks on Lin Xian's body. The dark red mystical dragon's body was also charred black. At the critical moment, Lin Xian roared, "Xiao Bai!" The snow-white little monkey instantly rushed out. Raising its hand, it slapped Silverflower's face directly. 3 seconds of dizziness. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silverflower was affected by the snow-white monkey's divine power. These 3 seconds gave Lin Xian and the dark red mystical dragon an opportunity. The two of them instantly rushed out of the 5-colored divine lightning. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He directly drew his dragon-shaped sword and slashed forward. The dark red mystical dragon also spat out a mouthful of thick blood, staining the dragon's scissors. Buzz! The dragon's scissors trembled, and the two dragons released endless blood-colored light as if they had come alive. Their power increased greatly. Boom! 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 The two's earth-shattering attacks landed on Silverflower's body. The 5-colored armor on Silverflower's body instantly shattered, and the 2 rays of light sent her flying again. This time, she retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. Silverflower once again spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian's sword chi even left a sword mark on her body. Injured. Master is actually injured. Damn it, that's impossible. The 4 archaic life forms' faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to believe that a brat could actually injure their master. Was this heaven-defying? Silverflower stopped, her body trembling with anger. The 5-colored thunder surrounded her, enveloping her injuries. However, she frowned. Damn it, there was an aura left in her injuries that her 5-colored divine lightning couldn't erase. What kind of sword chi was that? How could it be so terrifying? Silverflower was extremely shocked. Even with her 30,000 archaic life force, she couldn't erase that sword chi. That was too shocking. Damn it. What was that sword shadow in this brat's hand? It was too surprising. One had to know that she estimated that the other party was only a young genius with 20,000 archaic life force. Even if she used a half-step sage artifact, such a terrifying weapon, she could only reach 25,000 archaic life force. But that sword strike just now had at least 28,000 archaic life force. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that her full strength was only 30,000 archaic life force. The other party was only 2,000 archaic life force lower than her. It was too shocking. She was a late-stage 9-star powerhouse. The other party was only a peerless early-stage 8-star powerhouse. How many realms were there between the two of them? Damn it, there must be something wrong with that sword shadow in the other party's hand. Silverflower gritted her teeth. She swore that after killing the other party, she must obtain that sword shadow. Brat, you've completely angered me. Although you have many treasures on you, there's still a gap between you and me. Silverflower's expression was extremely cold. The aura on her body became more and more terrifying. The entire air was filled with violent thunder, as if an apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was about to erupt. Boom, boom, boom. Around her, lightning beasts appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura, causing the entire world to change color. Boom. With a palm strike, under the power of the Silver Point race's bloodline, the 5-colored divine lightning was terrifying to the extreme. This power could look down on everything. Not good. Brat, don't take it head-on. The dark red divine dragon roared and recalled the dragon scissors. It circled around him, forming a powerful defense. At the same time, he once again used the great ability of the dragons to contend with it. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too strong. This power was still enough to threaten him. Even if he had the 9-yang divine body, it wouldn't be enough. With a roar, the 9-yang divine body bloomed with endless light. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as he searched for a place where the energy between heaven and earth was weak. He quickly used the yin-yang 8 steps to dodge. The sword chi in his hand constantly waved, piercing through the weak energy and entering it. Chapter 2802. But in the end, he actually survived. When the storm disappeared and the palm landed on the ground, Lin Xian's body had some wounds, but they weren't serious. Kid, do you have any ideas? The dark red dragon came to Lin Xian's side. Why don't the two of us work together to activate the dragon sword shadow? And Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like that was the only way. The dark red dragon spat out a mouthful of blood onto the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz. The dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled as if it had come to life, bursting out with an unparalleled light. The light of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was completely pierced by the sword chi. At this moment, the 4 archaic creatures knelt on the ground, trembling non-stop, unable to raise their heads. Yinhua's expression also changed. Damn it, this power. What the hell is this thing? Her expression was solemn as she used the 5-colored divine lightning to the extreme. At the same time, she took the initiative to attack, because she knew that the other party's attack was enough to threaten her. Attack! Lin Xian roared as he poured all his power into the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The dark red dragon did the same. The dragon's sword shadow rumbled and turned into a giant sword shadow that was thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Yinhua also attacked. A pair of 5-colored palms went against the heavens and attacked Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. But she was still a step too late. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky slashed down and collided with the 2 5-colored palms. Between heaven and earth, endless light flickered. The area within 5 million miles was completely enveloped by this terrifying energy. Boom, boom. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless demonic beasts below were turned into ashes by this energy. The aftermath spread out in all directions like a huge earthquake. Those warriors who rushed over from the imperial capital couldn't find it at first, but now that they felt this power, Their expressions changed as they looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! In the distance, a pillar of light that reached the sky flashed like a heavenly sword. There were 5-colored divine lightning, like a heavenly tribulation. Over there, it should be that battle. Let's go and take a look. They determined the direction and quickly rushed over. A fierce collision occurred between heaven and earth. The dark red dragon and Lin Xian kept retreating. The damage caused by the aftermath of this energy was simply too great. The two of them directly entered the black earth. The black earth kept rolling and colliding, but fortunately, it was incomparably sturdy and wasn't damaged. The 4 ancient life forms were directly turned to dust by this energy. They had no time to escape. Silver Flower was also heavily injured. The slash slashed through the 2 5-colored palms and landed on her body, shattering her 5-colored armor once again. Not only that, but the sword also split her body in half. A Silver Flower's miserable voice rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was too miserable. Her body was directly split apart. The 2 halves of the corpse floated in the sky. Blood surged around her and dyed the void red, forming a sea of blood. Damn it! Silver Flower roared madly, and the 2 halves of her body quickly healed together. However, in an instant, it split apart again. The aura of the dragon sword soul was too terrifying. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silver Flower couldn't completely destroy it, unless it took a long time. But now, where could he find so much time? On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon walked out again. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dark red dragon also exclaimed. As expected of the dragon sword soul, it's indeed powerful. It can even kill such a terrifying ancient life form with a single slash. Kid, what do we do now? Looking at Silver Flower, who was still broken after more than 10 times, the dark red dragon asked with a smile. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with light. Of course, we'll destroy her soul. The other party wanted to kill him, so how could he hold back? Hearing these cold words, Silver Flower's soul screamed, "Damn kid, you dare to kill me? I'm a powerhouse of the Silver Electric race. If you kill me, the Silver Electric race won't let you off." I've already heard this 3 times. Not only you, but also those 3 prodigies. However, I still managed to kill him. So, such threats are useless against me. If you want to threaten me, try something new. Lin Xian sneered, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. He activated the soul ignition secret technique, and Silver Flower's soul seemed to be ignited. She screamed crazily. Ah, damn it! Soul attack! Bloodline power! Condense for me! She roared crazily, and her soul controlled the surrounding sea of blood to crazily wrap around her. Although her body was gone, the sea of blood reformed and formed a blood person, temporarily wrapping around her soul. Silver Flower couldn't stop panting. That attack just now had caused her soul to be injured as well. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you off. A body formed by blood let out a cold voice. The next moment, the bloody hand waved and covered the 2 halves of the corpse. Then, Silver Flower controlled the blood in the sky and ran into the distance. To be honest, she was too shocked. The other party's sword chi was too strange. Her broken body couldn't heal. This was something she had never encountered before. So, she had to leave quickly. After returning to the clan and healing her body, she would kill the other party after recuperating. Now, she had to ensure her safety. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted and waved the dragon-shaped sword again. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the blood. The blood was quickly obliterated. In an instant, 1/3 of the blood was cut clean. Silver Flower screamed crazily. She was really scared. The other party was too terrifying. She didn't dare to say anything. She just ran crazily. She quickly formed hand seals and burned her blood to form a bloodline secret technique. She directly tore through the void and escaped. Not good, kid. She used a bloodline secret technique and burned her blood. Chase after her. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, the other party was too fast. He couldn't find her in an instant. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes above his head looked down at the ground. Soon, he discovered a monstrous blood-colored aura millions of miles away. Found her. Let's go. Ruffian Dragon, use the array formation. The two of them activated the array formation, tore through the void, and quickly chased after her. In front of them, Silver Flower increased her speed after using a secret technique. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. She swore that she would definitely take revenge. She would capture those two people and cut them into tens of thousands of pieces. However, not long after, she screamed. She was so scared that she almost wet her pants. The reason for that was because she discovered that not far away, space had split open and two figures had actually appeared. Damn it, they're here. How is this possible? Chapter 2803. This scene scared Silver Flower out of her wits. She used her secret technique again and didn't hesitate to burn her blood to escape. Lin Xian also activated the array formation. The two of them flew quickly in the sky, one in front and one behind. There were many figures in front of them. They were the human cultivators who were rushing over to watch the battle. Silver Flower didn't know that. She thought that these people were called over by Lin Xian to surround and kill her. Therefore, she screamed, "Damn human, go to hell." With a furious roar, the terrifying blood turned into a blood sword and rushed forward, slashing forward. In an instant, the void in front of them shattered. Many human cultivators were instantly killed. There were even a few invincible kings among them. Seeing this scene, the remaining warriors screamed like they had gone mad. Damn it, demon. He's a demon. He killed several invincible kings with a single sword strike and brought so many peerless almighties with him. Was this something a human could do? The powerhouses of the 10,000 Archean races were too terrifying. Damn it. Was Lin Xian fighting with such a person? Where was he? Could it be that he had been killed? No way. Did you say that Lin Xian had died? These people were extremely shocked. Many of the saints and saintesses' eyelids twitched. Indeed, such an ancient powerhouse had exceeded their range of tolerance. They probably couldn't even withstand a single move from the other party. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, the odds would be stacked against him. The people from the Yinyang sect and the Tuoba family all sneered. If Lin Xian was really killed, it would be great. It would be something worth celebrating. However, very soon, they were stunned. Their expressions became extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. They all trembled, because the void not far away cracked open, and two figures walked out. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. After Lin Xian came out, he slashed forward with his sword. "Let's see where you can escape." Seeing that the other party was chasing after her again, Silver Flower screamed and turned into a wave of blood that rolled into the distance. "Damn brat, just you wait, I won't let you off," she screamed as she ran. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly gave chase. The surrounding human ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. Their minds were blank, and they could not believe what they were seeing. What did they see? Lin Xian was pursuing an ancient powerhouse, and this ancient powerhouse could casually kill several invincible kings. Heavens, how is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? When did Lin Xian become so powerful? These people were all crazy. The saints and saintesses, in particular, were trembling in fear. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian had been killed, but who would have thought that things were not as they had imagined? It was Lin Xian chasing after the experts of the 10,000 ancient races. This scene was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering, chasing after Silver Flower until she had no path to heaven and no door to hell. Finally, at 9 million miles, Lin Xian caught up to him. Using the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly fate god eye, he destroyed his opponent's soul. Pung! Two halves of the body fell to the ground, sinking the ground. A sea of blood surged and enveloped the surroundings. Within a radius of 5 million miles, it was directly shattered. Nothing could be done about it. This was the blood of an ancient powerhouse. It contained extremely terrifying energy. Every drop was incomparably terrifying. Kid, don't waste this blood. It's good for us. The dark red divine dragon began to set up an array. The array rotated, collecting the surrounding blood. Lin Xian nodded. It was just right to use it to temper the 9 yang divine body. Buzz. He entered the array, and the endless blood of the ancient powerhouse drowned the two of them. This blood carried monstrous killing intent and terrifying energy as it constantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body split open. He began to cultivate according to the cultivation technique of the 9 yang divine body. This scene was too terrifying. Monstrous blood energy soared into the sky. That shocking aura was something that even invincible kings did not dare to casually step into. Therefore, the surrounding human martial art practitioners did not dare to approach at all. They could only watch this terrifying scene from outside. They were all guessing if that ancient powerhouse had fallen. Moreover, no one dared to go and watch. After all, even invincible kings were not enough to deal with that level of powerhouse. Amidst the vast mountains, a group of figures descended. These people were dressed in strange clothes, and they were very strange. There were terrifying patterns on their bodies. Obviously, they were not humans. These were the people of the ancient demon spider group. After they left the imperial capital, they came to this mountain range to look for the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb. The place where this spiritual herb was located was a damaged ruin, which should have been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, there were terrifying remnants of the array. There were even a few terrifying demon kings guarding the area. After all, the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb was not only wanted by these ancient creatures, but also by those powerful demon kings. The young man of the ancient demon spider clan, 4 souls, led his subordinates and began to break the array. He had even killed 2 powerful demon kings. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the surrounding mountains collapsed as if there was an earthquake. The sky shook and the earth shook. What was going on? What happened? Could it be that another demon king had come? Those ancient demon spider clan powerhouses were puzzled, for souls also frowned, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes, sweeping in all directions. However, he did not find any powerful demon kings. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the sky was dyed red, and a boundless aura was gathering in this direction. It was so terrifying. What was this? The other ancient demon spiders also saw this scene. They all rose into the air and looked into the distance. What a terrifying blood! Had a peerless powerhouse fallen? Or was he practicing some strange cultivation method? They looked into the distance and exclaimed. The monstrous energy contained in this sea of blood was too terrifying. Why do I feel that this blood is so familiar? It contains a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Could it be the blood of a powerhouse of the Silver Lightning clan? An ancient creature muttered in a low voice. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Don't talk nonsense. How could a powerhouse of the Silver Lightning clan fall? Although 3 geniuses have fallen, the blood of the 3 of them added together isn't as terrifying as this. This is definitely a peerless powerhouse. Who can kill such a powerhouse? Who dares to kill him? The ancient creatures were puzzled, for souls also frowned. The situation is not simple. Perhaps a terrifying human powerhouse has made a move. For soul's expression was also solemn. Chapter 2804. They carefully hid their auras and ignored the terrifying sea of blood. Instead, they sped up their attacks on the damaged ruins. On the other side, in the endless sea of blood, Lin Xian's 9 sons' body was rapidly absorbing the power in the blood. A heavy aura burst out, as if there were thousands of mountains in the sky. Finally, Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the sea of blood that filled the sky shattered. The energy was all absorbed by him and the dark red divine dragon. His divine body had broken through to the 6th stage of the 2nd heaven. His strength and defense were much stronger than before. The dark red divine dragon's strength had also increased. The dragon blood in his body surged, bringing with it a monstrous pressure. Awesome! It's really awesome. The dark red divine dragon roared excitedly. He really hoped that he could kill a few more of these ancient powerhouses. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. These ancient powerhouses contained extremely terrifying bloodline power. Their energy was not inferior to the spiritual herbs of those characters. However, this kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. Lin Xian had spent a lot of effort to kill this silver flower. Kid, let's go back. You've killed so many silver electric powerhouses. The silver electric race will probably go crazy. If a few old monsters jump out, it'll be dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. He also had the same plan. He planned to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a while, to increase his strength again. After all, with the 10,000 ancient races coming out, there would probably be more and more monsters and powerhouses. Moreover, the silver electric race was only one of the stronger ones among the 10,000 ancient races. They were not the royal race or the royal race. One could imagine that the powerhouses of the royal race and the royal race would be even more terrifying. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible in order to compete with these people. The two of them were about to leave. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in the distance, followed by a thunderous sound. The sky shattered. The terrifying scene was shocking. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were taken aback by the aura. Was there a powerful enemy? The two of them were extremely nervous. One had to know that their strength had just increased and was much stronger than before. However, that light still shocked them. Could it be an expert from the Silver Lightning Village? The dark red dragon felt a chill run down its spine. Lin Xian quickly used his heavenly secret god eyes. The golden eye in the sky looked into the distance, trying to see through everything. Within the lush mountain, within the ruined cave dwelling, a formation flickered. A streak of sword light hacked out, directly killing several archaic creatures. The others also vomited mouthfuls of blood. These people were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their 4 souls were also injured, and their blood was boiling. His face was incomparably ugly. Damn it, they had tried to force their way out of the formation. Who would have thought that after so many years, the formation would still be so terrifying? It released a terrifying ray of light that directly killed a few of his subordinates. Even he almost died here. This left him with a lingering fear. My lord, what should we do? The ancient life forms' faces turned gloomy. The 4 souls quickly suppressed their injuries and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at them coldly. Oh no, who is it? The eyes were too cold, giving them a sense of oppression in their souls. It was as if a god above the 9 heavens was ruthlessly looking down at the sky. Retreat, retreat quickly. The 4 souls' face turned pale with fear. He waved his hand and quickly retreated into the distance. The ancient life forms also quickly retreated. They hid their auras. The golden eyes were naturally Lin Xian's. He used his heavenly secret god eyes to observe the situation in the distance. He saw clearly that in the distant mountain range, there were several corpses of ancient life forms, and blood was flowing. There was also a broken ancient cave dwelling. Soon, he withdrew his gaze. The dark red dragon asked, Kid, how was it? What did you see? Lin Xian told him what he saw. After hearing this, the dark red dragon narrowed its eyes. It seems that it should be an ancient ruin. However, it was discovered by these ancient life forms. He must have touched the formation just now, so he launched that attack. Lin Xian nodded. He thought so too. Moreover, he said that the corpses of those ancient life forms seemed to be from the ancient demon spider clan that he encountered in the palace. The ancient demon spider clan. The dark red dragon was also surprised. It's them. It seems that there must be something good in the broken cave dwelling. Should we go and take a look? That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. If it was really those people in the imperial capital, he was not afraid now. Although there were many ancient life forms, and there was a young man who looked very powerful, he and the dark red dragon's strength were enough to deal with them. Therefore, they decided to go and check it out. After all, they were very thirsty for energy now. The two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the distant mountain range. Not long after, they descended from the sky. The dark red dragon saw a few ancient life forms' corpses in the surroundings, and there were terrifying energy remnants in the surroundings. Lin Xian looked around and found that there was no one around. The other ancient life forms should have left. The dark red dragon looked at the ancient cave dwelling in front of it, and its eyes shone with understanding. What a terrifying formation! Although it's so broken, it still has such a strong attack power. No wonder it can kill so many ancient life forms in an instant. Can we break it? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, who am I? Is there a formation that I can't break? Give me some time. I promise I'll break it. The dark red dragon swayed its tail, rushed forward, and began to study the formation. Lin Xian also came forward, and the two of them prepared to work together to break it. In the distance, the four souls led the ancient demon spiders away from the ancient palace and retreated into the distance. However, they did not leave. After all, they were determined to get the 8,000-year-old elixir in the ancient cave dwelling. However, they had to lie low for now. The four souls formed a seal with their palms, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. Around the ancient cavern, the eyes of the corpses of the ancient life forms that had been killed suddenly moved. They also flickered with a strange light and began to move. This scene was very strange. Lin Xian did not notice it because he did not expect that the eyes of the dead could not move. Sir, what's the situation? Is it a human holy lord level powerhouse? The ancient demon spiders in the distance asked. The four souls shook his head. No, damn it, it's that kid. It's that Lin Xian. What? Are you talking about the Immortal Palace clan? He actually came here? Is he going to rob us? Chapter 2805. For souls also frowned. That shouldn't be the case. I already told that Silver Flower. Logically speaking, with Silver Flower's strength, she should be able to easily kill the other party. But why was the other party still alive? Could it be that Silver Flower did not encounter the other party? Thinking about it, he felt that there was only such a possibility. He never thought that the two sides would meet and Silver Flower would be killed. In his view, this was impossible. He was very clear about how powerful Silver Flower's strength was. How could this kid possibly contend with the one in front of him? However, when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon cracking the array formation, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Don't act rashly. These two people seem to have a certain level of attainment in array formations. They are cracking the array formation of the ancient cave mansion. Wait for them to crack the array formation, then we'll charge in and snatch that 8,000-year-old spirit medicine. At the same time, kill these two people. A cruel light emerged in his eyes. The others laughed as well. Yes, that ancient array formation was too great a threat to them. A divine light directly killed several of their companions. They did not dare to face it anymore. Now that someone helped them crack the array formation, that was really too good. These people all waited here patiently. This wait lasted for 8 days. On this day, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon made a move and finally found the flaw of the array formation, successfully cracking the array formation. With a crack, that ancient peerless killing intent disappeared, and the light of the array formation also dimmed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon both breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, in the endless mountain range, for souls and these ancient demon spider race creatures also cheered wildly in excitement. Great! It's cracked. Finally cracked. Did not expect these two guys to have such high attainments in array formations. To be able to crack this kind of peerless array formation, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. For souls stood up, and with a wave of their hands, they flew forward overwhelmingly. In front, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon prepared to enter after the two broke the array formation. However, they frowned instead. They perceived a powerful energy fluctuation coming from behind. Many figures flickered, flying towards this side. Damn it, someone's coming. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and his face sank. It was a member of the ancient demon spider clan. What? They're back? Damn it, they couldn't have been waiting here for us to break the formation, right? The dark red divine dragon instantly understood the reason behind this. These guys actually dared to let us take the lead and reap the benefits of others. He really wanted to kill them, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then let's kill them. He turned around, and the two of them stood side by side as they stared at the 6 primordial creatures that had appeared before them. The person at the front was none other than the fourth soul. He brought his 5 subordinates to the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, kid. I didn't expect you to be able to break the formation. Thank you very much. Don't worry, since you've broken the formation, I'll give you a quick death. Let you die less painfully. If you have any last words, please leave them. Behind him, the primordial creatures all sneered. They looked down at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon as if they were looking at dead people. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, you want to kill us? Who do you think you are? Come here. I'll slap you to death. Lin Xian also sneered. He had even killed the powerful silver flower, let alone these primordial creatures. You're really courting death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body burst out with a biting cold aura. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can contend against me just because you killed 3 silver lightning clan geniuses? The fourth soul sneered. Let me tell you, the strongest of the 3 silver lightning clan geniuses only has 12,000 units of archaic power. However, I've reached 18,000 units of archaic power. I can also easily kill all 3 of them together. Kid, you're not my match at all. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you offend me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Kid, hurry up and kneel. Before our Lord gets angry, you're dead. The primordial creatures beside him also hooted and sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. 18,000 units of archaic power? They were indeed powerful. But so what? He could even kill Silver Flower, who had 30,000 units of archaic power, let alone a mere opponent. Moreover, he didn't need to use the dragon-shaped sword shadow. His own strength was enough to kill the opponent. One had to know that according to the dark red divine dragon, he had reached 21,000 units of archaic power. Now, his 9 young divine body had improved again, and his archaic power was estimated to be around 22,000 units. The dark red divine dragon beside him also had about 21,000 units. Either of them could easily get rid of the other. Where did the other party get the confidence to show off in front of them? How about this? I won't kill you. Lin Xian gazed ahead. Hand over all your ancient treasures. At the same time, each of you will give me half of your primordial blood. I can spare your lives. What? Lin Xian's words had completely angered these primordial creatures. They would give him half of their blood and give him all their treasures? What a joke. They were the 10,000 ancient races, high and mighty. Humans were only their slaves. Now, a slave dared to say such words to them? He really didn't know what death was. The fourth soul was so angry that his face darkened. Kid, you're dead meat. I've decided that I'll make you wish you were dead. He roared angrily and charged over. His posture was very arrogant. His palm covered the sky and the earth, enveloping Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon at the same time. He wanted to capture the 2 of them together. This was because he was very confident. 18,000 units of archaic power made him too powerful. Unless it was an even more terrifying existence from the ancient royal family or the imperial family, only then would they be able to threaten him. Otherwise, it would be an extremely terrifying senior figure. He didn't put someone like Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He raised his fist and punched out. This punch was simple and direct, but it was also very violent. The 9 Suns' divine fist was unleashed like a sun, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. This punch directly blasted the huge palm into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and bones shattered all over the ground. The fourth soul screamed as if he had gone crazy. His palm trembled nonstop, and his face was filled with fear. The ancient life forms in the surroundings were also stunned. The other party had actually broken their lord's attack with a single punch, and even crippled their lord's palm. This made them incredulous. Chapter 2806. Damn it. Could it be that the other party used some terrifying weapon? Before they could figure it out, the Four Souls Hall screamed again. That was because the dark red dragon spewed out balls of flames that enveloped the remaining half of the palm. Whoosh! The palm was burning rapidly. The dark red dragon's strength also exceeded the Four Souls Hall's, so in an instant, half of the Four Souls Hall's arm was ignited. He screamed crazily, and the mysterious patterns on his body appeared, forming a force that suppressed the flames. His body was charred black, his face pale, and he kept panting. His cold eyes were spewing flames. Damn it! You've completely angered me. I'm going to tear you into pieces. He roared, and the broken arm was restored again. At the same time, the patterns on his body became more and more terrifying. Behind him, a few black branches appeared. There were yellow flower runes on them, making them look like tree branches. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were spider feet. They were originally from the ancient demonic spider clan, and their main bodies were large spiders. At this moment, the Four Souls Hall transformed into their main bodies. 8 spider feet bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Each of them was like a peerless divine spear, piercing through the void and quickly charging toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Go to hell, kid! He roared crazily. 8 silhouettes that looked like divine spears pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. This time, he didn't hold back at all. He could easily kill several holy saint-level heavenly gums, so in his opinion, this time, the other party was definitely dead for sure. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian let out a long roar and took a step forward. His hands shone with golden light as he grabbed forward. In an instant, he grabbed the 4 divine spears and then pulled hard. With a crack, the Four Souls Hall's claws were directly broken. Ah! An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by screams, and blood splattered again. The Four Souls Hall was in so much pain that it almost fainted. Its claws were easily broken by the other party. How is that possible? He was too shocked. He had 18,000 archaic power. How did the other party resist? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? He couldn't accept it. In the next moment, he screamed again because his other 4 claws were also shattered by the dark red dragon. All 8 of his claws were broken. This made him roll in the sky in pain. Damn it, kill them. Kill them. The Four Souls Hall roared crazily and ordered his subordinates to attack. He needed time to recover. Those archaic creatures quickly moved. Although the other party's strength, they had no choice but to obey. Furthermore, the 5 of them quickly formed a terrifying killing formation, preparing to join forces to kill the other party. Sure enough, the 5 of them stood separately in the air, clawing at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies, and mysterious patterns appeared on each of their bodies. They were activating their bloodline power. Indeed, an illusory figure appeared in the middle of the 5 of them. It was an ancient illusory figure that emitted an incomparably terrifying aura that could crush the 9 heavens. Of be it yellows of them, of yellow patterns covered it. Its cold eyes were like an archaic beast looking down on the world. It was too terrifying. This was the ancestral awakening shadow that was activated by their bloodline power. Each of the 5 Souls Hall had about 12,000 archaic power. If they fought Lin Xian, they wouldn't be a match for him. However, the ancient era's silhouettes that they summoned by combining all of their powers were extremely terrifying. Its aura seemed to be stronger than the 4 Souls Halls. Behind them, the 4 Souls Hall had recovered from his injuries. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and rushed over. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the archaic shadow. In the next moment, he also activated his bloodline power. Roar! The archaic demonic spider roared, and a terrifying light bloomed on its body. It became more and more solid. It was as if a real archaic beast had been resurrected. It was too terrifying. His power rose again. Go to hell, kid. With the 4 Souls Hall's 4 Souls Hall as the leader, the other 5 archaic creatures attacked together to activate the archaic shadow. They were courting death. Lin Xian roared and pulled out his ancient sword. Sword chi erupted from his body, and the dragon sword spirit in his body roared as he quickly slashed forward. The long sword was like a dragon, mercilessly slashing down. In the sky, it was as if thousands of mountains were descending. Puff! The terrifying archaic shadow, the archaic demonic spider, was split in half by the sword. The 5 archaic creatures that attacked also suffered a backlash and were torn apart. Even the 4 Souls Hall's body was cut in half. He was in so much pain that he screamed and rolled in the sky. Damn it, impossible. How is this possible? At this moment, he was extremely terrified. The other party's sword was able to injure 6 of them. It was too terrifying. One had to know that their attack just now definitely exceeded 20,000 archaic power. Even so, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Who was the other party? Could it be that the other party's strength was above 20,000 archaic power? He didn't dare to imagine. I've said it before. Since you don't want to leave, then go to hell obediently. Lin Xian's fingers moved, and several sword chi pierced through the souls of the 5 archaic creatures. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the 4 Souls Hall and slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No, no, you can't kill me. I'm the young master of the archaic demonic spider clan. If you kill me, you're dead. We, the archaic demonic spider clan, will never let you go. My grandfather is a grand elder. The 4 Souls Hall screamed crazily. His identity was extremely extraordinary. It could be said that he was very high in the archaic demonic spider clan. The other archaic races didn't dare to provoke him, let alone humans. Therefore, he wanted to use his identity to suppress the other party. Is that so? So what? Lin Xian was unmoved, and the long sword still slashed down. This scene made the 4 Souls Hall extremely desperate. In his opinion, as long as he used his identity, even the saints and princes of the sacred grounds would have to crawl under his feet. However, the other party was not moved at all and still wanted to kill him. He screamed and wanted to escape, but how could he escape? In an instant, his body was shattered. Only a head was left, and his head was also constantly changing, transforming into the appearance of his original spider body. In the next moment, he burned the power of his bloodline, wanting to escape. Lin Xian reached out a golden palm, enveloping heaven and earth, firmly sealing him. Still want to escape? Do you think you're so powerful, crushing everyone? In front of me, you're just an ant. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being crushed by others. The killing intent on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. The head trembled nonstop, unable to bear it, and shattered into pieces. Chapter 2807. Grandpa, save me. Si-hun was overjoyed. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sinisterly. Kid, you're dead meat. This is what my grandpa left for me. Let's see how you fight against it. His grandpa was the supreme elder of the ancient demonic spider clan, and his strength was terrifying. He had left a life-saving talisman in his body. This talisman would only be activated when his life was at stake. Now was the time. Si-hun was not worried at all. He knew how terrifying his grandpa's strength was. Although it was only a life-saving talisman, he believed that no one could resist it. Sure enough, in the sky, the light transformed into an old man floating in the void. Although it was only an illusion, it emitted a supreme aura that caused the entire world to tremble. A mere human dares to go against the ancient demonic spider clan? Kneel down and accept your death. The old figure shrouded Lin Xian with a supreme pressure, wanting to blast Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul in his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar to fight against the old man. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The old man's expression changed. Dragon, you have dragon power. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the one who's going to kill you. Lin Xian pulled out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and released a terrifying power. The dark red dragon came to his side and poured its power into it. Roar! The 1,000-foot-long dragon shadow slashed down mercilessly. Die, old man. He wanted to end the battle quickly and not leave too many traces because he realized that the light figure was too terrifying. It was not weaker than Yin-Hua from before. Yin-Hua had used all its power to release such a terrifying aura, and it was only a soul imprint in front of him, but it was already so terrifying. He thought that the old man's true body would be very heaven-defying. Therefore, he had to get rid of the trouble quickly. You're courting death. Seeing that the ant dared to attack him, the old man roared angrily, and his body erupted with endless light. A fist punched out and collided with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. In the next moment, the apocalyptic scene appeared again. Although this old man was strong, he was still killed by the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was smashed into pieces. Seeing this, the four souls screamed crazily. That was a life-saving talisman that his grandfather had left for him. Yet, it was useless against him? Right now, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke the other party? However, he no longer had the chance to regret. His head had turned into ashes and his soul had been completely destroyed by the sword. With a single sword strike, the sky was split apart, and a gigantic fissure that spanned millions of miles appeared on the ground. All of the ancient creatures had been completely wiped out. Everything, including the soul of the Supreme Elder, no longer existed. If anyone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. Fortunately, there was no one around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the primordial relic in a flash. Inside a spirit vein, beneath the ground, there were countless caves. Inside the caves, there were spider webs that filled the sky. On the dense spider webs, there were terrifying spiders crawling one after another. These were all ancient demon spiders. This cave was the habitat of the ancient demon spider clan. At this moment, in the deepest part of the spirit vein, a large spider suddenly opened its eyes. It was an old man, and its eyes were bursting with a piercing cold light. Damn it! How dare you kill my grandson? I must tear you into pieces. A terrifying voice roared in the 9 heavens. The entire ancient demon spider clan was shaken. What? The grandson of the Supreme Elder was killed? Could it be the Four Souls? No way. Who dares to kill him? Is it another ancient royal family? No. The Supreme Elder's soul mark should be in the body of the Supreme Elder, which can definitely save his life. Who did it? These people were very puzzled. The Supreme Elder's face was also gloomy. The soul imprint he left behind was also destroyed by the other party. Therefore, he didn't know who it was that did it. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. You must find out who killed the Four Souls. No matter who he is, I won't let him go. The Supreme Elder's voice was cold. The experts of the ancient demon spider clan moved out one after another. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the ancient ruins. The two of them walked carefully, but fortunately, there were no other dangers in the ruins except for the terrifying killing array outside. The two of them ran all the way and finally came to the medicine field, and found that most of the spirit herbs had withered. This made the dark red divine dragon feel that it was a pity. If these spirit herbs were left to the present, they would definitely be peerless treasures. However, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a spirit herb that was still alive, and it was growing very vigorously. The dark red divine dragon stared at the spirit herb and was also very surprised. This spirit herb was more than half a meter tall, crystal clear, like an immortal herb, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. Kid, you're rich, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed, and Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Indeed, he was rich. He carefully plucked the spirit herb and then put it away. Using it as a catalyst, coupled with other treasures, I can refine a furnace of good pills. Let's go. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Apart from formations, he had not neglected his alchemy skills. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. He was very clear about Lin Xian's alchemy skills. That effect was much stronger than consuming the heaven and earth treasures alone. Therefore, he was a little impatient. The two of them left the cave, and in a flash, they soared into the sky and returned to the Immortal Palace. After returning to the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills, and the dark red divine dragon studied the formations. At the same time, the true spirit world shook violently. One by one, the ancient races revived. Apart from the previous time when they sent out messengers, they made a bigger move this time. Young geniuses walked out from the 10,000 ancient races, and they challenged the saints, saintesses, princes, and princesses. They swept all the way, and everyone was terrified. They even declared that they would defeat all the human geniuses and let everyone know who was the future master of this world. Not good. The four symbol saints lost. The reverence moon saintess lost too. The new myriad thunder saint lost too. The yin-yang sects saint lost too. The divine wind dynasty's prince lost too. News swept across the world like a hurricane. The saints and saintesses, who were looked up to and stood at the peak of the young generation, were defeated one after another. The human ancient martial art practitioners could not accept this scene at all. They felt that the sky was about to collapse. As for the names of the ancient races, they were like comets that swept across the continent. Fire Cloud Race, Heavenly Dog Race, Silver Lightning Race, Ancient Demonic Spider Race, Demonic Ape Race. Terrifying ancient races appeared one after another. Their young geniuses were very terrifying. However, there were a few people in the human race who were equally terrifying. Chapter 2808. The most dazzling of them all was Yi Wudao. The Yi family's sacred physique was naturally the center of attention, attracting countless archean creatures to challenge him. However, the sacred physique was too terrifying. He had yet to be defeated, which made the human powerhouses heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had a sacred physique. The Yaoguang sage of the eastern wilderness was also shocking. He displayed powerful combat strength, defeating Archean prodigies who came to challenge him one after another. The Gu family's Gu Santong was also terrifying. There was also Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu. They also rose to prominence in this chaos. The other person was even more shocking. The Taishan sage. He usually did not reveal his strength, but the combat strength he displayed now was extremely terrifying. This made everyone realize that he had been hiding his strength before. On the middle ground side, there was the great Xia Prince, Princess Divine Wind, and the Ninely Crown Prince. The three of them were also incomparably terrifying as they swept through the area. The Demon King Palace. Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu were powerful, but recently, the Demon King Palace and the 10,000 Archean tribe were very close, which made everyone even more worried. On the western desert side, Wu Chan and No Flower were also terrifying. The southern mountains Yin Nantian was even more terrifying. The victories of these prodigies made the human race feel gratified. Fortunately, they still had hope, especially the top geniuses among the titled prodigies. They could definitely survive the Archean Age contest. They could even advance further. However, what surprised them was that there was no news of Lin Xian. That was not right. Logically speaking, as the Middle Emperor, Lin Xian should have received countless challenges. Why was there no news? Could it be that Lin Xian was defeated? Impossible. If he was defeated, the news would be even more terrifying. Could it be that he did not dare to fight? Perhaps there was something else? Everyone was discussing. After all, they knew about Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, Lin Xian had forcefully chased away the Silver Electric Tribe's envoy. Later, they heard that he had killed 3 Silver Electric Tribe prodigies in the imperial capital. With such a strong attitude and terrifying strength, how could he be afraid of these Archean creatures? However, there had been no news of Lin Xian recently. They discussed animatedly, and many of them even began to investigate. During this period of time, archaic heavenly talents came one after another, wishing to challenge Lin Xian. However, they were all blocked outside the Peerless Formation. The Hall Master was in seclusion and was not prepared to fight for the time being. The ancient creature didn't believe it. It thought that Lin Xian was afraid. Actually, Lin Xian was really in seclusion. He had just obtained an 8,000-year-old spiritual herb from the ancient ruins and was using it to refine a cauldron of pills to increase his strength. This time, he had been in seclusion for a long time to refine the pill. He had made ample preparations, so he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, the Archean prodigies only laughed coldly. He directly announced that Lin Xian would not accept the challenge. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. What Central Emperor? It turned out to be a coward. A sky pride from the Tiango clan sneered. The Tiango race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. It was said that they could swallow the moon. This sky pride had the head of a dog and the body of a human. He had a pair of white wings on his back and looked very strange. That's right. How dare he be called the Central Emperor? I think he should give up the title as soon as possible. How can he be worthy of the word emperor? A sky pride from the fire cloud race also snorted disdainfully. His entire body was bathed in flames, carrying a terrifying divine fire. It surged into the sky, and wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. On the silver lightning race's side, killing intent surged. This time, several sky prides came and directly clamored to kill Lin Xian on the spot. They had no choice. The incident in the imperial capital had already spread. 3 of their silver lightning race's geniuses were killed in public by Lin Xian. Even their souls did not escape. That was a slap to their faces in public. They had to return the favor, so they had to kill the other party in front of everyone in the world. Seeing how arrogant these ancient royal family members were, Lin Xian's supporters couldn't take it anymore. They also said, "What are you so arrogant for? How can you compare to God Lin Xian's strength?" That's right. God Lin Xian is a titled sky pride, and his strength is on par with Yi Daodinier. If you have the ability, go and challenge Yi Daodinier first. That's right. Let's see if you can beat him. Those people snorted coldly and quickly counterattacked. However, the people from the 10,000 archaic races clamored again. Sacred bodies are very powerful, but so what? Up until now, the ancient royal family hasn't made a move yet. There are still the ancient royal family above us. Do you think those people can resist a sky pride like that? When those words were said, the world was shocked again. Soon, news about the 10,000 archaic races spread. Everyone learned about the ancient races. They also knew how terrifying those royal families were. There were even more terrifying royal families. They were equivalent to the ancient noble families of the human race, and from the looks of it, they were even more terrifying than the ancient noble families. Not only that, but some primordial language and primordial power were also spread. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Every day, there would be sky pride battles. The awakening of these primordial races was too powerful. Although the human race had top sky prides like Yi Daodinier and Yin Nantian, most of them were not a match for these primordial races. For a moment, they were suppressed miserably. Not long after, important news spread, causing the human sky prides to exclaim even more. Their hearts were incomparably heavy. A peerless sky pride of the Blood Moon clan had appeared. Soon, he would fight against the top sky prides of the human race. The Blood Moon clan was one of the ancient royal families. Their strength was extremely terrifying. When this news spread, the world was in an uproar. Were the ancient royal families finally going to make a move? The human race trembled, while the other 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. Ha 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 ha, you humans are dead meat. That's right. The royal family is finally going to make a move. They were too excited. The royal family was an extremely terrifying existence. The power of their bloodline was even purer and more terrifying. Sure enough, not long after, news spread. In the Great Rift Valley of the Northern Plains, they saw the majestic figure soaring into the sky. That figure was majestic, and his blood chi surged into the sky. Wherever he passed, a sea of blood rolled, forming a blood-red ring. It caused the world to tremble. It was said that a few invincible kings went to investigate out of curiosity. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This scene caused the human race to exclaim in shock. Even Yi Daodinier, the Alcade sage, the great Xia prince, Dustless, and the others had grave expressions. Was the primordial royal family sky pride going to make a move? It seemed that it should be very terrifying. This was not the end. After the Blood Moon clan sky pride, another terrifying existence appeared. In the endless mountains of the Nanling Mountains, a blue figure descended forcefully. All living beings within 1,000,000 miles were slaughtered. That person was like a fiend god. With one move, he killed countless lives and swallowed their souls. Chapter 2809. When the news spread, the human race was terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. The Blue Devil race. Ha ha, another royal race has appeared. While they were excited, their eyes were also filled with fear. The Blue Devil race was powerful, and they were good at devouring the souls of others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, they must not provoke them. All sorts of news about the Blue Devil race spread, and the world was abuzz with discussion. The appearance of two primordial royal race geniuses gave the human race a lot of pressure. Would Yi Wudao and the others be able to resist? Boom, boom, boom. The sky cracked open in the eastern wilderness, and countless silver rays of light fell down like a silver waterfall, causing a phenomenon. Everyone looked up, and the older generation figures were even more shocked. What a grand display! What a terrifying phenomenon! A terrifying roar came from the silver river that filled the sky. A roar shattered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The mountains below trembled, and the earth cracked open. Many human cultivators fainted. The weaker ones turned into blood that dyed the sky red. Damn it! Hurry up and activate the array formation. The human powerhouses roared, and the cities activated their array formations to defend themselves. They were furious, and they gritted their teeth. Damn it! The 10,000 ancient races. It was definitely the 10,000 ancient races. They had caused such a terrifying commotion. They were massacring the human race. They were too damned. Many human invincible powerhouses wanted to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The impact of the other party was too great. However, they were stopped by an even more terrifying existence. Don't be rash. This is only the younger generation. Let the younger generation deal with it. If we make a move, it will probably cause an even more terrifying battle. That's right. The people in the Silver River were indeed the younger generation of the 10,000 ancient races. The Silver Race's geniuses. The Silver Race was also a royal race. This scene shocked everyone even more. Especially the human race's geniuses. Their faces were filled with despair. The reason for that was because the ancient royal family was simply too terrifying. Just the aura they emitted made them tremble. They were simply unable to resist. Even Leaf Doudenier and the Alcade Holy Sun had serious expressions on their faces as they felt threatened. Since the royal races had appeared, could the royal races be far away? These geniuses of the ancient royal families walked through the true spirit world. Wherever they went, everyone would give way. No one dared to fight with them. These powerful sky prides did not strike out immediately. It seemed like they were looking for the right person. For a moment, everyone in the world panicked. Many people even went into seclusion, afraid that they would be chosen by the other party. Central State, Immortal Palace. Within Immortal Palace's pill refining room, the door was tightly shut. Radiant formations surrounded it. This was the place where Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills. However, at this moment, a burst of pill fragrance wafted out from the pill concoction room, passing through the formation and spreading out. This scene made all of Immortal Palace's martial artists cry out in alarm. How fragrant! It was the Hallmaster. The Hallmaster's pill was almost complete. Such a fragrant medicinal pill was definitely different. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise. Their palace master was too miraculous. At such a young age, not only was he powerful, his attainments in alchemy were also terrifying. The dark red divine dragon rushed over from afar, and upon smelling the pill fragrance, it cried out in excitement. Haha, success! Brat, you're really something. He was really too excited. He knew that this was refined using 8,000 years old spirit herbs from ancient ruins. The effect was absolutely terrifying. In fact, he even provided some of his blood. It seemed like the effect was surprisingly good. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the pill refining room in front slowly opened. Lin Xian walked out, his face also full of joy. Congratulations, Hallmaster. Congratulations, Hallmaster. The Mortal Palace's martial artists cheered one after another. Lin Xian also smiled and nodded. He asked, what happened outside these few days? He had already been in seclusion for more than a month, so he was naturally not too clear about the outside world. However, he thought that those ancient royal races should be reviving more and more. Following that, it was the elders who told Lin Xian all of the major events that happened in the past month. After Lin Xian heard, he frowned, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He did not expect that the 10,000 ancient races were actually so arrogant. In addition to sending out envoys last time, they actually sent out their own geniuses to cause trouble. Many saints and saintesses were even defeated miserably. Fortunately, Yu Wudao and the others had risen up, restoring hope to the human race. What comforted him the most was that Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were equally strong and had obtained victory in this battle. However, when he learned that the geniuses of the ancient royal races had also appeared, a trace of worry appeared in his heart. It seemed that just the appearance of the ancient royal races had caused an abnormally terrifying scene. They definitely had an extremely powerful bloodline strength and terrifying supernatural abilities. This kind of person was definitely a great enemy of the world. There was also another matter. The martial artist in front said, Hallmaster, in this past month, the Silver Lightning race, Celestial Dog race, and Fire Cloud race's geniuses have constantly come to provoke us, but we have rejected them all. However, they actually spread word that the Hallmaster is afraid. How hateful. However, the Hallmaster said that we should not act rashly, so we did not touch them. They did not dare to fight? Afraid? After Lin Xian heard this, he coldly snorted, and a biting cold light appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will go into seclusion now and consume these pills. When I come out, it will be the time of their deaths. After saying this, Lin Xian strode towards the Star Palace. The dark red dragon also followed. Soon, the two of them entered seclusion and consumed the refined pills. Not only did these pills contain 8,000-year-old spirit herbs, but they also had the effect of dragon blood. It was incomparably terrifying. Half a month later, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation base rose again. He ate half of the pills and gave the other half to the dark red dragon. His strength had risen to the peak of the early 8-star realm. The dragon sword soul had also risen, and the 9-young divine body had reached the 7th stage of the second layer. Currently, Lin Xian's Archean power should be around 25,000. This was without using a half-step sage artifact or the dragon sword soul. Once he used the half-step sage artifact and the dragon sword soul, his Archean power would rise again. The improvement this time gave Lin Xian a lot of confidence. Not to mention the Silver Lightning clan, he was confident that he could kill the prides of the Archean royal family. Boom, boom. On the other side, the dark red dragon also came out of seclusion. He also looked up to the sky and laughed. His strength had risen. It had reached 24,000 Archean power. Of course, under the condition of using some secret techniques and burning dragon blood, his Archean power would also rise rapidly. Kid, you are really abnormal. You are actually stronger than me. The dark red dragon was shocked to see Lin Xian's Archean power. As expected of someone who had the dragon sword soul and the 9-young divine body, he had improved more than him. One had to know that he was not an ordinary dragon. He was a divine dragon with a powerful bloodline. However, Lin Xian had improved more than him. It was really shocking. However, when he thought about the great dragon sword soul and the 9-young divine body, he felt relieved. Chapter 28:10. The cultivators around him became excited when they saw this scene. They had been too sullen these days. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The geniuses of the Silver Lightning race, Heavenly Dog race, and Fire Cloud race would come from time to time. They were extremely arrogant. They didn't put a mortal palace in their eyes at all, and even said all kinds of bad things about Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had come out of seclusion, they could finally beat up these 10,000 ancient races. Outside a mortal palace, many archaic creatures stood in the void. They were from the Silver Lightning race, Heavenly Dog race, and Fire Cloud race. Their mission was to stay here and wait. As long as Lin Xian appeared, they would report it to the geniuses of their races and let their peerless geniuses come to kill him. Spread the news to the world. However, it had been more than a month, and the other party hadn't come out at all. However, they had plenty of patience. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned as if someone was about to come out. Seeing this scene, the archaic creatures all became excited. Could it be that someone was about to appear? Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared ahead. The array formation in front of them churned as figures walked out one after another. The person in the lead was a handsome young man in a red robe. His black hair danced wildly, as if he was an immortal. Beside him followed a dark red dragon. There were many figures behind him. They were all immortal palaces cultivators. It's that kid. It's that Lin Xian. He came out. He finally came out. The Silver Lightning Race's experts cried out in surprise. They had a grudge with Lin Xian, so they naturally knew what he looked like. Therefore, when he came out, they were the first to discover him. The Heavenly Dog Race and Fire Cloud Race's archaic creatures also cried out in surprise. Was it that kid? Hee. He was really lucky. Hurry up and send a message to our geniuses. The three great archaic creatures quickly sent a message. That Lin Xian actually came out. 5 million miles away, a figure soared into the sky. This person had a human body, a dog head, and a pair of wings on his back. He was extremely terrifying. He was one of the Heavenly Dog Race's geniuses. It seems that my luck is really good. He soared into the air. Countless clouds tumbled beneath his feet, forming a large dark cloud that carried him as he quickly flew into the distance. He was extremely arrogant. This scene was extremely terrifying. As for the martial artists in the surrounding millions of li, they all noticed this. Look, what's that? How terrifying. It was a dog demon. Are you tired of living? What dog demon? That was an expert from the Tiango clan. The Heavenly Dog Race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. They were said to be able to devour the moon. If he said the wrong thing again, he would lose his life. The Tiango clan? Their prodigies had defeated several princes of the imperial empires. What were they going to do now? It was rumored that they had always been lingering around Immortal Palace, wanting to challenge Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian never appeared. Looking at the other party's anxious appearance, could it be that Lin Xian had come out of seclusion? No, they want to challenge Lin Xian. Cries of surprise could be heard. Let's go and take a look. These people couldn't hold it in any longer. They quickly soared into the sky and also flew forward. In their eyes, Lin Xian was a godlike existence. He was a monument, one of the top young prodigies. However, there was no news of him before, which shocked everyone. The ancient creatures said that Lin Xian was afraid and didn't dare to come out. However, these human powerhouses didn't believe it, especially those who had experienced the nest of 10,000 dragons. Back then, it was Lin Xian who split the nest of 10,000 dragons open with a single sword strike and saved everyone. That was something that even the sacred leaders and sect masters couldn't do. How could such a person be afraid? There must be another reason. From the looks of it, the other party was really going to come out. That's right, the one who came out this time was Lin Xian. He walked out of the array formation and looked around. Soon, he saw 7 or 8 ancient creatures nearby. However, he didn't care at all. Although these ancient creatures were powerful, in his eyes, they were similar to ants. He knew that this shouldn't be a genius from the 10,000 ancient races. You're that Lin Xian? The ancient creature from the Tiango race walked up and shouted coldly. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and ignored him. Beside him, Hu Yidao stood out. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our hall master? Get lost. As he spoke, his saber flew out. You're courting death. The ancient creature from the Tiango race was furious. He also stretched out his claw, and it was like a mountain that pressed down. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Terrifying energy surged. The ancient creature from the Tiango race was forced back. Hu Yidao snorted coldly and put away his saber. Let your peerless prodigy come out. How dare you insult our hall master? Today is the day you die. My day of death? What arrogant words. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. Immediately after, a terrifying figure descended. It was the young prodigy of the Tiango race. The moment he appeared, he was like an ancient demonic mountain that froze the sky. The aura of the entire world seemed to have solidified. The pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Formless power surged downwards, rushing towards Lin Xian and the others, intending to crush them. Not good. Hu Yidao and the others' expressions changed. That aura was too terrifying. They had to admit that the other party was indeed terrifying. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to stand with his hands behind his back. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, forming two sword lights that slashed forward. They met the attack head-on and directly shattered the pressure. You're the prodigy of the Tiango race? Lin Xian looked at the other party and asked coldly. He had to confirm the other party's identity. If he was a piece of trash, he wouldn't be worthy of his attack. That's right. I'm the prodigy of the Tiango race, Xiao Yu. You'd better remember this. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. I thought you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? Do you think that you can scare me with just you alone? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Come on, I'll kill you today and eat your dog meat. Hearing this, the martial artists of Immortal Palace all laughed excitedly. The ninjas of the Tiango race were so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Xiao Yu, whose face was gloomy. You're courting death. A palm came down like a mountain, pressing down from the sky. He was furious that the other party dared to provoke him. He swore that he would teach the other party a lesson. The sky broke open and the terrifying palm rolled. A mountain fell from the sky. This scene. It happened to be seen by the human martial artists who rushed over from afar. Those human martial artists cried out in surprise. It was an expert of the Tiango race. It was him. He was Xiao Yu. He had already defeated 3 saints. His strength was terrifying. What? It was actually him. He was from the Tiango race, an extremely terrifying prodigy. Chapter 28:11. These human warriors had also started to use the title of Archean power. Moreover, they now knew what 20,000 Archean power meant. Among the younger generation, they represented the pinnacle of existence. One had to know that an ordinary saint only had 17,000 to 17,000 Archean power. 20,000. It definitely surpassed an ordinary saint. A saint could easily kill an ordinary saint. Looking at the claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and pointed forward. As he pointed forward, his golden finger shone with an unparalleled light. It carried a terrifying sword chi and shot straight into the sky, courting death. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was enraged. He grabbed at his opponent with one hand. He was already arrogant enough. However, his opponent was even more arrogant than him. He directly stretched out a finger to fight against him. Who was he? He was a prodigy of the heavenly dog race. He was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, he roared angrily. The power on his palm increased again. With an unparalleled momentum, he crushed down. Since his opponent looked down on him, he would kill him in one blow. Facing the increased power, Lin Xian was not afraid. His finger continued to shine as he pointed forward. However, the power was also stronger than before. A dragon's roar erupted from his finger. It turned into a giant dragon and shot up 90,000 miles. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. This time, it directly pierced through the giant palm in the sky. Blood splattered all over the sky as terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Xiao Yu was shocked. He could not believe that his opponent had broken through his palm. Damn it! This kid was so strong. His face was ugly. He stretched out his other palm. This time, his palm was even more terrifying. It was like the palm of an Archean demonic beast. It stretched out from the sky. The human warriors who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. Many people were sent flying by this aura. Some even fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. As expected of the Central Emperor, those Archean demonic beasts roared crazily. Kill him. They must kill him. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his left fist and punched out. It was like a blazing sun. Boom. This punch directly blew up the other party's palm once again. The sea of blood in the sky surged, and a miserable cry rang out. Xiao Yu roared furiously in the sky. How despicable. 2 moves, 2 of his palms were smashed apart by the other party. Aside from the pain, what he felt was even more unbearable. Shame. Shame. This was his greatest shame. Shame. Ever since he made his debut, he had easily killed 3 prodigies and saints, which made him think that there were not many humans who could be his match. But now, he had suffered 2 losses at the hands of the other party. This was unbearable for him. Brat, you've angered me. I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yu's voice was cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. It was like a vast ocean that shattered the void. A terrifying light descended from the sky, intending to destroy all traces of the world. Xiao Yu did not hold back in this attack, and its might caused the expressions of many figures of the older generation to change drastically. The faces of the human race experts also changed. They started to worry for Lin Xian. In the distance, the archaic life forms roared wildly. This was a killing move. Previously, it was this move that Xiao Yu easily defeated the other 3 sons. Therefore, in their view, Lin Xian similarly could not block this move. But very unfortunately, this time, they guessed wrong. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian was fearless. He did not dodge at all, directly reaching out his palm and grabbing over. This time, his palm also became infinitely large, as if it became a world, enveloping all things. In the center of his palm, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if it was a real starry sky universe. These were all evolved from the great dragon sword soul, carrying an extremely powerful spiritual energy aura, directly obliterating Xiao Yu's attack. Not only that, this palm even enveloped Xiao Yu. What? It was broken. Was it so easy to break it? Those archaic life forms were stunned, especially the Tiango race archaic life forms. Their faces were full of horror, not daring to believe it. That was their ultimate killing move, and it was actually broken so easily. Who the hell was this brat? On the human side, everyone cried out wildly. As expected of the Central Emperor, too terrifying, it was not something those saints could compare to at all. Previously, when Xiao Yu defeated the other 3 saints, they also saw the battle. At that time, they reckoned that there were probably not many people who could defeat Xiao Yu. Even if they could, it would be very difficult. But now, the shock that Lin Xian had given them was simply too much. He easily broke the other party's killing move. He even trapped the other party in his palm. Buzz. Lin Xian's 5 fingers closed, and the moon and stars revolved, obliterating everything, wanting to kill Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. Impossible. Damn it, this is impossible. How can the other party be so powerful? Damn it, I don't believe it. Get lost. He roared, and the 2 pairs of white wings on his back spread out, transforming into 2 heavenly blades, slashing in all directions. Those white wings were very strange, and there were white runes on them. At that moment, they were incomparably flickering, and their power was much more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. Get lost. With a roar, the white wings slashed the world. But they could not cut open Lin Xian's palm. The pair of wings slashed on the palm, and there were clanging sounds. Countless cracks in the void were cut open, but they still could not stop Lin Xian's palm. This scene made Xiao Yu despair, and it made the archaic creatures even crazier. On the side of the human race, they were also stunned. In the sky, the huge palm slowly closed, and then the sun, moon, and stars were obliterated and revolved, and miserable cries could be heard. Ah, ah, ah. Miserable cries could be heard, and blood rain fell from the sky, flowing down from the gaps of the huge palm, piercing through the void. What? He was injured. Seeing this scene, the human race experts exclaimed, and the archaic creatures were shocked, especially those from the heavenly dog race. They were screaming crazily. Damned brat, let go of our prodigies. You dare to hurt him, you're dead. These people roared, but it was still useless. In the sky, the blood rain became more and more terrifying. Those drops of blood were directly collected by the dark red divine dragon below. This was the blood of an archaic creature, and it contained a strange energy, so he naturally would not let it go. Xiao Yu also let out a shrill cry. Damn kid, you dare to kill me. His body had been shattered dozens of times, and after reassembling, it would be obliterated by the sun, moon, and stars. Now, he was finally afraid, because his soul was also beginning to be attacked. If his soul was obliterated, then he would really be dead. He never thought that the other party would really dare to kill him. He was not an ordinary archaic creature, but one of the peerless geniuses of the heavenly dog race. Moreover, what frightened him was that even with his 20,000 archaic power, he could not fight back in front of the other party. Chapter 28:12. Not good. Halmoon's life was in danger. The surrounding few heaven-old race creatures also had a change in expression and hurriedly went up to save him. They transformed into terrifying light and rushed up. In an instant, they arrived beside this large palm. These three heaven-old race creatures roared and transformed into their main bodies. Three heavenly hounds. Each body was 1,000 feet long, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, roaring crazily. One head after another bared fangs and brandished claws, biting towards Lin Xian's palm, wanting to tear him apart and save Halmoon. These three heads were too ferocious. When combined, the power was very terrifying. In an instant, they bit onto the large palm that blotted out the sky. Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds emitted. The surrounding void was shattering. Bang, bang. The palm in the sky vibrated, directly shattering the three heads. Those three heads were torn apart, blood splattering wildly. Following that, three corpses fell from the sky. What? Killed. The Silver Lightning Race, Fire Cloud Race's ancient creatures were shocked, opening their eyes wide in disbelief. Three Heavenly Hound race creatures were actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, it was not a full-powered attack at all. Just a palm vibration and they were killed. Damn it! Who in the world was that kid in the sky? What extent did his strength reach? They did not dare to imagine. The human race's powerhouses were also stunned. Looking at this scene, their faces were full of shock. Why do I feel that his strength became stronger again? That's right, he was really too strong. We were still worried previously. Looks like our worries were really unnecessary. Most likely, no one could block more than a few moves from a Central Emperor. These people had a new understanding of Lin Xian's strength. In the sky, Halmoon's miserable cries continued to sound. But not long later, it dissipated into thin air. The large palm that blotted out the sky slowly opened. A corpse fell down, falling into pieces. It was precisely Halmoon's corpse. His soul had long been obliterated. His blood was even collected by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, the dark red divine dragon's dragon claw reached out and brought Halmoon's corpse away too. Tonight, we'll eat dog meat. The current Halmoon already revealed his true form. It was a very massive heavenly hound. That volume was like a small mountain. However, in front of the dark red dragon, he was like an ant. He was caught by the dragon and put away. Immortal Palace's cultivators cheered crazily. This was too great. They were going to eat dog meat. It was said that the heavenly dog meat was very nutritious. Hallmaster, give me a few more spirit herbs to make the heavenly dog soup. It will taste even better. Tonight, I'll drink heavenly dog soup. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The Immortal Palace cultivators behind him became even more excited. The surrounding people were all stunned. Just like that, a genius of the ancient race was killed. It was unbelievable. Originally, they thought that this would be an intense battle, a fierce struggle between two giants. However, that was not the case at all. As Lin Xian spoke and laughed, he killed the other party with ease. Geniuses from your two races, are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll go back and eat heavenly dog meat. Su Chan then looked at the Fire Cloud tribe and the Silver Lightning tribe. Immediately, The ancient life forms of the two races began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Brat, you're too arrogant. Today, I will kill you. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Following that, 10,000 bolts of divine lightning descended. A figure carrying the power of wind and thunder quickly charged over. It was the Silver Lightning Tribe's genius. When the human cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This was because only the Silver Lightning Tribe could control such terrifying thunder. When the ancient life forms of the Silver Lightning Tribe saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. They had never felt as complicated as today. This was because in the past, when their geniuses arrived, they would definitely cheer. This was because they knew that those human saints were dead meat. But this time, they were worried for their geniuses. The strength that the other party had displayed was too terrifying. It was bottomless. In the sea of lightning, a figure bathed in it. He was the Silver Lightning Tribe's genius, Lei Haoyan. But suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. Rolling flames turned into a sea of fire that spread in all directions. A figure descended from the sky, carrying boundless divine flames, distorting the entire void. The Fire Cloud Tribe's genius was also here. Everyone cried out in alarm again. This time, it was the Fire Cloud Tribe's genius, Hualing. She was a woman wearing a red dress. Her figure was hot, and her face was beautiful. Her fiery red hair reached her shoulders, and there was a sharp aura between her brows. Although she was beautiful, no one dared to underestimate her, because she was also a famous heaven's favorite. 5 saints had already been defeated by her. It could even be said that the strength of these two people was even more terrifying than Xiaoyu. The ancient life forms of the two tribes hurriedly transmitted what had happened to their geniuses to remind them not to act rashly. After Lei Haoyan and Hualing heard this, they also frowned. A trace of shock even appeared in their eyes. Xiaoyu had been killed? How was that possible? They did not dare to believe that the other party was a genius with similar strength as them. He had many trump cards and terrifying bloodline power. How could he have been killed? They could not believe it at all. They even suspected that their subordinates had fallen into an illusion. Therefore, the Silver Lightning Tribe's genius, Lei Haoyan, snorted coldly and walked out. Kid, I don't know what method you used to make my subordinates fall into an illusion, but today, you can't escape death. You dare to kill my Silver Lightning Tribe's martial artists in public. You can't escape death. What last words do you have? Leave them all. Lei Haoyan stood out. Lightning surged on his body, piercing through all directions. The Silver Lightning Tribe's ancient life forms quickly advised, but Lei Haoyan did not believe them at all. In his opinion, these people had all fallen into an illusion. The human race martial artists in the distant side. It was over. This Lei Haoyan was too confident. He actually did not believe his subordinates. It seemed that this time, the other party was dead for sure too. Yes, although this Lei Haoyan was stronger than Xiaoyu, he probably only had over 21,000 points of archaic power. It seemed that he was not a match for Lin Xian. Everyone discussed animatedly, but Lei Haoyan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was not a match for the other party? What a joke. These humans actually dared to look down on him like this? This was intolerable to him. Kid, go to hell for me. He directly pulled out a lightning-long blade from the sea of lightning and slashed forward. The lightning that filled the sky swallowed and spat out light, splitting the sky into two. Reckless and blind. I'll fulfill your wish then. Lin Xian smiled coldly, still calm and collected. Because the disparity in strength between the two parties was seriously too great, he directly reached out a palm and grabbed forward. Dare to grab my lightning sun sword barehanded? Really courting death. Lei Haoyan snorted coldly. This was not an ordinary lightning-long sword, but it was condensed with his bloodline power. The lightning sword was very terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a heaven-ranked treasure sword. The other party actually dared to resist barehanded. Chapter 28:13. Buzz. In the sky, the two attacks collided. The lightning sword struck the golden palm with a deafening sound. However, To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xian's palm did not break open. Instead, he grabbed the lightning sword. How was that possible? Lei Haoyan was shocked when he saw that. The other party was actually able to contend against his Thunder Sun sword. This was simply too unbelievable. Was his opponent's physique that strong? Damn it, this guy actually had a physique comparable to a saint physique. Even members of the primeval races had heard of Leaf Daudinier's physique. However, they did not expect his opponent's physique to be so strong as well. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he even screamed. The lightning sword made cracking sounds as it was covered with cracks. With a clang, the lightning sword was broken in half. It was broken. The incomparably terrifying sword of lightning was directly broken into pieces by someone. This scene was too shocking. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe it at all. Lei Haoyan was also stunned. In the sky, after Lin Xian's palm broke the lightning sword, he quickly pounced forward. With a bang, he slapped Lei Haoyan's body. When Lei Haoyan was struck by the palm, he was sent flying rapidly. The bones in his body were shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Even his internal organs were knocked out. He rolled for 70,000 to 80,000 miles before he stopped. His body was torn apart, and only his head was intact. The surrounding humans and Archean beasts were completely flabbergasted by the sight. Their eyelids were twitching, and their hearts were about to jump out. They did not expect to see this scene again. It was the same torture. No. The ancient creatures of the Silver Lightning tribe roared crazily. They had already warned their prodigy, but they did not expect him to ignore them. However, they did not expect their prodigy to be defeated so quickly. His body was torn apart with a single punch. How could this be? How could that kid be so strong? On the other side, Hualinger from the Fire Cloud tribe also frowned. Her eyes were filled with shock. Her opponent's strength had far exceeded her imagination. Kid, I want you dead. Lei Haoyan roared crazily as his body reformed again. His face was pale, but his eyes were like lightning. He was simply too furious. His opponent's palm had actually shattered him into pieces. He couldn't stand it. He swore that he would torture the other party to death. Boom. Mysterious silver symbols appeared one after another on his body. They surged and pulsed, turning into terrifying lightning that surrounded his surroundings. Now that he had activated his bloodline power, he had activated it at full force. As prodigies of the Silver Lightning tribe, they were born with lightning. In particular, he was accompanied by a type of lightning called Silver Spirit Lightning. This kind of lightning contained an extremely strong destructive power. Now that he was using it, the void within a radius of tens of thousands of li collapsed entirely, forming a terrifying black hole that seemed as though it was going to devour everything. Buzz Lei Haoyan stretched out his palm and transformed it into a silver claw. There was a terrifying destructive force on it as he clawed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter and be annihilated. Nothing could stop it. Not good. This power is too terrifying. Was this the power of his bloodline? He was indeed a genius of the Silver Lightning tribe. This destructive power was really despairing. You're too weak. I'm not interested. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's voice was cold. Everyone in the world was shocked. Too weak? Such a terrifying power, and he said that it was too weak? This was already close to 22,000 units of Archean power, and he said that it was too weak. Oh God, was this Lin Xian crazy? Or did he really have such strength? Everyone was shocked, and those archaic creatures roared crazily. That damned brat. Before they could finish their words, they were stunned. In front of them, Lin Xian pulled out a sword. The long sword was like a dragon as it slashed down. The entire world was cut in half. Everyone trembled as if they were about to be split apart. Their bodies were uncontrollably prostrated on the ground. After that sword strike, all the terrifying scenes in the sky disappeared. The destructive power disappeared, and the silver palm turned into ashes. In the distance, Lei Haoyan's body floated in mid-air. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and grew bigger and bigger, sliding down his cheeks and neck. Bang! His body was split in half. Even his soul power was destroyed in an instant. When the sword struck, he was destroyed. It was just one move. After that move, Lin Xian put away his longsword and stood with his hands behind his back. The prodigy of the Silver Lightning tribe was no longer breathing. Haha, another good thing. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. With a wave of its dragon claw, it put away the corpse and blood. This was already the corpse of the second archaic prodigy. If he could get a few more, he could set up a bloodthirsty true spirit array to cultivate. Lei Haoyan, the prodigy of the Silver Lightning tribe, was dead. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it, especially those from the Silver Point race. They screamed crazily. They could not accept the fact at all. On the other side, the people of the Fire Cloud tribe were also terrified. Hualing Er's face was pale without a trace of blood. She turned around and left without saying a word. Previously, when her subordinates told her that the other party was very powerful and killed the prodigy of the Tiango tribe in 3 moves, she did not believe it. But now, she saw Lei Haoyan being killed with a single sword strike. She believed it. The other party was really powerful, far surpassing her. Perhaps only the prodigies of the ancient royal families could fight against him. Such a person was not someone she could provoke. Hualing Er's figure turned into a fiery red light and fled into the distance. Seeing this scene, the people of the 10,000 archaic races were stunned. The other party actually fled. The people of the human race were also shocked. The prodigy of the ancient primordial race actually admitted defeat. This was too inconceivable. You want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian watched as the other party fled, but he did not chase after her. He stretched out his hands, and the sword qi on his body crackled, forming a large bow. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. Buzz! Terrifying sword qi surged between heaven and earth. This arrow pierced through the void and flew out. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Hualing Er's body stiffened. Her heart had been pierced by the arrow. She was nailed to death in midair by this force. Ah! She screamed crazily. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the air, and her beautiful face was filled with endless fear. You can't kill me. I'm a prodigy of the Fire Cloud tribe. You've already offended 2 ancient races. You can't offend the Fire Cloud tribe anymore. Otherwise, there will be no path for you in the entire world. So what if I offend the Fire Cloud tribe? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice was cold. His eyes erupted with a cold light. In front of him, the arrow that pierced through Hualing suddenly exploded. Endless sword qi erupted and enveloped the other party. Boom! Boom! Chapter 28:14. When everything disappeared, everyone trembled. The dark red divine dragon also sighed. Sigh! Nothing was left behind. That's right, Hualinger had been completely killed. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. The sword qi of the great dragon sword soul was truly terrifying. They were dead. 3 geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races whose names shook the world and suppressed the human holy sun until he could not raise his head. But now, in front of Lin Xian, they were easily killed. While chatting, a powerful enemy was reduced to ashes. This was the true portrayal of Lin Xian. Previously, no one had expected Lin Xian to be so powerful. Especially the remaining ancient creatures, their faces were filled with despair. Previously, they had been clamoring for more than a month, but the other party did not come out. They thought that the other party was afraid and was not their match at all. However, they did not know that the other party was too powerful. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was a fatal blow. They could not bear the consequences of such a move. Damn brat, the Silver Lightning race will definitely not let you off. Yes, the Fire Cloud race will definitely tear you into pieces. How dare you kill one of our people? The Tiango race will let you know what regret is. These ancient creatures roared crazily. They had really gone crazy. They swore that they would report to their family's patriarchs and completely destroy the other party. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at these ancient creatures with an incomparably cold gaze. Those ancient creatures were enveloped by his gaze. Their bodies trembled and they directly knelt on the ground. There was nothing they could do. This aura was too powerful. Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war, high and mighty, while they were ants in the mortal world. How could they withstand such a gaze? Therefore, they all knelt on the ground with a plop. Damn it, impossible. Get up. More than a dozen ancient creatures roared crazily. They were the high and mighty 10,000 ancient races with noble statuses. Before this, the human race was their slave. But now, they were kneeling in front of the other party. Moreover, their bodies were kneeling uncontrollably. They could not even stand up. The ancient creatures trembled. This situation would only happen when they faced their family's patriarchs. However, the other party, a young man, actually did it. It seems that you're determined to kill me. If that's the case, why should I show mercy to you? As he spoke, Lin Xian's gaze erupted, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that directly pierced through these archaic creatures. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. These archaic creatures fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The entire world was silent. The human warriors in the distance were completely stunned. Powerful, it was too powerful. Good, well done. As expected of Lin Xian from Central Emperor, Almighty Lin Xian was indeed powerful. These people clenched their fists in excitement and roared madly. It couldn't be helped. These days, they had been suppressed by the 10,000 ancient races to the point that they couldn't breathe. These 10,000 ancient races were like gods as they walked the earth. Wherever they passed, the human race's geniuses would be defeated. Only a small number of people were able to resist it. But right now, Lin Xian had taken down 3 archaic paragons with ease in a domineering manner. This gave them a sense of hope. Lin Xian might be able to save the human race. At the very least, he could save their face. Lin Xian looked into the distance and said to the human warriors who were watching the battle, "Spread the news. Tell the 10,000 ancient races geniuses to wash their necks and wait for me. I will trample on them one by one. I will let them know the consequences of challenging the human race." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, reverberating between heaven and earth. The human warriors in the distance were extremely excited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their faces were flushed red. He was going to sweep through the world. That's right. Previously, the 10,000 ancient races swept through the human race. Now, Lin Xian was going to use the same method to sweep through the 10,000 ancient races geniuses? Let's go and spread the news. This was truly a joyous matter. They had to let the world know how powerful the human race's geniuses were. These people flew in all directions and began to spread the news crazily. Soon, the news spread like a hurricane. It spread throughout the entire Middle State to the eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, and Nanling. In an instant, the world was shocked and the entire race was in an uproar. What? You're saying that Lin Xian came out of seclusion? And he easily killed 3 archaic geniuses. Everyone was stunned. They had truly experienced how powerful the archaic geniuses were during this period of time. However, Lin Xian actually came out of seclusion so domineeringly. This action shocked and excited these people. At first, they didn't believe it. However, as more and more news and details were revealed, they had no choice but to believe that Lin Xian was really that terrifying. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian said that he was going to sweep through the 10,000 ancient races geniuses. This news excited the entire human race. As for the 10,000 ancient races, they were so angry that they went crazy. A puny human dared to say such words to them? He really didn't know time. The 10,000 ancient races were high and mighty existences. How could a lowly human provoke them? Therefore, the 10,000 ancient races geniuses were all filled with killing intent, preparing to kill Lin Xian. Jade Lake's sacred ground. Murong Qingcheng and Shun Jingqiu stood arm in arm in front of the immortal peach tree. When they heard the news, their faces were filled with joy. Big brother Lin Xian was too awesome. Big brother Xian finally came out of seclusion. The two of them smiled. Previously, when Lin Xian had been in seclusion and hadn't come out, they were worried that something had happened. But now it seemed that he was just in seclusion. Yi family. Yi Wudao stood at the peak of a mountain with his black hair fluttering in the wind. When he heard the news, his eyes exploded with a piercing cold light. Elder, I also want to sweep through the world. Is it finally about to begin? When the Yi family's elders heard the news, they also took a deep breath. Their expressions were solemn as they nodded solemnly. Go ahead and attack. We won't care about the younger generation. Leave the older generation's matters to us. Yi Wudao was their hope, their family's future. However, they knew that this kind of future shouldn't be a flower raised in a greenhouse. He had to go through bloody battles to become a true greater success Saint Physique. Previously, Yi Wudao had planned to challenge the 10,000 ancient race's geniuses. However, before he could make a move, Lin Xian announced it in advance. This ignited the fire in his heart. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say that he would sweep through the world. For a time, the world was in an uproar again. Was Yi Wudao going to make a move too? A Saint Physique was indeed powerful. Central Sovereign and Eastern Sage were going to make a move. Who knew what the other titled kings would do? Everyone was looking forward to it. Western Desert, 10,000 Buddha Temple. Dustless sat there, his eyes clear and without any fluctuations. Chapter 28:15. When this news came out, it shocked the world once again. Although the other party did not say that he would challenge all the 10,000 Archean tribes, it was clear that Wuchen was going to come out and travel the world. It would be another earth-shattering battle. South Mountain, Yin family. The Yin family was also an overlord in South Mountain. At that moment, in a fairyland in the Yin family, a man stood there with his hands behind his back. He was handsome like a banished immortal, and there was a terrifying divine light on his body. He was Yin Nantian, the one known as the South Emperor. Yin Nantian was also one of the titled prodigies. He was extremely powerful, and it was rumored that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. His foundation was terrifying, and his strength was unfathomable. At that moment, Yin Nantian was not standing there alone. There were two figures opposite him. One of them was a mysterious figure surrounded by black flames. He was like the god of hell, and he emitted a terrifying aura. Even the surrounding space became distorted. Behind that person was a pair of black flame wings with mysterious black runes on them. Apart from that, he also had a black tail that was like a black whip. It emitted a sharp aura. It seemed that he was not alone. The figure standing next to him was even stranger. He had 3 heads. However, those 3 heads were not human heads. The one on the left was a crocodile head, the one in the middle was a lion head, and the one on the right was an elephant head. It was extremely strange to have 3 heads on a person's body. Moreover, that person's body was covered in scales. His limbs were thick, and his claws were like the claws of a beast. They had an extremely sharp aura. With a wave of his hand, he could easily cut through the void. At that moment, the 3-headed monster snorted. Lin Xian was really arrogant. He wanted to conquer the world. He was courting death. Not only Lin Xian, but the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Being and Western Deserts Wuchen were also courting death. The 10,000 Archean tribes were definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 Archean tribes. Those 2 people were also members of the 10,000 Archean tribes. However, they were standing together with Yin Nantian. No one knew what the relationship between the 3 of them was. Hearing that, Yin Nantian's eyes flickered. I've seen the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Being before. He's very powerful. After all, he is a clan of the ancients, a descendant of the monarch clan. He is equivalent to the royal clan of the 10,000 Archean clans. Therefore, you must not be careless. As for that Central Emperor Lin Xian, although he had never seen him before, he had heard that he practiced the 9-yang divine body. After he cultivated it, he wouldn't be any weaker than a great success holy physique. So, he would probably be a difficult opponent to deal with. But don't worry, I'm not afraid of these 2. At this point, his eyes were filled with pride. There were very few people in heaven and earth who didn't fear Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier. And Yin Nantian was one of them. At the front, the black flaming figure and the 3-headed monster sneered. Don't worry. So what if they're from the remote antiquity? Apart from having extreme weapons, they can't compare to the ancient theocrats. There was no need to even mention Leaf Dao Denier. Although he was a descendant of an emperor clan, the great emperor blood flowing in his body was simply too thin. You must know that the primeval theocrats have princes and princesses. That was the direct descendant of a great emperor. How terrifying would such a bloodline be? It was definitely not something that Leaf Dao Denier could compare to, let alone Lin Xian. At this point, their eyes were filled with passion and worship. The child of a great emperor. What a terrifying bloodline inheritance. It would probably surpass all the primeval aristocratic families. Yin Nanqian's expression also fluctuated. Would a great emperor really appear? To be honest, he was also too shocked. One had to know that he was someone who had received the inheritance of a great emperor. He knew how terrifying a great emperor was the best. How heaven-defying would that bloodline be if it was directly passed down? Perhaps he would be born with this earth-shattering power. It was absolutely true that a dragon crown prince was about to appear in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Just wait, it won't be long before he appears. Moreover, the 10,000 ancient races have already discussed it. When the time comes, we will join forces to control the world together. Don't worry, as long as your Yin family helps the 10,000 ancient races, when the time comes, your Yin family will be the primeval royal family. As for the others, if they dare to resist the 10,000 ancient races, they will be completely reduced to slaves. At this point, a sharp light erupted from their eyes. Don't worry, my Yin family will naturally be on good terms with you, Yin Nantian said in a deep voice. If someone was here and heard this news, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The Yin family was actually going to join forces with the 10,000 ancient races. What was even more shocking was that the 10,000 ancient races were actually secretly plotting to regain control of the world. It seemed that the human race was really going to fall into a disaster. On the other side, the Silver Lightning race, the Heavenly Dog race, and the Fire Cloud race had an extremely solemn atmosphere. Their prodigy had been killed in front of everyone right outside the city. In fact, none of the ancient creatures had returned. This made them extremely angry. Damn it, kill him. We must kill him. Elder, I'll go kill him. One figure after another stood out. Attack. If you encounter that brat, don't show any mercy. Directly kill him. Preserve his soul and body and bring him back. Let him suffer for 10,000 years. I want him to live a life worse than death. Among the three great races, cold voices sounded one after another. The prodigies of the three great races appeared again, and Lin Xian had already left the immortal palace. After Lin Xian said that he would dominate the world was in an uproar, and the atmosphere became more and more intense. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to make a move, so he and the dark red divine dragon left the immortal palace on the Black Earth. Their first destination was the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty, because the prodigy of the dark feather race, Yu Yi, was there. This was not the first time Lin Xian had been to the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty. Previously, when he helped the 8th prince obtain the position of crown prince, he had been here before. At that time, he had an intense conflict with the first prince and the empress. He was even hunted down and left the Tai dynasty in the end. Now that he was in the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty again, it was a completely different scene. The Black Earth moved quickly. Lin Xian was inside, using the blood of the ancient prodigies to temper his body. At the same time, he silently absorbed divine crystals and swallowed pills to improve himself. Brat, the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty, is outside. The Black Earth floated over and quickly reminded him. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He walked out of the blood-colored array and put on a bright red robe. His soul probed the outside world. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he and the dark red divine dragon left the Black Earth. The little white monkey was also dozing off on his shoulder. The group descended. This time, Lin Xian did not go through the south gate, nor did he pay any spiritual stones. Instead, he descended directly from the sky. He wanted to forcefully descend into the imperial capital of the Tai dynasty. Chapter 28:16. There were two reasons why Lin Xian did this. Firstly, He wanted to tell the Tai dynasty that he, Lin Xian, had returned. Moreover, he had returned in an extremely domineering manner, because he knew that there was still an empress in the imperial capital, and she still had a terrifying force behind her. Lin Xian had to intimidate the other party with his powerful stance. Secondly, the purpose of his trip was to dominate the world and trample the immemorial celestial feet under his feet. Those immemorial celestial sects could descend from the sky and enter the imperial capital. So why couldn't he? Those immemorial prodigies were arrogant, so he was going to be even more arrogant than all of them. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war as he quickly descended. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and a terrifying golden wave surged downward. Immediately, the entire imperial capital's array formation was activated. Endless light shone, and a terrifying sword chi pierced through the clouds. Everyone in the Tai dynasty was shocked. At this moment, they looked up at the sky. Someone was shaking the peerless array formation. There was a figure above. Could it be that another immemorial prodigy had entered? Hurry up and report. A shout sounded. The people of the Tai dynasty were shocked. In the imperial palace, dragon guards appeared one after another. The imperial elders also came out. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through the void and looking forward. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Damn it! It wasn't an immemorial creature, but a human. Who dared to be so bold as to challenge the Tai dynasty? The expressions of the dragon guards generals and elders all sank. It was one thing for the 10,000 ancient races to descend. After all, they were extremely terrifying. But who among the humans dared to be so rude? Activate the array formation and directly kill the other party. An elder of the imperial family said coldly. The cultivators in the imperial capital were even more shocked. Just who was it that was so reckless? Did they want to imitate the 10,000 ancient races? Did they not know how powerful the 10,000 ancient races were? It was over. They would definitely be killed by the array formation. It was probably someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone shook their heads and sneered. At this moment, a voice came from the imposing figure in the sky. I am Immortal Palace's Lord, Central Emperor Lin Xian. You dare use formations against me? The voice was filled with authority and a terrifying aura, causing the space within the imperial city to rapidly shatter. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. What? Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian from Central Emperor. Countless warriors in the imperial city were shocked. Lin Xian actually came here. One had to know that Lin Xian's reputation had swept across the continent during this period of time. There was nothing he could do about it. He had killed 3 geniuses in a domineering manner. Such a battle record was simply too shocking, especially the other party's posture. The other party was the first among the young prodigies of the human race to declare that he was going to dominate the world. The generals and elders of the imperial family were also taken aback. The opponent was actually a central emperor. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually come here. Furthermore, just like the other prided geniuses, they had to descend from the sky. Elder, what should we do? The generals asked. The elder's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He said, don't activate the array first. Soon, he sent a voice transmission to the imperial city. Sure enough, a message came from the depths of the imperial palace. After the elders heard it, they were extremely shocked. In the next moment, they opened the array and let the other party in. Why? Let the other party in? The generals' faces were full of shock. They knew that other than the prided geniuses who dared to enter, no other human powerhouse would receive such treatment. But now, they were actually going to open the array to a young man. It was really unprecedented. They knew that this was not the decision of the elder, but an order issued by a terrifying existence in the depths of the imperial palace. Therefore, they had to quickly open the array. The generals quickly controlled the array disk. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky and the array opened up a space. Buzz. 2 figures descended forcefully. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. It was indeed him. Countless warriors in the imperial city looked up at the sky. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a peerless god of war. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The little white monkey on its shoulder was yawning in boredom. I wonder why Hall Master Lin has come to the Tai dynasty? The elder of the Tai dynasty cupped his fists and asked. Lin Xian nodded. He had heard that the Serene Feather Race's prodigy was here and had asked him to come out. What? He wanted to challenge the Serene Feather Race's prodigy? Hearing this, the Imperial Elder's eyelids twitched. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. It seemed that the other party was not just talking about conquering the world. Was he going to make a move? Yes, everyone seemed to be on steroids. They did not expect to see a shocking battle today. One had to know that previously, the prided geniuses had roamed the world and specifically challenged the saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds. As for the saints and prodigies of the sacred grounds, they either accepted the challenge or went into seclusion. Very few people came out to challenge the prided geniuses. Lin Xian was the first. How could they not be excited to see such a scene? The elders of the Tai dynasty also had their eyelids twitching. It seemed that the other party was really going to conquer the world. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The Serene Feather Race's prodigy was currently a guest in the Imperial Palace. Hall Master Lin, why don't you follow me into the Imperial Palace?" The old man made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need. No one else could see the battle in the Imperial Palace. There should be a battle arena in the Imperial Palace, right? Let's fight there. Let all the human warriors in the world see how I trample these prided geniuses under my feet. How dare you bully the human race? Do you think there's no one left in the human race? At this point, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. The elders were shocked. The warriors in the Imperial Palace were all excited and clenched their fists. To clear the name of the human race. How exciting was that? Yes, they were in urgent need of a prodigy to make a name for themselves and intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Yes, fight. They must defeat the other party. What 10,000 ancient races? How dare they put on such airs? This is the territory of the human race. Angry roars sounded one after another. They were too aggrieved. The 10,000 ancient races had special treatment everywhere, which made them very unhappy. How were they inferior to the other party? Today, they wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Xian would kill the other party. As more and more people responded, their voices turned into tens of thousands of thunderbolts that shook the clouds. The entire imperial capital was trembling. Even the people in the imperial city were shocked by this scene. What was happening? Were the people outside going to be shocked? In the imperial palace, the elders of the imperial family were also shocked. They all stretched out their souls. Chapter 28:17. Oh no, Lin Xian is here. Moreover, why are the martial artists of the royal capital so agitated? Lin Xian wants to challenge a prodigy of a race. Hurry up and calm those people down. Orders were passed down, and many elders hurried out to calm them down. One had to know that most people hated the 10,000 Archean races. There were a few Archean creatures in the royal palace as guests. What if these people were angered and attacked the royal palace? Although they couldn't break through, they would become the laughing stock of the world if word of a fight got out. Get that Yi to come out and fight with God Lin Xian. What's with the pretense? Come out of the royal palace if you have the ability. Lin Xian had cleared the name of the human race and won a large number of followers. At this moment, these supporters were all roaring. Their voices turned into thunder and rolled into the royal palace. The people in the royal palace instantly understood what was going on. Lin Xian wanted to fight with the prodigy of the Serene Feather Race outside the royal palace for all the humans to see. The experts in the royal palace looked at each other. Among them, an elder sighed and quickly passed the news to the prodigy of the Serene Feather Race. Soon, the martial artists of the royal family moved quickly and arrived at the royal palace. The royal palace was very quiet, and the environment was very good. The underground dragon veins surged, and there were a few figures sitting there, drinking and chatting. Around them stood 7 or 8 maidservants. Their bodies were trembling and their faces were pale. Beside them, 5 or 6 maidservants had collapsed on the ground, their blood staining the ground red. The hearts of those maidservants had been dug out. Some of them had even been torn in half. These dead maidservants hadn't done anything wrong. They had only been killed by the Archean creatures for fun. The martial artist of the royal family came to the hall and frowned when he saw this scene. However, when he thought of the other party's identity, he still sighed. He walked over and told the Archean creatures what had happened outside. When the Archean creatures heard this, they stopped what they were doing and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. "Are you saying that someone dares to challenge me?" In the middle sat a youth. He had a pair of black wings on his back. The black feathers on them were like black gold and flickered with a cold light. He had a handsome face and 2 horns on his head. His eyes were incomparably dark, like the starry night sky. He was the prodigy of the dark feather race. Which saint was so reckless? One of the ancient life forms snorted coldly. It was Immortal Palace's clan, Central Emperor Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that Lin Xian who killed 3 primordial geniuses? Hearing this, the faces of the archaic creatures sank. They naturally knew what had happened before. The 3 sky prides of the Silver Electric tribe, the Heavenly Dog tribe, and the Fire Cloud tribe were killed on the spot. It was Lin Xian. Not only that, the other party soon spread the word that he wanted to dominate the world, trampling all the geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms beneath his feet. This was simply intolerable to them. When these paragons found out about this, they could only grit their teeth in anger. To think that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on their doors before they could even make a move. Especially after Yu Yi heard this, his face was extremely gloomy. What did the other party mean by looking for him first? You think he's easier to deal with? What a joke. He stood up, exuding an incomparably cold, killing intent. It was abnormally terrifying. His strength was above Lei Haoyan and the other 2 from the Silver Electric tribe. Moreover, in his opinion, there was a reason why Lei Haoyan and the other 2 were killed so quickly. The 3 of them must have been careless, and the other party attacked with all his might. This resulted in this situation. He would not make such a mistake. He would attack with all his might from the start. I'd like to see what ability this Lin Xian has to be so arrogant in front of me. Yu Yi stood up, and the cold aura on his body destroyed all the buildings in the main hall. The archaic creatures beside him reached out and grabbed 2 of the maids. They opened their mouths and bit off their heads. The maidservants trembled and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The martialist from the royal family was shocked by this scene. These archaic creatures were simply too cruel. They did not treat humans as human beings at all. That was right. In the eyes of these archaic creatures, humans were ants and slaves that they could kill at will. And they were high and mighty gods, masters. Now that an ant dared to provoke them, they naturally had to deal with the other party. The group of people strode outside. Soon, they arrived outside the imperial palace. Which one of you is Lin Xian? Get over here and accept your death. The archaic creatures were very arrogant. Yu Yi stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His black wings spread open, exuding a biting cold aura. The dark feather race had come out. When the other human cultivators in the imperial palace saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Their faces were pale. The aura exuding from the other party was simply too powerful. In addition to the terrifying power, there was also a terrifying bloodline pressure. They knew that this was the bloodline power of the 10,000 ancient races. It was much stronger than ordinary people like them. It was so oppressive that they could not breathe. Sigh. These 10,000 ancient races were born to be favored. The power of the bloodline itself contained so much power that it was far beyond the power of the human race. Many human cultivators shook their heads and sighed. They were simply too envious of this bloodline power. Among the human race, there were very few people who possessed bloodline power. And these 10,000 ancient races basically all had bloodline power. The only difference was the strength of their bloodline. This difference in talent made these human cultivators feel despair and helpless. Oh, they came out. The Crimson Divine Dragon narrowed his eyes and let out a loud roar when he saw this scene. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Then, it neutralized the bloodline pressure of the dark feather race. The human cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They were extremely shocked as they looked at the dark red dragon. Dragon's aura. It was really a dragon. The rumors were true. Lin Xian had a dragon by his side, and this dragon was on their side. They were wild with joy. The dark feather race's faces darkened. Even the archaic creatures began to tremble. They could not compare to the other party's bloodline pressure. One of them could not even stand steadily and almost fell from the sky. This scene made many people laugh. The archaic creatures of the dark feather race were furious. Damn it, they originally wanted to intimidate the human race and flaunt their strength. But they did not expect that they would be slapped in the face and become a joke. Damn it, who was it? They stared at the dark red dragon. In the next moment, their hearts trembled. They did not dare to be arrogant. Their gazes moved away from the dark red dragon and landed on Lin Xian. Yu Yi spoke. You are that Lin Xian? You dare to challenge me? Challenge you? You think too much. I'm just teaching you how to step on you. Lin Xian said indifferently. Chapter 28:18. You're courting death. Yu Yi was enraged. The other party's attitude infuriated him. One had to know that he usually used this attitude to deal with other human prodigies. But now, a human martial artist dared to treat him like this? This was intolerable. He was a high and mighty existence, and the other party was just an ant. Brat, come and die. He roared angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The surrounding heaven and earth instantly darkened. The originally bright day with the sun in the sky turned into night. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. A terrifying aura engulfed everyone. It made these martial artists tremble. They roared angrily. These human martial artists activated their battle armors, and their bodies bloomed with light. However, their radiance dimmed in an instant. This darkness suppressed everything. Not good. It's the other party's domain. This was the dark starry sky domain, the other party's bloodline power. The human martial artists were terrified. This domain was too terrifying. It could suppress all light. They couldn't see anything clearly. They even felt that their soul power was being suppressed. Damn it, not good. They were probably doomed in this dark starry sky domain, because the other party wasn't affected, and they couldn't see anything at all. How could they fight? Everyone was terrified. They started to worry for Lin Xian. You want to suppress me with a mere darkness? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated his 9-yang divine body, releasing billions of rays of light. With a hong sound, terrifying radiance rushed into the heavens, moving in all directions. His body turned into a blazing sun. It illuminated all directions. In an instant, the originally dark space became bright again. It was even dozens of times brighter than before. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The dark starry sky domain was broken. It was unbelievable. The ancient creatures of the dark feather race were also shocked. Yu Ye's pupils constricted. What was going on? The other party could still release light and light up the entire world? This way, the effect of his king's domain would be greatly reduced. What other abilities do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you can light up the sky. To be honest, you're still far from it. Yu Yi snorted. So what if the other party illuminated the light? His strength was not limited to this. As expected, the whole place began to tremble once again. The black light on Yu Ye's body intensified. He was like a black hole that swallowed everything. Whoosh! He moved. Like a black demon king, he charged forward at high speed. A palm stretched out as if it had reached out from hell. It carried an incomparably terrifying energy as it grabbed forward. They wanted to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body, and the blood in his body roiled. He was like a peerless sun, emitting millions of rays of light. Boom, boom. A terrifying radiance soared into the sky, blocking the large black palm. Not only that, but the light seemed to carry an incomparably monstrous flame that wanted to burn the black palm. As expected of the Central Emperor, it was indeed terrifying. Even without moving, the light emanating from his body was more than enough to fend off the other party's attack. That's right, Lin Xian is really too strong. The prodigies of the human race are indeed terrifying. The human race cultivators exclaimed in shock. They were too excited because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed made them extremely excited. On the other side, the archaic creatures from the serene feather race had gloomy expressions as they gritted their teeth. Impossible. Damn it. This brat must have used all his strength to be able to fight against our prodigies. They could not believe what they were seeing. Yu Ye's expression was even colder. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Kill. With a furious roar, the large black palm exploded once again. Black runes appeared on it as it slammed down, directly piercing through the countless rays of light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. At this moment, Yu Yi was truly enraged. Boom, boom, boom. The large black palm covered the sky and covered everything. It directly grabbed Lin Xian. There was only darkness in front of them. No one could see through it. Even their soul power could not see what was going on inside. Yu Yi smiled when he saw this. The archaic creatures from the serene feather race raised their heads and laughed. Ha 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 ha, what prodigy of the human race. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he is nothing. That's right, I thought that he was some powerful figure who could fight against our prodigies. I didn't expect that he was just a figurehead. He is not a match for our prodigies at all. These archaic creatures were very arrogant. On the other hand, the human cultivators were shocked. Not good. Lin Xian has been enveloped. He won't be in danger, right? I don't know. This large palm is very terrifying and can destroy everything. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Not necessarily. The nine-yang divine body is stronger than we imagined. He should be fine. These people discussed animatedly. However, they were incomparably nervous because they could not see the situation inside. No one can fight against me, not to mention you humans. Yu Yi stood in the void. The large black palm let out a rumbling sound. Boundless black chi spread out as if to refine Lin Xian. This scene shocked everyone even more. However, not long after, an explosion sounded in the sky, and the entire space trembled violently. Even the large black hand trembled. This was not Yu Yi activating the array formation, but the person inside seemed to be about to rush out. Yu Ye's expression changed when he saw this. Just as he was about to activate his power, a sword light lit up in the next moment. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, as if it had become an eternal light. It shone between heaven and earth. The light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. The large black palm was also cut in half. From inside, a figure walked out. This person was Lin Xian. His entire body bloomed with light as divine flames danced. Sword chi surrounded him, making him look like a peerless war god. Lin Xian rushed out from inside. This is your strength? You really disappoint me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His blood chi surged and shook the void. He swung his sword and shattered heaven and earth. There was a loud boom. The terrifying large black hand was torn apart, turning into countless spirit chi fragments that scattered across heaven and earth. What? It was broken. This was impossible. The ancient creatures were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yu Yi was also stunned. The human martial practitioners were also dumbfounded. However, after that, they erupted into incomparable cheers. Great! Lin Xian rushed out. I told you, how could Central Emperor Lin Xian be defeated so easily? Chapter 28:19. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became more and more intense. He swung his sword and slashed forward. Damn brat, get lost. Yu Yi was also enraged. The black wings on his back flapped, and he charged forward. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy exploded, sweeping across the land. Luckily, This was the Imperial City. There was a peerless array that covered the entire city. Otherwise, this attack would definitely destroy the entire Imperial City. Boom, boom, boom. The energy in the sky shot up into the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds. Everyone was mesmerized by the scene. Suddenly, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, piercing through Yu Ye's body and nailing him in mid-air. This sword was too stunning. Yu Ye could not dodge it at all. His body was pierced, and blood rained down. Ah! He let out a pitiful cry. Light bloomed on his body, and energy surged as he tried to break free. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space shattered. A pair of black wings kept spinning, forming two black hurricanes. They charged forward, trying to destroy the ancient sword. However, he could not do it. The sword light in front of him was too bright, and it destroyed all his attacks. Not only that, he could feel the violent sword chi in his body exploding, trying to tear his body apart. Damn it! At this critical moment, he was very decisive. He self-destructed, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. He then reassembled in the distance. "Brat, I'm going to kill you," he roared, and with a wave of his hands, a black saber appeared and slashed forward. The other party had forced him to self-destruct to escape danger. He would definitely take revenge. In the distance, the human warriors were shocked. They couldn't believe that the powerful Yu Yi was at a disadvantage in an instant, especially the archaic creatures. They were even more shocked. That's not right. Our prodigy must have been careless. Next, he would definitely not lose again. As expected, Yu Yi exploded with unparalleled power. The two sabers restrained the ancient sword. He even sent the ancient dragon abyss sword flying. This scene caused the archaic creatures to celebrate. Yu Yi even charged in front of Lin Xian. The long blade in his hand was about to chop off Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword shone brightly in the sky, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, Lin Xian's pair of huge hands sent the pair of black sabers flying. Whoosh! He directly grabbed the pair of black wings and pulled with force. Poochie! Yu Yi was torn in half. Miserable cries rang out, as if countless ghosts were howling, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No! Those ancient life forms screamed like they had gone mad. Their heavenly geniuses had been torn apart again. What was going on? Yu Yi roared like a madman. He wanted to heal his body, but Lin Xian refused to let go. Lin Xian's strength was so great that Yu Yi was unable to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood that filled the sky surged and turned into swords of blood that shot towards Lin Xian. When they hit Lin Xian's body, they made clanging sounds. Lin Xian didn't have to dodge at all with his 9 young divine body. Instead, he sent all the swords flying. I've said it before. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Killing you is just a matter of time. Lin Xian's voice shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war, extremely powerful. His arms shook, shattering the void. He grabbed the pair of black wings, preventing the 2 halves of Yu Ye's body from healing. Yu Yi screamed like a madman. His soul temporarily left his body, wanting to fly into the sky. At this moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword above his head exploded. It carried a terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura and slashed down from the sky. One slash destroyed Yu Ye's soul. Poof! Yu Ye's soul didn't even have time to scream before it was destroyed. After the soul was destroyed, the 2 halves of his body stopped struggling and fell into the void. The terrifying sea of blood surged, making a roaring sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire sky was dyed blood red, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. The prodigy of the serene night race had died, and he had been easily killed by Lin Xian. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked, especially the ancient creatures of the serene night race. They let out crazed roars. No! You dare to kill him. You're dead. The serene feather race won't let you go. Damn it, I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. These people roared as if they had gone mad. A few of them rushed forward, wanting to attack Chu Feng. In the end, they were killed by Lin Xian's gaze. This scene caused the remaining archaic creatures to stop in their tracks. The other party was too strong. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw the two halves of the corpse in his hands to the ground. At the same time, his cold voice resounded in all directions. Remember, this guy isn't the first prodigy I've killed, and he won't be the last. Since he dared to challenge the human race, he must pay the corresponding price. Hearing this, the human race martial artists were extremely excited. They raised their arms and cheered loudly. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Central Emperor, Central Emperor. They were too excited, too emotional. This battle would definitely make the human race proud. The dark red divine dragon also waved its dragon claw and opened a treasure bottle. It directly collected the two halves of the corpse and the blood that filled the sky. Then, he beamed with joy. This was great. These were all excellent cultivation resources. Kid, where are we going next? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the people around him and asked in a low voice. Who knew if there were other prodigies nearby? It was said that there were prodigies of the flying mantis race nearby, but he didn't know if they were still there. Someone said. There seemed to be prodigies of the green vine race in the Ninely dynasty. Someone said another piece of news. After Lin Xian heard this, he nodded. He tore the void and soared into the sky with the dark red divine dragon, leaving the imperial capital. Follow me. There might be an earth-shattering battle. The people in the imperial capital were extremely shocked. They also left the imperial capital to search for Lin Xian. In an instant, most of the martial artists had left. A small number of people were crazily passing on the news. How could they not share such a shocking news? In the sky, the archaic creatures of the dark feather race were so angry that their bodies were trembling. Their prodigy had been killed, and even his corpse had been taken away. How were they going to explain this when they returned? No, they had to report this to the elders. They had to kill that kid. They also tore the void and quickly left. The bustling imperial capital calmed down once again. The elders and supreme existences in the imperial palace naturally watched the battle as well. Their eyes flashed. Lin Xian was really impressive. He could kill an archaic prodigy so easily. Chapter 28:20. Yes, as expected of one of the top prodigies of the human race. Everyone discussed. Of course, some sneered. He had killed so many Archean prodigies. Don't worry, the 10,000 Archean races won't let him off. Those who said that were naturally from the Empress faction. Now that Lin Xian was in the limelight and was so powerful, they naturally couldn't attack him directly. It seemed that they could only secretly contact the 10,000 Archean races and report Lin Xian's whereabouts to them. And that was exactly what they had done. Not long after, the news of Lin Xian killing the Dark Feather Race's prodigy, Yu Yi, swept across the true spirit martial continent. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Another attack. Lin Xian killed another Archean prodigy. Heavens, he was too strong. Was he really going to dominate the world? I feel like the 10,000 Archean races are finished. With Lin Xian's strength, not many people could contend against him. Everyone was extremely excited and discussed spiritedly. When the 10,000 Archean races heard this, they gritted their teeth in anger. They swore that they would definitely find and kill him. However, not long after, another piece of news came. Yi Wudao fought a prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race and won easily. What? Yi Wudao also attacked? Everyone was even more shocked. There was also news from the Western Desert. Dustless fought a prodigy of the Lightning Blood race and successfully converted him into a Buddhist sect. This scene was even more shocking. An Archean prodigy was actually converted into a Buddhist sect. This was even more terrifying than killing him. This Dustless was seriously too terrifying. What kind of method did he use? Even those people of the older generation had faces full of fear. The 10,000 ancient races were also shocked. Damn it! Could this be the legendary and incomparably terrifying salvation scripture? Some of the grand elders of the sacred grounds were puzzled. The Sutra of Salvation was an extremely ancient ability. Legend had it that this cultivation technique didn't have much offensive power, but it could convert people. Once the Sutra of Salvation was used, it could convert everything into a Buddhist sect. Now, it seemed that Dustless had very likely mastered this ancient Sutra of Salvation. The three titled prodigies had all made a move, which made everyone look forward to it. They wondered how the South Arch, Yin Nantian, was doing. Everyone was discussing. However, they realized that there wasn't much news about Yin Nantian. Could it be that he didn't make a move? They were puzzled. As for that northern demon, he was too mysterious. He hadn't appeared yet. Eastern wilderness. In the middle of a swamp in the mountains, the earth split open, and a black head appeared. Across from him, a blue figure. The blue figure's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. Who would have thought that this Lin Xian would be so unexpected? Previously, he had conferred the title of Middle Emperor because he wanted to borrow the hands of the saints to kill him. Who would have thought that not only did they fail to kill him, but they also allowed him to grow stronger and stronger. Now, even the primordial geniuses were no match for him. What should we do? Should he use some more power to kill him? The blackhead asked. The blue figure shook his head. There's no need. Things are out of our control. This kid has too many secrets. Other than the 9-yang divine body, there are more terrifying secrets. His sword chi is too sharp. It's not something an ordinary sword king can release. Even a peerless sword technique shouldn't be able to do that. I suspect that he has a terrifying attack power. A terrifying attack power. The blackhead was puzzled. The mysterious man in blue nodded. That's right. Think about it. The Eastern Wilderness sacred body is the descendant of the Arch. He has a lot of blood in his body. Moreover, the sacred body is a terrifying body constitution. In addition, he's in the hands of a clan of the ancients. He must have the inheritance of the Arch. It's natural that he's powerful. The South Arch has the inheritance of the Arch. Of course, he's terrifying. Wuchen from the Western Desert is the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. He has the memories of his previous life. His bloodline power is probably terrifying too. Moreover, the Thousand Buddha Temple also has the inheritance of the Arch. These three could be said to have powerful bloodlines and terrifying inheritances. But what about Lin Xian? It's true that Lin Xian has the 9-yang divine body, but that alone isn't enough for him to contend against Yi Wudao and Yin Nantian. Unless he also has the inheritance of the Arch. The inheritance of the Arch. You're saying that he has the inheritance of the Arch. The blackhead was shocked after hearing this. The inheritance of the Arch is so tempting. Only sacred grounds and aristocratic families with extreme weapons have such things. The other sacred grounds and great sects have never had the Arch. Naturally, they can't have such great inheritances. Of course, people like Yin Nantian are very rare. The Yin family isn't the Arch family, but Yin Nantian is very lucky. When he was young, he accidentally obtained the inheritance of the Arch. Probably not many people in the true spirit world have such luck. But now, Lin Xian might have the inheritance of the Arch. This is even more shocking. Then which Thearch's inheritance do you think he obtained? Every the Arch specializes in different domains. I can think of one with such powerful offensive power. You mean the Arch Shaman? The blackhead was shocked. Brother Shaman, the sword emperor of a generation, is extremely terrifying. Back then, his offensive power could be said to have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was known as the Arch with the most terrifying offensive power in 1,000,000 years. Rumor has it that he fought his way into the immortal path and almost entered the immortal domain. Unfortunately, the immortal door didn't open in his era. Therefore, even though the Arch Shaman was heaven-defying, he still couldn't enter the immortal domain. In the end, his lifespan ran out and he died. There were too many legends about the Arch Shaman. His offensive power was very strong. When he first entered the Sage Realm, he caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. When he became a great sage, he had already killed a quasi-emperor level peerless expert. In the end, after he became a half-emperor, there was a great dark turmoil. Several forbidden lands erupted with extremely terrifying tremors. The true spirit world is in danger, The human race is in danger. It was the arch-shaman. With a sword in the sky, he swept through all four directions and finally quelled the turmoil. Rumor has it that the arch-shaman fought against several terrifying enemies alone with a sword. In the end, he won. In fact, he even scared those terrifying existences away. It can be said that in terms of offensive power, there's really no the arch that can compare to him. The arch-shaman's inheritance? It's really enviable. If you can get it. Before the black head finished speaking, the blue-robed figure in front of it exploded with a biting cold light. No hurry. I already have the inheritance of the arch. If he really has the inheritance of the arch-shaman, I can play with him then. Chapter 28-21. At this point, the blue-robed man's voice became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Lin Xian didn't know that he was being watched by someone who had almost discovered his secret. He was related to the Shiman Great Emperor, but he didn't obtain the Shiman Great Emperor's inheritance. Instead, he obtained something that the Shiman Great Emperor once had: the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Although the mysterious blue-robed man didn't guess it correctly, he was pretty close to the mark. If the blue-robed man spread the news, everyone in the world would probably attack him. Not only the 10,000 ancient races, but even the human race wouldn't be able to resist. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was a terrifying existence. If he could obtain it, he could very well become the next great emperor. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was currently controlling the Black Earth to fly at full speed. He was looking for his next target. His target this time was the prodigy of the Green Vine race. The Green Vine race had an extraordinary origin. It was said that their ancestor was a natural green vine. After countless years of nurturing the primal chaos chi, he cultivated to become a terrifying existence. Although they weren't a royal race, the Green Vine race was still very famous among the 10,000 ancient races. Boom! In front, the void trembled as a terrifying force exploded, tearing the 9 heavens apart. Following that, several green rays of light shot into the sky, transforming into heavenly pillars that enveloped the Black Earth. The Black Earth shook violently, and Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The dark red divine dragon let out a shrill cry. Holy H*T, who is so reckless as to attack us? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light as he stared at the green light pillars. Then, his lips curled into a cold smile. Humph, it's that prodigy from the Green Vine group. Lin Xian originally wanted to look for him, but he didn't expect him to come knocking on his door. That's right. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian discovered that the green light pillars weren't ordinary light pillars, but vines. However, they were too big and too bright. That was why they created such a scene. These vines were too terrifying. One of them whipped the Black Earth and sent it flying. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, his figure flashed, and he walked out. He looked at the huge vines in the sky and said coldly, "Are you Qing Mu from the Green Vine clan?" "That's right. I'm Greenwood. Since you dared to kill one of my primordial geniuses, today is the day you die." Even as the voice echoed out, more and more vines appeared. Soon, the entire area for hundreds of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by vines. Today is the day you die. In the sky, those terrifying vines flickered with incomparable light, transforming into long spears that pierced towards Lin Xian. These vines were too terrifying. They were even more terrifying than heaven-tier treasures. There were cyan runes on it. That was the terrifying power of the bloodline. Behind them, the human warriors who had followed Lin Xian to watch the battle immediately stopped when they saw this scene. They retreated madly. Not good, retreat quickly. It's the peerless genius of the Green Vine clan. Oh heavens, they're fighting again. The Green Vine clan is so terrifying. The human warriors behind them were like small boats in the wind. Although they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He punched out, and the terrifying fist illuminated the surroundings. It was like a sun that blasted away the surrounding vines. At the same time, he waved his arm, and streaks of sword chi slashed forward. These sword chi were incomparably sharp. They cut through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, many of the surrounding vines were cut in half by the sword chi and fell from the sky. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Qingmu frowned. He snorted coldly, and the surrounding vines became even more terrifying. Above them, runes rotated and quickly resisted the surrounding sword chi. Between heaven and earth, there was an intense collision. Large cracks were everywhere, and terrifying black holes were formed. With the two of them as the center, an invisible force spread out in all directions. The surrounding mountains, rivers, and trees all collapsed and ceased to exist. Their attacks were too terrifying. It was as if they were going to destroy the world. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. His aura also rose instantly. He was like a peerless sword god, getting sharper and sharper. In the sky full of stars and vines, a man in a green robe walked out. His face was cold, and his aura was terrifying. It was the peerless sky pride of the Green Vine clan, Qingmu. A long green whip appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. With a swing of the whip, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. Within 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast, and he quickly dodged the green whip. At the same time, he drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and released streaks of terrifying sword chi, slashing forward. Clang, clang. Their weapons clashed in the sky, and it was a terrifying sight. Qingmu's face was gloomy. He was furious and wanted to kill the human in front of him. But after exchanging blows with his opponent, he was still shocked. His opponent was too powerful. After exchanging a few blows, the blood in his body was boiling, and his arm was numb. His opponent was indeed powerful to be able to kill so many Archean Sky Prides. However, he would not lose. As the Sky Pride of the Green Vine clan, he was powerful. More importantly, his vitality was vigorous, and he had an extremely strong recovery ability. It could be said that it was impossible to kill him, unless those terrifying sacred leaders and sect leaders killed him in one blow. Otherwise, as long as he was still breathing, he would not die. This was the terrifying part of the Green Vine clan, and also his trump card. So now, he attacked crazily without any regard for anything else. Boom, boom, boom. Winds and clouds changed between heaven and earth, and energy surged. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed. The whip in Qingmu's hand seemed to have transformed into a green dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the human experts were watching the battle through various secret techniques. They were very nervous. They discovered that Qingmu was even more terrifying than the Yu Yi from before. Moreover, they knew that the Green Vine clan had an extremely strong recovery ability, so they were very nervous. Not only were they watching, but the experts of the Ninely dynasty were also paying close attention. Apart from these humans, a dozen Archean creatures were also gathered in a certain city of the Ninely dynasty. They stood with their heads behind their backs, looking up at the sky. Not a single human dared to take a step into their surroundings. At this moment, these people were also paying attention to the situation above. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.